going on in Cleveland for that guy.
Yeah, there's like this guy named Steve Stevens. He went and killed a bunch of people live on Facebook. I think they found him though. That's what I was listening to. Right, that's what took me so long to go live, because I was watching the guys that were on my panel the other night. They're live right now. W7 Underground World News. They are talking about it, and I was kind of listening, but kind of wasn't, because somebody called my house phone. And I was like, shit, you know how it is. Somebody calls you, but you're trying to listen to something on YouTube. It's like, I don't want to be like, yo, I'm trying to hear this video that I can easily pause, but really it was live, so I couldn't, but I think that they shot him and killed him, but I don't know if that's the truth. You have to look it up.
Hey, guys. I'm sending this over to you right now. I don't have any more information on it, but this is just literally all I have right now.
Can y'all hear that?
About a second appearance.
Yes.
And this was posted 35.
Okay, maybe they didn't catch him, because Eric is sending them something right now saying that there was a second appearance. I guess the last time they saw him, he was buying chicken at KFC.
I'm in my base. I wish we had basements in Florida.
So what, he just went to the drive-thru after all that? Like it was no big deal?
I know, right? Like, I don't know. I was listening to it earlier because B Rich was streaming it. And
KFC is the drive-thru closes at 9, so you got to be early.
And then if you go at like 8:45 and you try to order chicken for 3 kids, we don't have that much chicken, they say. Every fucking time. Yeah. Every time.
Yep.
I need a 24 piece, like whatever the biggest one. It's probably like a 20 piece, but I'd be like, I need 3 24 pieces. These heathens around here. Not really. They don't eat that much. But if I do always have to order like a 20 piece. But if I go late, we don't have that much chicken. How the fuck you at chicken place and you don't have that much chicken? That's what I want to know. So is everything calmed down in Berkeley now?
Yes. And I didn't see any destruction in the town either.
The dispatcher still has not nailed down an exact address for that parking lot. The officers are asking.
So the guy that was on here and when we were doing that debate, B Rich, he was streaming live earlier, like on my Twitter. I was watching it on my laptop, right? And on my Twitter, I've never been in a stream with 20,000 people watching. Okay. B only has like 4.8 thousand subscribers. There's only like 200 or 300 of us watching his live streams at a time. This dude had 20,000 people plus, like sometimes it was up to like 22,000 watching that live stream. And I was looking at the chat and I was like, and he was telling like the moderators, like, don't even mess with it. Y'all are going to get a headache. I could not believe how fast it was moving. Like I took a video of it on my phone and put it on my Twitter. I was like, this is what the chat with 20K looks like. What's the point? Everybody's just saying stuff for no reason. Like nobody can see. Like I put a comment in red to one of the other people that I knew in there. And when I hit enter, it was already, didn't even make it on the screen. Like, what is the, like, oh my God. So like I added people to this call. I don't know where they are at. Let me text. Flip called me like at like 10:20 and said something. I don't know. I think I answered the phone. I'm going live in a minute. Am I an asshole?
I don't know.
Why are they not doing that? Just let us think. Because I think that they wanted to portray this man as
the hell you doing? Where you at?
am in Marshville.
But I'm saying you're not on my stream. You're not on my panel. Where are you at?
Oh man, you got me on live on your show. Don't you? Where'd you send the link to?
Your email.
Well, he's on the show now.
I sent you an invite in your email.
I don't think that was falling.
All right, I'm looking. Hello to everybody else who's having to listen to Candy talk to me on the phone.
How did you know I had you on speakerphone and you were live?
What's up, Flip?
Is that Carl?
Yeah.
I don't see anything in my email. What email did you send it to?
I'm not repeating that shit.
The only one giving this coverage
I don't see anything. I'm checking Hangouts. Check my Yahoo email.
Let me make sure it's
Gmail.
let me make sure I put Yahoo and not Gmail because I always mess that up. It's Gmail, right?
I got one that's
Yeah.
Gmail, and I've got one that is.
I sent it.
got like 4 emails.
I sent it to the Gmail one with your piece of shit team on there.
Check your invite section on Hangouts, Flip.
Jeez, I think I know which one it is. Hold on.
Oh, that's where it is. It's in the invite section on Hangouts.
Invite section on Hangouts.
Like if you're on your
Never on
phone,
Hangouts.
if you're on your phone and you go, like you click on your name on the top left side of your Hangouts, it'll open a drop down box, like as if it was like a gear, you know, and it'll be in that list of, like there's a thing that says invites. Probably all of the invites I've sent you that you can't find are in that same location. So make sure it's the top one.
Yeah, because I see that you're in your Hangouts.
I went to the bottom one.
Where's it at? Solon is an east.
Except.
Southeast suburb of Cleveland. It's in the
Ah, there you are.
Look at you. Fucking genius.
right now, southeast side.
All right, well, I gotta get off the phone where I can join this sucker.
Bye.
You just type in Solon, S-O-L-O-N, Solon east side. Cleveland. It's a very wealthy. It's one of the most wealthy areas of Cleveland. Okay, that was the original guy. But
What is this? Ish.
about an hour, 55 minutes ago.
So what everybody do today? A whole lot of nothing like me?
Well, we didn't paint our hair.
Oh, you didn't see that picture. I'm going to text it to you.
All right.
I sent Kathleen and Carl a picture and I said, look, I dyed my hair, but it was a Snapchat. I'll send it to you on Snapchat because I have it on there.
Hey, it's Kathleen's tree.
Hey,
Hello, Kathleen.
bit of wood for ya.
She's a tree hugger.
What's up, Flip? Good to see you, buddy.
Hey, Carl. Well, it's good to see your blackness too.
I know.
Yeah,
I said, it looks like
little
you're a
dark in
movie
here.
theater.
He's actually there. He's just in the dark.
I'm here. I'm in the dark too.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. What is
Nope.
this? What is this? What is this? What
View
is
of the
this?
city.
What is this? What is this thing? I just put it to where everybody can see it. I didn't mean to do that. Wait. Huh? Snapchat got way too many updates and I don't like them. Like it's weird. Now you
What
can
picture
send
you sent?
somebody a picture. I think I sent it to you twice because I don't know what this update is. Like you can now send somebody something and add like a message with it. I'd never seen that before, but I haven't been on Snapchat. I used to be on Snapchat a lot, but I'm never on there anymore.
Like where you can write on the picture?
No, like okay, you know how you save it to your memories?
Uh-huh.
So you go to your memories and you click on edit and send. And when you go, like hit the blue button on the bottom right to send it,
Yeah.
it puts it up on the top of the screen, which would normally be your story. So that's why I was freaking out. Like, oh my God, everybody can see this. I don't want everybody to see that ugly picture. So, but that's not what it was. It has a little box on the right side that says add a caption and you can type there. So then you can send a message with it.
Yeah,
Weird.
you look like a giant Easter egg.
I look like a Chinese man.
I said a giant Easter egg.
A giant T-Rex.
A giant Easter egg.
Oh. I was about to say, dang, I know the picture was bad, but shit.
Yeah, you sent it to me
Teabagging
twice.
Giants and shit.
I figured I did. I wanted to screen share the picture Flip sent me the other day so bad and post it up on here, y'all. Oh my God.
I wouldn't have cared. It ain't it ain't no big deal.
He was naked. I'm just kidding. It was funny.
Paint.
Yeah,
Paint. I can't. See, I don't know.
it was the deleted scene from my video. What truckers do.
What? Be naked?
See how you guys just throw that out there?
What the
Yeah,
hell?
driving around naked. That's what else we do.
Bitch, you going to jail.
I'll plug the one. Yeah.
And don't let me find you because I'm going to stream your ass on YouTube.
Past Mentor will be.
Are you watching a video in the background?
Yep, I am. Can you hear it? I'm sorry. My news people are live right now and I'm trying to catch this update, but I'll just watch it later.
Oh, okay.
They're talking
So,
about.
Carl, are you? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I cut it off. I really did cut it off. My son, he said, that's what you say, but you still watching it. No, I really did cut it off.
Flip, I'm here. I'm just sitting on the couch.
In the dark.
Yeah. So you're back all better now?
It is, yeah. I had a couple days off. Was able to rest it up. Sure, Monday I'll be all jacked up though.
Oh man, yeah. I ended up going home this weekend weed eating for an hour, and yeah, today my back was quite sore. I was like, I didn't do as much as Carl did, but yeah, when you're not using some muscles and then you start using them, geez, it can hurt.
Yeah, when I'm plowing snow sitting in the truck for a long time, my back ends up killing from sitting down, just like using it doing work, you know.
Yeah. So where
You
was
probably
what
got a nice
restaurant?
air ride seat though, huh?
Yeah, it's pretty nice. They got in our new trucks, they put in this Bose seat that's supposed to account for every bump in the road. It's supposed to make it a minor adjustment. The only thing about it is it's like sitting on a boulder. I mean, it's hard as a rock.
I hate Twitter. I
I got some background noise, so I gotta stay on mute.
Kathleen, how was your Easter?
It was pretty quiet.
I should have
How about you?
expected that. No, it was pretty good. Threw a bunch of eggs out in the yard and let the kids go find them.
Actually did nothing towards that holiday.
Yeah, I would.
Non-event.
prefer
Yeah.
Easter, I don't even know her.
not to. Did you see the message I sent you, Kathleen?
Yes, I did. That was funny. I forgot to
It's
reply.
It's happened like 3 times. I've looked and had to look again. Like, I know her name. I don't know why I keep thinking it's something else.
I was trying to type Carl and Kathleen at the same time today, and I typed Carlene. Y'all would that would be a good couple. Like, you know, they put like Bradgelina and all that. Carlene.
That's funny.
Kath Laurel.
Oh, no, that's not a good mix.
Or Catharl. We could play this all day, really. Where's everybody at, though?
Well, you know, there's been consistently 4 hangouts all day. Different people have been having
Seriously?
hangouts. Right now we
I think
have
Larry's
Infinite
still
Plane
live.
Society. and we have Vegan Warrior and Flat Earth Subgenius, and then you and Larry.
I didn't know all those people were live.
is-
I wouldn't have even started a hangout.
Well, Sunday's kind of a big day, and there's enough people available to watch live that it's fine. One of the things somebody was talking about earlier in one of the other hangouts was how having so many hangouts means the trolls can't really keep up.
Yeah, that's true.
Ma, you want that coat?
Trolls are all in one place right now. I don't know if they're still live though.
No, you can have it.
Throw it to me.
No.
And, were you joking or something?
No, I was serious, but you have to come get it. I'm not going to throw it to you.
No, I'm doing something. Just throw it. Just toss it.
I can't. It's not my fault you're that lazy. You get up and get it. If you want it bad enough, you will.
Still haven't even left the couch.
Sad. I got some lazy ass kids, y'all.
And a bunch of witnesses to watch.
They'll get there soon. Takes time.
Yeah, if only the camera turned around like the phone. So, wait. That's not what I wanted to do.
Well, when they get questions for you, tell them to just log in and join the stream, and they can ask in the hangout.
Yeah, my daughter was watching. She was in there the other day.
Well, Zulu is at a friend's house watching a movie, so he won't be on for a while.
You know what movie?
The new Chips movie.
Oh, like Poncho and what's his name?
I didn't know
Motorcycle
that.
Cop.
Saw the first one.
You're still on the internet.
I'm saying
Stealing.
something I pay for. I could have sworn it was all fucking mine. Really? What? I'm stealing the internet.
She is, guys. Like, don't listen to her. You just admitted it. I mean,
Well, I admitted that I pay for it.
and you admitted
Am I here by myself?
No.
Flip, where you been, man? You been ghost. You deserted us. What? That job's more important? The hell's wrong with you?
Yeah. What do you mean desert you? At least I don't have
Felix,
the
I saw
Illuminati.
that.
At
Yeah.
least I don't have the Illuminati eye riding with me tonight, so it's kind of nice. I can tailgate people, I can push them off the road. I can do all kinds of good stuff.
You can't like accidentally malfunction it. Accidentally on purpose.
Oh, I can't tell you how much I want to bring my pistol to work and just shoot it right in this little eyeball.
Well, I meant like, okay, I didn't mean like shoot it to where they can see you fuck it up. I mean like
Maybe
Go-
I should get Matt from Jacksonville to come up and put some of his dojo on it.
oh, I forgot to add him. Oopsie.
Hey, Carl, are you live on YouTube?
Me?
Yeah.
No, we're live on CandyTube. Yeah, we're live on YouTube.
Welcome to
Okay, never
CandyTube.
Hey.
Hi.
What's up, Felix?
What's up, Carl? Kathleen?
Hi, Felix.
Do you guys all have good Easter? You just didn't do anything? Or
A non-celebratory day.
yeah. I could
I
have
went
drove
outside.
130 miles at the crack of dawn and hang out with the other side of the family, but I didn't get up that early to go anywhere.
I was checking out all my trees and bushes that bloomed today.
There's a tree on the
Yeah, that's what you.
I got a tick on me,
Oh no.
but it didn't bite me. And then I went to go take care of it, and I dropped it somewhere in my house, and it escaped.
Uh-oh.
Oh boy.
It'll find me again, though.
You gotta pop.
Oh boy.
You gotta pop them things and get rid of them.
Burn them.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Thanks for reminding me about that because, like, I should rub the dogs down with some oil.
Rub them down, then. Rub them down.
I don't like giving them those chemical things, people give to their dogs. I don't know. To keep fleas and ticks. I just worry about them.
I buy the pills. I give her the pills because I'm scared she's gonna like eat the stuff that I put on her.
What about tea tree oil? Doesn't that keep like bugs away like that?
It does? I don't know.
Yeah, and heck, sometimes I just toss a little DEET on them. That don't seem to even hurt them. Well, like Deep Woods Off or something. Just rub it into places where the ticks like to hide, Nah, comb them.
Did you guys ever see the video of the guy who was trying to kill a spider and he used like a can of spray and a lighter?
And that spider went into like 7 million spiders.
Didn't he almost catch his house on fire though?
Oh, that might be a different one.
That reminds me.
That would be me. I'd like
That
blow
remi-
up myself.
I'm sorry. That reminds me when I was in Egypt, I sent Candy a couple pics today from, I did a tour over in Egypt. And well, anyways, we were in the guardhouse one night. Me and another guy was sitting there. We were checking people as they walked in and running it was like basically doing a TSA job, running their crap through a conveyor x-ray machine. But we're sitting there, it's about 3:30 in the morning. There's nobody coming through, which nobody would at that time anyways. But we had one of those hanging fly traps with the big sticky thing on it.
Yeah.
And we had a moth fly in and get stuck on that thing. So I was like, okay, cool. I'm going to burn this moth. So I lit the moth. Little did I know that whole fly trap is extremely flammable. Oh man, I about burned that sucker down.
Oh.
So
One time I was
extremely flammable.
My bad.
wasn't meaning to interrupt you. But you can keep going.
Oh no, I was just saying about burn it down and then turn around and I got it put out. So we had to come up with something. So I went down to the main house and told the sergeant that was on duty there to come up there and check it out. And he was like, well, what happened here? Because a big burnt mark all the way across the ceiling. And I said, oh man, that fly trap, we had the door open, flew up in the light and caught on fire. I got away with it, but oh man, I was nervous wreck for a couple days.
I might have to set up my bug zapper tonight.
Yeah.
So I used to live in North Carolina. Okay.
You still do.
I didn't even make it a year because when it snowed one time, I was 8 months pregnant. It was I had it March 26th, so it was like in the middle of February. Okay, I was the only one working, so I had to stay at work as long as I could, even though it was snowing. So my boss was like, "Yeah, you can leave if you want to, but you don't have to." So I was like the last one out of there. And when I left work, the streets were pretty bad. There was black ice everywhere. I lived like probably, I'm going to say 20 minutes, but that's like, it was less than that. It was probably about 16 minutes from home. Well, it took me almost 4 hours to get home. And when I got home, I opened the door and I was with the kid's dad at the time. And I was like, slammed the door and I was like, you still want to move back home? fuck this place, I'm leaving. And after I had my baby, I went back to work and I told my boss, I'm putting my 2 weeks in. I can't deal with the snow. I'm fucking out. I'm gone. Mm-mm.
That was here, North Carolina?
Yep. But my point of this story is like that was back in 2003 to 2004. I left in June of 2004. But so my mom had me babysit or dog sit her dogs while she went out of town, and her bird. No. I think I was up here visiting at this time. When I was dog sitting, her dog died. That's what happened then. But this time I think I was up here visiting. And so the bird was like, she keeps the cage open and the bird like flies around the house and goes back in the cage when it wants to. Well, they had those hangy fly traps, you know, the sticky things that the flies stick to. Oh my God. What happens? Of course, because I'm there with the bird, this motherfucker want to get caught up and tangled up into the fly trap. What am I to do? I'm scared to death of birds. I have to try to get this bird out of this thing. And he's panicking and he's like, ah! And I'm like, ah! Oh my God. So I took the bird and like, I got a towel and I like wrapped the bird up in the towel and I took it to my mom's job, which is where I ended up working when I did move here. That's where I was saying I put my 2 weeks notice in whenever I got back from maternity leave. But I was like, yeah, they already knew who I was. Because every time I visit, I end up going to see my mom at work. She worked there for a long time. But I was like, y'all need to go get my mom because her bird's going to die. And they were like, what? And I'm like, look. And so they were like, what the hell? You couldn't get the bird out at the house? And I'm like, I couldn't do it. So they got the bird out for me, and I had to take the bird home and save it. And yeah, that was my fly trap story. Always a tragedy. There's always, it doesn't matter what I try to do. I'm really good at fucking it up. Like nature hates me. Like Mother Nature, fuck you too. Like,
So if I'm reading this right, you killed the dog, then almost killed the bird.
the dog was, we thought the dog was like perfectly healthy when they left. Okay. There was no symptoms of anything wrong. And my mom takes her dogs to the vet regularly. She's not one of those pet owners that just, you know, disregards all that important stuff. Well, the dog, like, they were gone for a week. The dog quit eating after like 2 days. And I'm like, what the hell? It was a chow, you know, the one with the purple tongue or whatever. And like, when the dog just finally died. The dog was an outside dog. And like I went out there to feed the dog and she was dead. And then I looked and I was like, oh, what the hell is that? The dog had intestinal parasites, turns out. And like all of that came out of her and was laying on the ground. It was terrible.
That's scary.
I had to kill my son had a hamster. This was like, when did I kill Chubby Cheeks? A year ago?
Oh, I don't know. Okay.
I had to put the thing to sleep. And I did basically like a chemistry project on the thing. It had, when I find the picture, I'll show y'all, because then you'll see why I did it. Poor dog had butt worms, Dewey said. Logan was every day, he's like, Mom, did you put the hamster to sleep yet? Because he knew he was suffering, you know, I don't know, I guess he had cancer. And he had like this huge, his whole face was like, it was bigger than his face, this big tumor on his face. I'm not paying to take a hamster to the vet, I'm sorry. I can buy another hamster in the same day and take it home, and he would have never known had it not been for the big tumor. So, like, I'm sorry. That might sound really cruel of me, and I'm not cold-hearted or anything like that. I don't have money to take a hamster to the vet. Hold on one sec.
She brought it to where she
It
bought
cost me $1,300 to bring my dog to the vet, by the way. I'm not saying that I would not do it. I'm just saying it costs a lot.
Okay, but it must have been an emergency clinic or something, like a 24-hour.
Yeah.
That's why, because it costs me to get her shots she's due for her shots actually the end of March, and I need to take her soon. But all my days off, I've been dealing with doctors for myself, so I haven't had time to bring her. But it's $15 a year for her shots, and there's no cost for the doctor visit or anything. Everything's included. That's $15 for her 2 shots that she's required for the state or whatever. But now this year I'm going to get her the 3-year shot, so she'll be good for 3 years. But yeah, those emergency clinics are very expensive. So anyway, this hamster, I Googled like how to humanely, what's it called?
Put to sleep.
The word though for that.
Euthanize.
Euthanize. And like a hamster or a gerb, like a small rodent pet thing, whatever. And what I did was, you know the hose. Can you turn the air back on? Because I turned it off earlier. Now it's like 80 degrees in here. It's hot. The hose that you run a fishing tank air thing to, like that thin rubber hose.
Yeah.
Okay, so I took a Pringle can and the big gallon Ziploc bags, and I filled the measuring cup up. It was a 2-cup measuring cup inside the I didn't want to shoot the dog. I know that will put him to sleep easily, but this is my son's pet who had to be buried. I was not gonna, if I shot the hamster, it probably would have exploded. And while it would have looked cool to some guys, my 12-year-old son wouldn't have thought it was so cool. I didn't want to do that. Wes, you are invited to come on here. In case you didn't see that, I sent you an invite. But okay, so I took a 2-cup measuring cup and I filled it with vinegar, and I put like 2 or 3 tablespoons of baking soda in the bottom of the Ziploc bag, and I took the hose, and I ran it from inside that Ziploc bag, and like I sealed it and taped around it so no air would get out. So all the air would go directly into the Pringle can. So I ran the other line, the line into the Pringle can, put the lid on the Pringle can, and I just cut like a small hole in the Pringle can, and I put the little guy in the Pringle can. And so what it does is you slowly pour the vinegar into the baking soda, and other than makes a volcano for a school project, it releases carbon dioxide, like a massive amount of it. And so when you do it slowly, it takes it releases carbon dioxide slowly, so it slowly reduces the oxygen in the contraption that I made. So what it's supposed to do is, cut off oxygen, so it paralyzes them first so they don't feel anything, and then it slowly shuts down their organs, kind of like they do in the vet. But like I said, I'm really good at fucking shit up. So I think I made him suffer. It was really sad. I was crying, and it was the hardest thing that I've ever had to do. I think it was very hard because I had my oldest son helping me. We were on the front porch, and he was like, "Mom, like I think he's suffocating," because the Pringle can was like in an earthquake, like he was freaking out in there, like running back and forth, and like I can't breathe. And I was just like, oh my God, but I kept on going. I'm like, sorry, guy, but you're going to die anyway. No point in crying about it. It was really sad.
Oh my God.
I sound evil.
You're going to have
sounds terrible.
You're going to have a flat earther from PETA at your door tomorrow.
I know. Like, PETA's going to be like, oh, this crazy bitch. I'm not wearing a meat dress or anything like that. I mean, I could do it the most humane way that I could without making him suffer. That was my goal, but things don't always go as planned in this realm, this area of my world right here. I tried. Y'all, I'll be right back. I have to go turn my air conditioner on. This lazy butt right here won't do nothing.
My butt isn't lazy.
Yeah, your whole body is.
That's right, but my butt isn't.
I think it's funny that the hamster is named Chubby Cheeks.
79 degrees in here. I wasn't even lying when I said it was 80. She's making me so hot. Like, dude, you gotta go. You gotta scoot her. So, come on. Take your bone. Here. Oh, she goes right back. She's probably listening to me. Mom, please don't do that to me.
Oh, man.
I mean, am I going to just sit here and talk to everybody the whole night? I got more stories. What y'all want to hear?
What's the, go ahead and tell us. I'll tell you a story, but we'll see what you come up with first. What is the craziest thing in your lifetime that you've done that could have got you in the most trouble?
That's a loaded one.
I plead the fifth. You know that the Fifth Amendment?
No kidding.
Practice that right now. I don't really know. Honestly, I don't. I mean, I climbed a rock. I climbed Chimney Rock.
Actually, a better question would have been, what's the craziest thing you've ever heard somebody else doing that could have gotten them into a lot of trouble?
Yeah, that's good.
Well, climbing dangerous rocks is kind of scary. Yeah.
Chimney Rock's not dangerous. There's a walkway up there.
Yeah,
Jumping out of a plane.
My mom takes the elevator and then meets us at the top when we climb. Like we walk the trail. She takes the elevator up there and then she walks down.
All right, I'll go ahead and tell you mine. All right, so this may have been me. It may not have been me. I'll just put it that way. Description of what's the craziest thing you ever heard somebody else doing. So that way people don't think so badly of me. When we were teenagers in high school down in Alabama, right? We were out one day. We went in behind this little department store and they had a mannequin sitting out back. And so we found this mannequin and somebody come out the store and they said, so we asked them, we said, hey, are y'all throwing this away? They said, yeah. And we said, well, can we take it? Sure, go ahead. We don't care. So we took this mannequin and we did what just normal teenage boys would do, just like put it in the back of the truck, waving at people going down the road, flipping people off, put it in the passenger seat. One day we put it in the driver's seat and then, I had a Chevy Silverado at the time, had a bench seat in it. So sitting in the middle driving while this mannequin looks like it's driving, just common little things. So somewhere along the line, good idea to go and take this thing up on the interstate and throw it off an overpass. So we decided, we got on the overpass and we were on a road where you didn't have exit ramps going up to it. So it was just like a little country road that goes over the interstate. And we took this thing, we tied a rope to it. And when a car would come by, this is like 1 o'clock in the morning, we would chunk this thing off the interstate, but not into a travel lane, but over on the shoulder. So they would just see what looked like a body falling off.
Oh my God.
So people would freak out, slam on the brakes, pull over on the side of the road. And by that time, we'd pull it back up and run. And so we did this a few times. And finally, eventually, we threw it off. And there's a state trooper that come under there. And he threw his lights on as soon as he come under. Well, we left it. So we just left it laying there. And we thought, okay, we'll never see this thing again. Cool. Okay, whatever. So we took it. And, or we didn't take it. The trooper took it wherever he took it to. A few days later, there used to be a place down in Alabama we called the gravel pit. We'd go shoot at. We'd take our guns down there and shoot. Everybody did it. When we were down there, here's this mannequin. It was laying in the dump. He just took it down there to the gravel pit, dumped it off. Well, we picked it back up and took it back out again. Well, we decided this time we weren't going to take and throw it off the overpass. So we took and we hung it in the graveyard. Oh man.
My God.
The next thing we know is we just left it in the graveyard. And then there was an article in the newspaper about it, the local town newspaper. And there was the cop, and the article said the cops were looking for the people who had hung this mannequin, that it was a big disgrace to hang in the graveyard, and that we would be arrested immediately, and then prosecuted. So that was the end of the story with the mannequin. But we could have gotten some pretty big trouble with that thing, but they never caught us.
Well,
It has a happy ending.
yeah. One time I used to do, I was the payroll administrator, customer service, and human resources. But my payroll and human resources were just for the people in my building. But I was the customer service for 203 Domino's Pizza stores. I worked at the corporate office, and everybody knew me. And so, like, in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, there was like 12 Domino's Pizza. And so I was really drunk when I was so drunk, my friend was driving my car. And we drove, like, I'd never go to that area of town, like Plank Road. Joey is watching, and he lives in Slidell, Louisiana, so he might know about Plank Road and Baton Rouge. It's like every place has somewhere where, like, it's one street that nobody goes to. It's like prostitutes out there, and all of them are dudes and dressed as women, and you would never know that they're dudes. I mean, it's a really bad area. Well, we were giving somebody a ride home, and we drove past the Domino's Pizza on Plank Road, and they had this, like, a big lifeguard chair. There was this huge alien lifeguard chair, and it was like, what is that noise? Is somebody inside of space? Because it sounds like a vacuum.
Flip's driving.
Oh, roll up your window.
No, my Bluetooth disconnected for a minute, and I had to reconnect it. I'm sorry about that, guys.
So this alien is like, it was like a life-size alien. It was a green alien. It was like a blow-up balloon type alien, but it was huge, and it was up. Lifeguard chairs are really high. Well, I flipped out. I was so drunk, and I was like, Kelly, turn around. I'm going to get that alien. And she was like, no, you're not. Dude, we work for this place. Everybody knows you. They're going to see you. You're going to go to jail, and you're going to get fired. And I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm going to get that alien, though. Turn around right now. And she was like, oh, my God. Okay, fine. I'll turn around. So we turned around, and I was like, I climbed, like, up the stairs of the chair a little bit so I could reach it. And I was trying to yank it down really hard. I was trying. I was like, fuck, I can't get it. So the guy that we were bringing home, I was like, do you have a knife? Well, now I always carry a knife. I always have a knife and a flashlight, actually multiple knives and flashlights. They're in my car, they're in my purse, they're everywhere. So I took the alien, got him down, and I took him home with me. And like I took him, like, had him in the front seat of the car, and I was like, I almost put a picture on Facebook, but like all those people were on my Facebook. Kelly was like, what the hell are you doing? Or don't do that. Are you trying to get caught? But it was just that was nothing that I could have gotten. Like, it wasn't bad. It wasn't that big of a thing that we did, but it just made me think of that when you talking about the mannequin. Kind of did something like that. But it was funny. I would have never done that if I wasn't so drunk. But you got that liquid courage, then you could do anything.
Yep.
I've been laughing.
Come on, Felix. You got a story out there somewhere.
I do.
I'm sure she does.
It's so many weird experiences.
Weird.
Let's see. Me and one of my friends, we went to we were in our early 20s, and we were just hanging out one day. We're like, hey, let's just go downtown and see what we could find to do. And I mean, downtown Detroit. So, like, there was this big, huge, like, party boat yacht. I mean, this thing was, like, multi-tiered, We walked in. Nobody asked us for a pass or anything. Like, oh, do you have tickets? It was, like, bars and people drinking, and there was a dance ballroom, and we're like walking around. So we just started walking around this whole entire ship. It was really bizarre. We just left and we just both had a couple of drinks. So then we left with some daiquiris. But it was just weird. How, like,
Daiquiris. Where are you
nobody asked
from?
like who we were and why we were there.
Where are you from, Felix? Like what state?
Michigan. Yeah.
Oh, I figured you were gonna say because like in Louisiana, there's like daiquiri shops everywhere, and it's like it's illegal to have an open container, yet they have drive-through daiquiri shops on every corner.
Yeah.
So I was gonna.
Over on the-
I had a really good idea. Like I wanted to open a business when I lived there because my idea, I was going to open, ice cream trucks. They come around. Everybody wants an ice cream when they hear the music, So I thought about making a daiquiri truck, and who wouldn't want that? Like when the LSU game or the Saints game's on, roll through the hood with a daiquiri truck. Then nobody has to drive. I could have been rich.
You're rich with friends, Candy.
Huh?
You're rich with friends.
Yes, that's all I really need.
Yep.
Yep, so we need.
All right, Kathleen, you know a story about somebody.
I was just about to say, don't even ask. I can't even think of anything right now.
I know I got more, but that was just a good one, because it was fun.
I can go on all night with stories like these, but I'll
Now,
give.
does everybody have? It's tax season right now, but it's about to end. But does everybody have the Liberty National tax people that stand out, like as George Washington or the Statue of Liberty or Abraham Lincoln holding a sign saying "Do your taxes here"?
Yep.
Yeah.
No.
I mean,
I have a fun story about that too.
Yeah. Well, what happened? This was back in college, and we would get these sack lunches from the college before we went to work for the guys that were working through college from the chow hall. And well, anyways, a lot of times you get it. The sandwiches would be stale, 3 days old. You'd get fruit that was either rotten or green, or you'd get like a brownie, and that was usually the only thing that was edible. So we'd usually take these sack lunches, and what happened was we were riding to work one day, and we had to go through the streets going to Chicago, and we saw this homeless guy. So, a buddy of mine, he rolls down the window, the sandwiches in saran wrap, and he throws the sandwiches. Homeless guy said, "Here, buddy, have a sandwich." The guy was like thankful, picked it up. Well, that sparked an idea. This guy's name was Daryl, but anyways, Trey was in the back seat, and Trey was like, "It gives me an idea." So, of course, we're riding down these side streets of Chicago, and there's people randomly walking up and down the sidewalk. Well, he sees this guy and girl walking hand in hand together. So he takes a banana out, and he just wings it, smacks this dude right in the back. And he's like, "Have a banana." So the dude starts flipping us off and all that kind of stuff and starts yelling. So this started something. We started deciding we're going to throw fruit, sandwiches, whatever we had, just randomly start throwing it at people. Well, we did this for a couple of weeks. And one day we were riding up. There's this lady. She got out of her car. She's walking toward this house. And I take out a sandwich and I throw it. And I hit her right in the butt. I mean, right in the butt. She had a big butt, so it wasn't hard to miss. Well, she turns and she was Chicago PD. So I was like, oh my gosh. She chases us down to the stop sign, pulls up beside us, and says, "You throwing bread at me?" I was like, no, that sandwich was stale. I was just throwing it out the window for the birds. Like, no, you throwing bread at me. You throw bread at me one more time, I'm going to take your butt to jail. So I was like, okay, fellas, I'm done, right? Well, getting to the tax guy. So couple days later, we're going down the street in Hammond, Indiana. Here's this guy out there. He's dressed up as Uncle Sam. You know, Uncle Sam wants you, but he's holding the National Liberty Tax Service. Do your taxes in here. Well, he's holding a sign over his eyes where he can't see what's coming at him. So we passed him, and I was driving. Trey's in the passenger seat. Trey says, "Hey, man, circle the block. Come back around." I didn't even see the guy. I was like, okay. So I circled the block, come back around. All of a sudden, he rolls down the window, pulls out an orange. It was pretty green. Like I said, either the fruit's rotten or it's green. This one was green, so it's hard as a rock. Dude's holding the sign, and he's probably 20, 21 years old. Young guy, you know, maybe younger than that. Trey wings it, hits this guy right in the gut. He doubles over. So we circle the block again, make sure he's all right. We come back around, and this is mean. I know it's mean, but this is just me in my college days. But we circle back around. The dude he's got the sign pulled down where he's peeking over it, and you can see the tears coming out of his eyes. I'll never forget that till the day I die. Oh, it was mean, but we quit doing it. After that day, we got together and was like, hey, look, this ain't a good idea. You know, we're going to hurt somebody pretty bad, get arrested or something. So we quit. But, oh, fun times.
What did I say? I got a story about that too just a minute ago.
Yeah.
Oh, what was it though?
The Liberty Tax guy.
Oh yeah. Okay. So back in one of my classes in school, this was like a year ago. I go to Gaston College. This guy in my class, his name's Mike. We became pretty good friends through school. We went to Buffalo Wild Wings after class one day, and he got pretty drunk. Like I drank a little bit, but I had to drive. I was driving because his wife, they only have one car, and his wife takes the car. Like she was dropping him off at school, and then either I would take him home or she would come back and pick him up. But she was at work, and so I was driving. I probably drank like 2 or 3 shots or whatever, and he drank a lot of beer. He was drunk. So when I was taking him home, he lives in Kings Mountain, Flip. So we were like right there coming off of 85 onto 74, the business 74, you know where they have like, you know where Little Caesars is? Right there. Yeah, he lives in Gastonia. Flip, you know where I'm talking about? It doesn't even matter where I'm talking about. You know, they had like at the the Statue of Liberty. It was a guy dressed as the Statue of Liberty, and he was out there dancing. Like he had headphones on, and Mike was like, "Yo, I'm about to challenge him for a dance off," and I'm like, "You are?" And you know, I was like, he's like, "Yeah, go turn, pull up in there," and I'm like, "Oh my god, okay." So he did. He went out there, like I've recorded it. It was hilarious because the guy was black and he was like a white dude, and it was so funny. I guess the story isn't really funny coming out of my mouth, but if you were there, it was hilarious because he looked like a fool, but he thought he was amazing, like dead serious with it all, dead serious. It was funny. Fine. I didn't say y'all had to laugh at it. Okay, y'all. But it was funnier if you were there. Like it was funny in my head still because I was there and I can picture it. So I guess it's a little different for me. That was a
You
funny
still got
story.
the video?
I do.
You should post it.
I'll send it to you. It's in my Google Photos, like is it like in my storage? So if it's gonna take me, I have like 7,000 pictures in there. So it's gonna take me a little while to find the video. Yeah. But I did. Oh, I can screen share with y'all that video that I told you I sent to Mark Sargent of my daughter. Let's see.
Everybody's so quiet tonight. Did everybody eat too much for Easter today?
I know. What the hell? I feel like I'm talking and talking and talking.
Yeah, I did.
Tired.
I gotta run to the store. I'll be back.
Okay. Be
Okay.
careful.
I'm gonna listen in my phone, but I can't do live like skip because I don't have enough data. But I can still listen through my phone. I'll be back.
We'll be here waiting on you.
Oh, by the way, I knew Kathleen's a grammar Nazi. As soon as Candy couldn't think of the word a while ago, Kathleen just popped in there, bam, she had it.
That's not the same as a grammar Nazi. That's
I
being
am a
intuitive.
grammar Nazi.
Yeah, you got us confused.
I can't help it. Like my kid, like Logan, what do I do when somebody says seen and saw backwards? I'm not even going to answer that, he said, because they get so mad at me. Okay, y'all see my screen?
Yes.
Can you see the video? Can you?
No.
Okay, hold on. I didn't think you would be able to. I have to share the other scoop because I did the application and it's damn, you know what I'm gonna have to do? Because it's not one of the applications that so what I have to do, I'm gonna have to cover this.
Oh my goodness. Oh, Candy, the other day y'all were talking about the two sons.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if that video would have lasted another, 2 minutes, y'all would have seen that was a sun setting on one side and the moon rising on the other.
Nah.
Oh yeah.
Why? Why you say that?
No, I've seen it. I've seen it I've seen it a couple of times, but I've seen it last real memorable time. Seen it when I was a kid, but I seen it standing on top of a sand dune in northwest Indiana, up by Lake Michigan.
Figure out how to do this. Whose voice is cool? Joey. Joey is my he lives in Slidell, Louisiana, back where I used to come from, I think they're talking about music or something. So he's gonna come on the panel with us next time. You know how I met him though? Through Mark Sargent's show. He called Flip the first time I talked to you, and then I talked to you and Mark together. And I got a phone call, and I said, "This is weird. Somebody's calling me from a 504 number that's back home. Like nobody back home has my number, And so I answered the phone, and it was Joey. And I said, "You from Louisiana?" And he's like, "Yeah." So we used to live close, but now we're not. Breaking news: the Earth is not a globe, Dave Hinkle said.
Hello, Dave. Hello, Joey.
The best thing I've ever done, I think, and one of the best things I've done in my lifetime is put my number out there on Mark's show. Because I would not have met any of y'all if I hadn't.
Oh, how sweet.
And I'm so grateful for meeting y'all.
Well, you would have met us if you just had to wait until November.
Yeah, but not everybody. Not everybody's going to the thing, and we wouldn't. I mean, I'm sure in November you're not going to walk up to me and be like, "Yo, let me get your number. Let me get them digits, girl." You know, like it would have been different. You know,
It would have all been different.
I had to hurry up and close that, so I didn't put the link. Y'all can see my screen now, right?
Yes.
Okay. Quiet, Logan. All right, listen to what she's saying. What she's talking about is I left my tablet at the house, which I normally always do, but she was using it. And Carl had called me on Hangouts while I was at work. That's what she's talking about, okay? Listen.
Calling you while you were at work. One got me obsessed with cat news.
What's his name?
Ninja cat dude.
Ninja cat dude.
His name's Carl. Oh, cool. I mean, me and the rest of the world, we call him Carl.
Well, so is the rest of the world Mark Sargent?
Yeah, I'm Mark Sargent.
No, I'm not. No, I am. You're sitting down, I'm sitting up.
I'm Mark Sargent.
I'm Mark Sargent.
I'm Mark Sargent!
That was cute.
So I'm sure y'all get the joke, but it's just funny how my kids are, you know, in on the joke too, you know?
Yeah.
I sent that to Mark Sargent, by the way. He thought it was hilarious. What?
Is Mark Sargent a globe or a flat earth?
Mark Sargent definitely believes the earth is a globe.
Does he? Or are you just answering?
No, I'm joking. Yes, he's a flat earther. How do you think we know each other?
I don't know. I don't keep up with
Why
that
else
stuff.
would I call him? Like, to try and convince him the earth is not a globe?
Yeah.
Oh, you know what I need to do? Back to my Facebook and
Is your son
Hey, have you
trolling?
heard anything from?
is my son trolling?
Yeah, trolling you? Kidding.
I was about to say, what? Which one of them's in the chat? My daughter was in there one day.
No, in your room, I'm saying. Face to face.
Oh, I'm in the living room. Oh my God, don't call me that. That pisses me off. He just called me a snowflake.
A special.
Mom's a special snowflake.
There goes that Bluetooth again.
Oh, flip. Flippy, flippy.
Flippy. Flippy doo dah.
Plot twist, he's an actual flip flop.
Jeremiah, are you the one that called me? And emailed me? An octopus. That's a strange emoji. Is that what that is? It looks like an octopus with a pacifier in it. I think
Squid.
Squidward.
I think it's a squid. I don't know. It's cryptic, I'd say.
Oh, sorry about that. I don't know why this thing keeps doing that. So, Carl, you got a story for us?
He's in the chat.
Oh, okay.
He doesn't want to talk to us.
Or he doesn't want to talk to you.
Well, my son said he doesn't want to talk to me. It's not y'all.
She loves me.
Yeah, Wes, I sent you the invite. You can jump in and out. You could jump out whenever you want. You don't have to stay in here all night. You know what it is? He knows that it's addicting, and as much as you say that I'm not going to be in there all night. Like I know exactly where he's coming from. Like Wes said, I would like to jump in, but I just know if I do, I'll be up all damn night, because no matter how much you tell yourself you're going to get off at a certain time or you're going to stop, it's like, it's hard. And then it doesn't help that, let's say Flip and Kathleen leave and it's just me and Carl. Okay, well, 2 minutes later, two or three or one more person jumps in. So there's a whole new conversation with a whole new person. And then it just keeps on going, and that's how it happens. That's why we're always up all night.
All right, Candy. So for Wes, maybe you should take that link and maybe you should put some jelly on it.
I already did. Jeremiah wants to join. You don't need a laptop, but
Well, you still love me the same. Why is that song stuck in my head? I've only heard that song like twice. It's hot.
Oh, you're hot, huh?
You already know it.
Good day, Flat Circle. Good day. Why are we experiencing these crickets on the panel?
Crickets?
We're listening to
I'm
you and
making
your son.
supper.
You're making.
Oh, what you
supper?
making?
What are we eating?
Vegan spaghetti.
What is that? Like, what makes it vegan?
Wait, actually, hang on. I just decided to put butter in it. Never mind. It's
I put
vegetarian.
butter in everything, even like my oatmeal. Even in my oatmeal, like I don't like it unless I have butter in it. Everything, I put it in everything, and I can't believe it's not butter.
I mean, I could believe
Yep.
it's not butter.
What was I doing? Jeremiah, that's what I was going to give my son for his middle name. I was going to name him Jacob Jeremiah. But anyway, it doesn't matter if you're on a laptop, a phone, a desktop, a tablet. If you get an invite from somebody, then you just click on the invite and it will take you directly there. You can come on with or without a camera. If you don't use your camera, your avatar will show up on the screen instead of your face. But I like it when people show me their face. I feel like I'm talking to them in person and not to a machine, you know. But nobody has to show their face. But you just click on that, and when you do, it will bring you to the Google Hangout that we're in. And even if you're on the phone, like Carl's doing right now, if you have your phone, it will play in the background. Like YouTube, you know, cuts out if you minimize it or whatever. The Google Hangouts plays in the background or runs in the background, so you can listen and talk to us. Carl doesn't use headphones, but that's my fault. But you can listen to, like, I use my earbuds and I listen to the stream while like in the Hangouts. But I open YouTube, and when I do, I mute it or I don't ever hit play. And so I just watch the chat. So you can still be in the chat and the Hangouts at the same time, because you can't leave the volume on for both. There's a delay when it comes to the volume through the Hangout is delayed, or vice versa. When YouTube's delayed, because it has to it's streaming, so it has to like process through all that first. So as long as you can either mute it and let it play, or you can just never hit play. But most of the time it starts playing as soon as you open it. So what I do is just hit pause. Yeah, I don't need another copyright. So just stay your ass out of here, Carl. I'm just kidding. Don't take me serious. Most of the time, you can't take me serious. I mean, you'll know when you can, but most of the time.
Can I take you serious right now, or are you just joking?
Serious when I punch you in the face.
I mean, but what if I don't want to? Like, what if I think you're joking, so I'll punch you back?
Okay, y'all might want to mute your ears because I'm about to go off. Did you hear what he just asked me? Whoa, what if I punch you back?
How do you know I wasn't joking just then? Huh?
I don't give a shit if you're joking or not. If you ever put a hand on me, it'll be the last time you hit anybody in your whole life.
I'm not your son. Well, I am your son.
Okay, Dave, I got you. That's not Jacob, it's Logan. And Carl said, don't make him come in here. Carl gonna come play stepdaddy and whip your ass. Dave, send me a message on Google Hangouts.
I'll come play auntie and whip his ass.
Huh?
I'll come play auntie.
Oh, hey. But Carl, I still want him to send me a message. You can add him, but yeah, Carl's actually in the same room as me. If you want me to prove it, I'll show you the couch I'm on the other side of the room, and then he can show you the couch. But we can't show each other in the same shot because
your camera's not big enough.
Then we have to leave y'all thinking that we might be joking and we might be serious. So we can't just show you we're absolutely serious. But yeah, Carl, go ahead and add him, and Dave, send me a message so I have you. And because we're not sending the link, we're sending only invites. Where the hell is Vinny at? I have not seen him all day.
I thought you said he was like your protector.
Look, my
He's
kid
been really busy.
My kid listens to everything. I thought he was like your protector. Him and Carl are, really.
He was in the chat for Globe Busters earlier.
Oh, yeah, I did talk to him today. Holy shit, I forgot.
It's a whole lot of years and every day of flat Earth.
You ain't lying. That is the honest to God truth. All right, check it out. I'm about to get really weird, y'all, but I want to see if you can see. Whoa.
Yeah.
Can you see what this is? Don't look at all my stuff on my face.
It's a lip
Your ring?
No.
A broken stud? I know what that is.
Mm-mm.
What is it?
Anchors away.
Yeah, it's an anchor. I thought she was going to say it was a weed plant because of the way she said it.
An anchor?
Mm-hmm. But you can't tell. Like,
It's because I always lose on trivia questions, and that was my opportunity.
Dude, I still play Trivia Crack. Love it. So if anybody plays Trivia Crack and they want to add me, like, I'll bust your ass every time. It's a pimple. Actually, every time I get my period, most of the time I get one right here. Like every month. It sucks.
Now everybody will know.
Yeah, Candy's on her period.
Why's Candy so cranky? Is that pimple there?
I do too. Like, I used to not really, when I had my period, I didn't really, wow, the conversation has shifted. I didn't really have side effects. Like, nobody knew. But like within the last like 6 months,
You know when you're on your period.
Did you hear that?
No, we'll be glad to hear your son.
He said, Mom, we know when you're on your period. But I eat like, oh my God. I don't know how, like, my ex used to tell me all the time, like, I don't know how you're not as big as the house. Like, I eat so much, but I don't really eat that much the rest of the month. But when I'm on my period, I eat like 6 pregnant bitches all in the same person. Like, I eat a lot when I'm pregnant, and I don't know why. Like, and I eat a lot of junk food, obviously, but like, I eat like, I'll smash like a whole box of cereal, like by myself. It's bad, but I stay active, so.
Yeah, you're pretty much on your feet all day at your job, right?
Mm-hmm. And then all I do at home, well, before I started doing this, I never stop, ever. I'm always cleaning. And that's why I said I'm used to not sleeping. Like, I'll be up till 2, 3 o'clock in the morning every single night doing laundry, cleaning up, scrubbing walls, cleaning cabinets. Like, nobody ever helps me do shit. And that's why I hate my life. Like, I wish I could find a clone of me. Like, I might even have to marry a chick if I could find somebody that helps me clean the house and cook dinner.
No, can you imagine how rough it would be having a relationship with a woman? I don't think so.
There's no way.
Especially if y'all both on y'all's period.
Yeah, what if we have our period at the same time? There's no way. There's no way I could deal with another bitch. Like, ain't no way.
I only have my period every 2 months, so.
That's still too much.
And I know how to sew.
I mean, do you help clean house on a regular and cook, you know?
Everything but my bedroom is clean.
Well, we're getting married tomorrow.
So much living every
Even
day
if you don't
on
want
Earth.
to. We'll have a flat earth wedding. Stream that bitch online too. Like, dude.
Oh, that'll be a Google Hangout.
Everybody's invited. Where's your husband? Oh, he's like 1,200 miles away. He lives there.
You can bring home all the bacon and I'll do the dishes. I love bacon.
Okay. Bacon? I only like bacon if my son makes it. Like, I don't like it. Like, I won't, if something comes with bacon anywhere, I tell him, no, I take the bacon off. I don't want it. Or I'll get it with the bacon and I'll give it to one of my kids.
Why?
I don't like it.
Why?
Because.
Why?
Because if it's not cooked a certain way, then it's like, I don't like it. Like, if it's hard, if it's too hard, I don't know. I like it like just, it has to be just right.
Huh.
He's dying laughing because I said too hard. He's like over there about to piss himself.
The way he said it.
I was dying laughing earlier at something else he said.
I think he like broke it.
Did you hear my Snapchat notification? That shit was loud.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody go check out Matt's new video. Wait, do you have a new one, Matt? Or is that the same one? Because I didn't get a notification that you posted one.
The Flat Earth dude?
Yeah.
I forgot to subscribe to him. I need to go find him.
He has the link to his video or his channel or something in the All right, I got you, Matt. Maddie, Matt.
Oh, see in the chat.
Yeah, he's been here the whole time.
Hello, Matt. There he is. And subscribed.
Okay, I sent you an invite, Matt. Yeah, I need to go get some chapsticks. So,
Okay.
She just wants to leave.
I'm
Hey,
about
one
to.
time-
Huh?
One time I took a Viagra and I stayed up all night because it was too hard to sleep.
You're so stupid. Oh.
Okay. Now we're going to go. If you want to hear a joke, I got one for you. All right. Shouldn't
Take it
tell you it's a
away.
joke, but I'm going to tell you it's a joke. All right. So this couple, they were going to have their first baby, and they're all excited. You know, they're having their baby. Well, it comes to the day for the baby to be delivered. The baby's delivered, and they realize born with no eyelids. Well, it's a little baby boy. He doesn't have any eyelids, so the guy asked the doctor. He said, "So, doc, the kid doesn't have any eyelids. Isn't that going to cause a problem?" He said, "Oh, no. He goes, when we circumcise the baby, we'll take some of his foreskin and make eyelids out of it." And the guy said, "Well, isn't that going to cause a problem?" He said, "No, the kid will be fine. Just a little cockeyed."
Oh man, that was my joke.
Oh my God.
There's Wes.
That
That's
was
funnier.
about the little baby who was born with no eyelids.
That's freaking hilarious.
You probably heard that from Zulu or something because I told him that.
Oh no, I heard that joke years ago.
Oh, did you? Oh, okay. Yeah, I heard it years ago too. It's funny every time I tell it though. Usually, if you can, after you say that they had to do a skin graft and this and that, and then you just pause. You don't say nothing. You wait for the other person to go, "Well, is he okay?" "Oh yeah, he's a little cockeyed though." As you can see, I'm in my Sunday best.
I'm wearing a
took my-
dress, y'all.
I took my tie off, so.
So guys, Flat Earth.
Hello, Matt.
What's up? Flat Earth, yo.
Flat Earth.
What's the new topic today?
The Earth is not a
Just hanging
globe.
out, telling stories.
We're just telling stories of our dumb things that we've done in our life that were pretty dumb, but funny as hell now that they're in the past.
Yeah,
I wanted to hear Kathleen sing. She's got a pretty voice.
Oh, sing for us. She
Hey.
really does. She really, really does.
Thank you. But not tonight.
Okay.
Oh.
Ain't no sunshine where no.
Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. I can't sing, y'all.
Yes, you can. I heard you carry a tune. A lot better than me.
My period song.
Hey Wes, I got a song for you to work on.
It's like
What's that?
All right, so I got the first part of it. It's the Eagles song. Take It Easy.
Oh, I love the Eagles.
Yeah, so it starts out, rolling down the road, trying to loosen my load. I got the flat earth on my mind. The globe sure is funny, curvature is money, but neither of them can I find.
Cool, that's
I'll let
good.
you take it from there.
Cool. That's definitely going to have to be a text one. You got to text that to me. You're on my Skype, right? Or Hangouts?
Nope.
Either one. I think you're on Hangouts though, because
What do you
we're all in a group.
Yeah, I believe so.
So yeah, you can hang.
So it's
Hang
never
it
made.
out.
so it's never made sense to me, really, why we celebrate Easter and stuff.
Yeah, I
and,
don't get it.
Why we celebrate Christmas.
Well, I mean, think about Easter. I mean, okay, it was the resurrection of Jesus. Where does a bunny and eggs come in?
It's actually.
Oh, I'll tell you. Hey, I can tell you where they come in.
Esther. Like it's look up the story of Esther. I'm sure Matt knows it.
No, it comes from the ancient god Ishtar.
Ishtar.
Ishtar. Ishtar. Now Ishtar is the goddess of fertility.
A pagan
and
god.
Easter was a pagan god, and that's pretty much what the bunny and the eggs are. The bunny is a symbol for Ishtar, or a symbol for fertility, and that's what Easter is. All it was the Christians got mad because when it first started, the Christians got mad of the pagan holiday, blah blah blah. So they tried to Christianize it because the pagans didn't want to get rid of their holiday. So they put Jesus. They made it Resurrection Day. When they made it Resurrection Day, the pagans got mad that they couldn't keep their basic traditions that they had. So that's when they brought in the eggs and the signs of fertility and blah blah blah. So really, technically, it's originally a pagan holiday that was
I had the name
Christianized.
wrong, but I knew the story.
Yeah, it was Christianized, and same thing with Christmas. I mean, it's just a pagan holiday, and it's actually originally, if Christmas goes really far back, all the way back to King Og or King Gilgamesh.
Christmas?
Yeah, Christmas does, and the worship of trees, and it's also a worship of fertility.
But it's also the god Kronos. It's a sun worshiping thing.
Sun worship, yeah, and it's also fertility. The ornaments hanging off the trees are supposed to be like nipples and stuff like that. Yeah, it's kind of weird.
Yeah, most of that came from Germany too.
Yeah, it's all pagan worship. Yeah. It's all pagan worship.
But still, where did the bunny come in? Where did the Easter bunny come from?
Easter, it's a sign of fertility. The bunny is.
Oh, the bunny is fertility. Okay. Where do the eggs come from? Where did they come up with that?
He just told you that.
The eggs?
Fertility. Yeah.
It takes an egg and a sperm to have a baby.
Oh, okay. Got it.
There's several stories on it. I mean, there's one that it was Ishtar is the same person as Nimrod's mother and wife, and that she was at the river and she found this colorful egg from a rabbit. I mean, it's I don't know it very well.
No, you're right. You're right, Flip. You're right, Flip.
And who could tell it the best? He used to be a east, but he knows it and out. I can just think of his name. I'll think of it in a little bit. I'll let you know.
The egg was probably spoiled and turned green.
I think it was actually some kind of blood red type of egg. And so that's why that's deep in. Oh, that's the way I say it?
No, that's the way Hangouts kind of elongated it.
Oh, I got you.
Funny.
And I just want to let you guys know.
Yeah.
You know that there's some nerdy guys from frickin' YouTube that are sitting there watching every live show and they're hitting that button going, yeah.
You know it's true too. These motherfuckers.
Watch my screen go blank.
Yeah, I think the trolls are just all CIA. They're all just CIA ops.
Who knows? But
not all of them, but some of them are controlled ops.
Has anybody else seen if you go in and you spell Illuminati backwards in Google search, it comes up NSA?
Oh yeah, dude, it's so true.
Yeah, I did it. I had to check it out as soon as I heard about
it. It's NSA.gov. It's the real one. It's the real one. That's crazy.
Yeah, it is.
Yep.
Well, that's your confirmation.
Another one of those little signs they leave out there. Easter today.
Mr. Matt.
What's up?
He said, "How was your Easter?"
Oh man, I didn't celebrate Easter. I didn't have an Easter.
Just another day for you.
Man, like,
Yeah, I rested.
yeah, you sound real chilled out today.
Yeah, I'm chilling.
Let the troll pop in the chat. How about my ex's best friend? We've been broke up for a while now. Just messaged me on Facebook and said, "What's up?" So what's up, dude? Chilling, just relaxing. What's up with you? You and B still dating? What the hell? Weird.
Let's see. I'm not sure if that does that. Oh, yeah.
What are you trying to do, buddy?
Well, I was trying to screen share, but I'm trying to figure out how to hide the link before I do it. Okay, I think I figured it out. And yeah. Oh, nope. Or did it? Nope.
Does anybody have contact for Jazz Sinclair? Like anybody have him on Skype?
There we go. Anyhow, back when you were talking about you eating a lot, this is me after eating hardly anything. I would eat once a day, 12-pack of Mountain Dew. Then I decided to stop the Mountain Dew, drink water, ate every 2 hours, and look at how much I lost.
Wow.
There's like 6 or 10 inches off my waist.
Yeah, that's what people tell me why I don't gain weight like that, because I don't eat a lot at one time. I eat a lot, a little bit at a time throughout the day.
That's the best way. And I hope we don't get somebody who caught that link. I still don't get how you can hide it when you hit screen share.
Hide the Hangout link?
Yeah.
Okay, this is when you click on screen share, there's 2 options. You can share your whole screen or you can share an application. And when you click on application, when you do it though, it has to be the screen has to be small. It can't be enlarged all the way. So otherwise it'll only pick up the Google Hangouts thing. So make sure your boxes are like smaller, you know?
Yeah, mine was small because I was trying to put the box up in front of
Hangouts can't be all the way open either. Nothing can be open all the way. I noticed that.
Okay.
So when you click on application, it won't come up on there if it is. So it has to not minimized to the bottom of your screen, but it has to be smaller.
But if I hit full screen F11, that takes away the Hangouts
what do you mean?
Address. Okay, F11. See now, like right now, if I click it, this is what you see. You don't see no address bar whatsoever. All I did was hit F11.
Okay, so what I did, I didn't know that because I was trying to, you know, sometimes you can hide like the toolbar or the address bar on certain things.
Yeah, you hit F11. First, you have your whatever you're going to have open to show to people. Have that open, and then go back into your Hangouts. Once you click on your Hangouts, you hit F11. That opens it up full screen and takes away your address. Then you go ahead and click on your screen share. Then to get back to what you want to screen share, you hit the 4 little squares that are down by the Alt on the left side of your
Yeah, that's the
space
Windows
bar.
button.
Yeah,
Yes.
you click on that, and that'll bring up your toolbar where you have what you want to screen share. So it basically would look like this. You clicked on that, and then you click on that. It brings up my stuff here, and then I can go to my toolbar and click whatever I want to, you know, put up in there, like so, or like that. So either way, yeah, that's. I'm thinking I'm figuring it out now. So I just won't do that unless I have that set up first.
Yeah, I just when I screen shared, I was showing a video, and so it wasn't like an application, so it wasn't coming up in the application
Right.
list. So what I had to do was move my Google Hangouts over to the side of the screen so you could only see like half of it.
Part of it, yeah.
Yeah,
That'll
and
work.
I moved it to the right side so you could only see the very beginning of it.
But
And
there,
so,
but there you go. Now, just go ahead, like right now, you're on your computer. Go ahead and hit F11, and you'll see what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay.
Then hit it
Yeah.
again, and it'll come back.
Yeah.
So, and like I said, you just hit that Windows symbol. It's got the 4 little, you know, flag, I guess, over by the Alt on the left side of your space bar, and that'll pop up your toolbar. And then you can get to whatever you want to screen share to. As long as you don't hit that F11 again, no one will see the link.
So what you doing? You off tonight?
What's that?
You off tonight?
Yeah.
Of course you're off tonight.
I got regular days that everyone else works Monday through Friday, but it's third shift.
What's
So
the
it's like-
last one on my number?
It feels like I only get one day. I come home on Saturday morning and I sleep all fucking day.
Yeah, I know. I hated working third shift. The last 4 numbers of my phone number, is it 2237?
I think.
Sorry, I had to do that. I got to play my guitar at least once a day.
Go ahead, play. I like to hear it.
That sounded really cool.
Yeah, that was you guys might recognize it. I don't know. It's an old I can't remember who wrote it. Matt might know. It was Stormy Monday.
I don't know.
Well, look it up. You're a smart guy.
What are you trying to
I
find?
me don't know how to do that. I don't know how to look it up.
I really liked Eric Clapton's version.
There's Dave.
It's a stormy Monday, but Tuesday's gone. Well, it's a stormy Monday, but Tuesday's gone. Wednesday is not much worse. Thursday, I don't know. The eagle flies on Friday.
Somehow call you.
Saturday we go out to play. Well, the eagle flies on Friday, and Saturday I go out and play. Sunday I go to church, and I get on my knees and pray.
What's up, Dave?
Golf clap, good guitar music. Hey,
Hey,
Andy, what's up?
Hey, that was some good stuff right there, bud.
Well,
That was
thank
some
you.
Good stuff right there, man. I like that a lot.
Well, we should be like over in You Now right now and be doing some jamming.
Man, you told me to go to You Now, and the first thing I saw on there was 16-year-old
I
girls
know,
smoking
I know.
pot, bro.
I know you
I'm
told me
scarred for life, bro. I'm scarred for
No.
life.
Y'all was telling
Scarred.
somebody about flat Earth that's never really heard anything about flat Earth?
Yeah, hell yeah.
All right.
Yeah, but you know what? Hey, you got to think about this. On all the medicinal purposes of marijuana, you got the government saying it's okay to be drunk off your ass. We don't mind that. You go ahead and get drunk. Basically, they're saying they're getting dumb. They're dumbing you down. Alcohol dumbs people down. End of story. Kills brain cells. Marijuana does not.
It makes you smarter, honestly.
Thank you.
Like it opens your I mean, no, I'm not.
It opens up your awareness.
It makes me like, you know, I got ADD like bad. And like it makes me it makes my mind focus. Like it makes me think about my mind expand its ability to think and process things, and
Yep.
you know what I'm saying?
I mean, there's so many different things that it helps. Cancer is one of them. Fibromyalgia, arthritis, glaucoma, probably ADHD too.
Yeah.
The only thing
yeah.
about marijuana is I don't, you know,
I just don't like the
is
smell.
anybody smoking it? The only thing about it is if you start smoking it, and we've all met somebody like this. This is the only reason why I say there's proof of this.
Mhm.
If you start smoking marijuana at a young age, 13, 14 years old, it'll stop your brain from developing. A guy who I really like, but he worked with me. He was a helper of mine when I was doing a different job. And he was, I swear, he had the mind of a 14-year-old. Good, hard worker, but if you didn't treat him like a kid, you couldn't get him to do anything. But that's the only thing. But as for a mature adult, sure,
Yeah, but you're
have
only
at it.
looking, you're only selecting on one issue. That could just be, he could have had a lot more problems than you thought. But I don't know.
Yeah. And you know, the thing I don't know, and I tell people this, the thing I don't know, like if you experimented when you're young, I'm not saying your brain got locked into an age when you're young.
Right.
Because you experimented. I don't know how much you have to smoke. It's got to be on a regular basis or anything like that. But
Right.
I know this guy, he was on more than marijuana when he was 13, 14 years old. He was.
Right. I mean, it's like anything. You just don't want to abuse it. You know, too much of anything is not good. I mean, I'm a good example. That there belly came from Mountain Dew. A lot of Mountain Dew.
Hey guys, am I showing the road or the inside of my car?
I don't know. Are you in your car? I don't know.
All we see is your avatar, Dave. I mean, your avatar. Yeah. Your
Shit.
little.
Continue. Start interrupt.
I love your avatar. That's awesome.
Anti-globe. It's not a globe.
There you go.
I keep telling each globe if they prove it to me, I'll change my avatar.
I'll quit everything. Prove it.
Been 2 years, still waiting.
I'm right there with you, Dave.
I think we
Yeah,
all are.
I gotta change my avatar. I think I'm gonna use my logo, Flat Earth News Talk.
I don't know why my camera ain't working. What the hell? This new fangled technology is too tough for an old man.
Who was the person? Who was the person who wanted to hear about flat Earth that had never heard about it before?
I don't know if they're gonna be brave enough to get on here. He wants to see a map of the flat Earth, and that's why I said, "Oh, like I've been trying to tell him forever." But he didn't want to hear it. But now he's asking questions.
He could be out there larking. What do you want to tell him?
Huh?
He could just be like in the chat, just listening.
No. He's never even he didn't even know. Like he just sent me a message on Snapchat and asked me what I've been up to, and I told him what I was doing. Like he doesn't do that.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Dave, where are you from?
I was just about to say
I'm in
Alabama or
Kentucky. Kentucky.
Kentucky. Yeah, I could tell.
Kentucky, really?
Yep, I live in Frankfort, Kentucky, the capital of Kentucky. So, to prove when I first heard about this, I went to a lake here in the hills of Kentucky and measured a flat lake about 8.5 miles. And I was like, "What the fuck? It really ain't a globe, you know?" So, here I am.
You know, it's funny. Most people, when you mention Kentucky and the capital, Frankfurt's the last place they're going to mention. They're going to mention
Yeah,
Lexington.
everybody says
They're going to mention
Louisville or Lexington, yeah.
Lexington was capital.
One of the prettiest states in the country, Kentucky.
Yep, we got the bluegrass and the bourbon and the horses and the basketball.
Oh, and let's make you feel really at home since you're from Kentucky.
Yeehaw! Sitting on the porch sipping moonshine.
There you go. That was Ricky Skaggs.
There you go, some bluegrass.
I can't do it. Too many licks.
Too many licks.
You're good, Wes.
How many licks does it take to get to the center of the Tootsie Pop? Yeah, my son said there's a Mandela effect with that. Now it says, how many licks does it take to get to the Tootsie Roll center of the Tootsie Roll Pop?
33 or 31?
Damn, you got 33 licks, that's all it takes you? Woo!
Kathleen just goes around and around and around. That's one.
Fucking power, like a hoover.
No, isn't that the answer?
Oh, I don't know. There is one.
33 with 666 after it.
For me, it usually took only 3, and then I would bite into it and crunch it all up.
Me too.
See if I can get through a pack of cigarettes in the show here.
Okay.
That'll probably happen.
Bounce for
Sent him
be back.
Ask him if he ever seen the United
Okay,
Nations
Flip.
flag.
Zulu in the house.
Hey, Dave, if you're not talking, could you like maybe mute your mic? Because all we're hearing is driving.
Hello.
Thank you, sir. Hey, it
Hey,
is
buddy.
Lulu.
And ladies.
Time.
See that Zulu? I'm in my Sunday best.
Nice. I was going to say 33 licks is very Masonic.
Oh, yeah.
And I think it was 3, the answer.
It was?
The owl grabs the lollipop.
Yeah.
It was a 1, a
And a 2,
and a
and 3.
It goes 3.
Yep. Masonic thing right there. Even as children, we were brainwashed. So it's so weird looking back at cartoons from my childhood and seeing so many Masonic things that are in it. I'm like, what the hell? It's nice that I'm having an awakening.
All the new stuff has it too. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I hear you. Hell, even back in the 50s, they had Fred Flintstone out there smoking a cigarette. Winston's, try 'em. Hey, Fred, where's my Winston? They're right here. Shh, quiet. Now, who was talking about the 2 suns being one a sun and one a moon? Who was it? Oh, I don't know about that. I mean, I've seen the moon come up and the sun at the same time, and it didn't look like a sun, or the moon didn't look like a sun. Totally different hue as it was coming out.
Yeah, this morning I went out at about 6:30, and the sun was just starting to come up, and the moon was already up. But it was
Right.
strange because I saw it the night before. How the hell did it come back around again?
And you didn't bother calling your guy from New Zealand?
Oh, I should have tried emailing him, see if he was up.
Yeah, because it was probably about 10 o'clock at night then for him.
Where are you going?
I would have called him and got him on a hangout right away.
Well, it was nice of you to let me know. Like, were you going to tell me if I had a test?
So on the panel, what have you guys been talking about all night?
Oh, it's just been a little bit of everything.
Free for all?
Non-flat related.
Nice. Hey, that's okay. You need a break sometimes. You don't want to burn out.
Yeah.
That's why I was out tonight. I'm just heading home. Just hanging out, having some
Movie.
No, I wasn't doing anything. I'm driving home.
Movie.
Yeah, we watched Chips, the new movie Chips. jailbroken Cody Fire Stick deals like you.
How was the movie?
It was excellent. That's off. It was so funny. It was really good. I needed it. Watch it.
Yeah, you have to get back to life every now and then. Man, I don't know about the, I was sitting there thinking about Hillbilly and his song trying to change Jolene into Globeline. That just makes, I'm sorry, that I don't get it. Globeline. It doesn't, I don't know. I mean, if you're not actually saying globe, you kind of miss the point, I think. But that's just my opinion.
No, but a globe meme would make sense.
Yeah, but Globeline, it just...
No, not Globeline. Just globe meme. Like Carl's meme generator.
Well, maybe that's what he was saying, and I just, with his thick accent, I couldn't tell. I don't know. I think he was saying Globeline.
Nice clear night. You can see a lot of stars.
Not here.
No. You're sprayed in.
Cloudy and rainy.
It was weird. It was like that we got home from, I dropped my mother off. We got home about 5:30. It was beautiful blue sky, white puffy clouds. And then it just got gray, black, cold, rained like unbelievable, and now it's clear again.
Weird.
Yeah, there's no weather modification going on.
Man, I haven't seen the sky for 3 days. It's been nothing but rainy, cloudy, rainy.
That happens. But it just seemed very sudden and abrupt.
Yeah.
Came on. And then cleared right back up. I mean, I guess we had those too, but.
Now you must have caught it when they turned the switch on and then shut it off.
Yeah, I was going to cut the grass too.
Oh, I'm so glad I don't have to do that anymore.
For the next couple of weeks, I'll probably have to cut it twice a week.
Yeah, I know. I hear you.
Then it'll just dry up.
I had a half an acre to mow. Sucked.
It's Buddhist time. You know, you don't think about anything. You're just one with the machine. No worries. 5 minutes to just disappear. So did you go any chat rooms this weekend?
Any what?
Chat rooms or anything live? Did you watch anything good this weekend?
I didn't do nothing.
No.
I slept.
Oh man, I was burnt Friday. I got home at 5:30, fell asleep, woke on the couch. 30, went to bed, got up, worked Saturday. And then last night, I think I went to bed probably about 11:30, trying to get on like a couple chats here and there. And then it was just like, I'm going to bed. And then never went to sleep. Ended up talking to Felix for, geez, I don't even know. I think it was like 2:30. I went to bed and they were still up at 4.
Wow.
Then got up, did Easter, hung out with my friends, watched some movies, and now I'm heading home. I did jump into a live chat with Jesse Spots, and I don't know the gentleman's name. He's the guy from InfoWars. He reads the news. He's skinny. Looks like he's tall, glasses.
Hillbilly, I sent you the invite too.
What's that, Candy?
I'm sorry, I was just talking to Hillbillies in the chat. I told him that I sent him the invite to come on if he wants to.
Oh, hey, Hillbilly.
Hey, Hillbilly, come on in. What's on? Come on. Hey, I got your voice here. Come on.
Nice. I'm driving my 4-wheel drive truck. I don't have a shotgun, but I got a pistol.
Oh, man.
Tell us a joke. Who has a joke?
Oh, God. My jokes are all dirty.
That's okay.
So, yeah, like that's going to matter. Jeez.
Okay. No, I think I already told this joke, though. Grandpa has a problem with the IRS. And he is summoned to meet the IRS in their office. So Grandpa gets a lawyer. He brings a lawyer in. And IRS guy, recess! Oh, gimme. The IRS guy says to Grandpa, he says, "Yeah, we know that you're retired, but yet we're seeing a tremendous amount of income that's coming through into your bank, and we wanted to find out where that's coming from." And Grandpa said, "Oh, that's easy. I take a lot of bets, and I win a lot." He says, "Well, what type of bets?" And he's like, "Well, for instance, I'll bet you $1,000 that I can nibble on my eye." The lawyer looks at him kind of, or the IRS guy looks at him kind of funny. He says, "Okay, I'll take that bet." So Grandpa pulls out his glass eye and starts nibbling on it. Now the IRS guy is feeling pretty stupid at this point. He says, Grandpa says to him, he says, "Okay, I'll let you get your money back. Double or nothing. I'll bet you $1,000 I can nibble on my other eye." He's like, "Well, I know that he ain't got another glass eye." So, all of a sudden he says, "Yeah, I'll take that bet." Grandpa pulls out his false teeth and starts nibbling on his eye. Oh, God. And he's like, "Oh, man, I'm into this guy for $2,000. He says, "Okay, well, hang on. I got a better one for you. I'll bet you triple or nothing that I can stand on this side of your desk and pee over there, which is like 20 feet away, into his garbage can." And he's like, "There is no frickin' way he can do this." Takes the bet. Grandpa gets up on top of his desk, whips it out, starts pissing all over his desk. The IRS guy jumps up in the air. "Yeah, right. Why is all happy shit?" And then sits down, and Grandpa says, "Well, you won." And the IRS guy happens to look over at Grandpa's lawyer, and his lawyer's just doing this. He's like, "What's the matter with you?" He says, "Well, before we got here, I bet Grandpa $30,000 that he couldn't come into your office, piss all over your table, and you'd be happy about it."
That's too funny.
Another terrible.
Good one, Wes.
Another one. And if there's any black people in the audience, I'm not racist. I'm nothing like that. And it's not a racist joke. If anything, it commends you guys.
Okay.
This white guy gets his
strange disclaimer, but okay.
this white guy gets a tattoo on his penis of his girlfriend's name, and so when he's erect, it says Wendy, and when it's not, it just says WI. And he goes to a public bathroom, and there's a black guy in there at the urinal, and he steps up there and starts doing his business. Happens to glance over and see this guy's got a white tattoo on his pecker that says WI. And the guy looks at him and he goes, "Hey, is your girlfriend's name Wendy too?" And he pulls his pecker out and it says Wendy. The black guy says, "No, man." He pulls his out and says, "Welcome to Jamaica. Have a nice day."
Oh man!
Told you it was dirty.
Oh man!
No.
Sad.
I got a million of them.
That was good. Good.
Some of them that shouldn't even be told.
Yo, people make me so fucking sick. Somebody, why can't you just believe NASA? Have fun with your flat earth just because you believe doesn't mean you have to brainwash everyone else. I'll do my own research one day, but I don't have time for that stuff.
That's what a troll said?
No, that's what my friend said, the one who was asking me about the fucking map.
We're not, and who are you brainwashing? What? Who the hell are we brainwashing? Talking about shit. That's crazy.
Oh, we're brainwashing everybody.
Oh, I forgot we're shills. Keep forgetting.
I think Karen's
I gotta stay in character. Ridiculous.
If we were brainwashing, they wouldn't know it.
There you go.
Yo, what are you doing?
Say I was flattered that a troll included me and Candy and dig on Mark Sargent. Like, oh, it's awesome. Finally getting some recognition.
Where did you see that that text in Candy? I don't see it.
Hold on, I'm gonna mute while she's doing this. I know that's loud. Hold on.
And I don't even see Hillbilly in here. What the heck? Hillbilly, where are you?
I resent the invite to Hillbilly, but I added him when I added everybody else. Like, I added everybody together and sent his invites.
Good one.
What was that?
Your burp. Bleh.
That wasn't a. Oh, sorry.
Oh, wasn't a burp?
You
You're doing coming out the
No.
other end?
No, I was sighing and going
Oh,
Darn.
sounded like a burp.
I just got my crap out of my car. It's my flat Earth truck. Designed for exploring the flat Earth.
Flat Earth, flat Earth, flat Earth, flat Earth. Could always start it out like that.
Nice. I'll be back in a couple minutes. I gotta get my PJs on. Did he ever get on?
Earlier.
Was it?
Thought he said he'd come back.
Oh, cool.
The hell? Was that your squeaky door?
Yes. Remember, I live in a horror house.
Oh.
Haunted house.
Well, jump down, turn around, jump down, and play.
What'd you say? Jump down, turn around, what?
Jump around, turn around, pick the band cots.
Jump around, turn around.
She'll be coming around the mountain. He comes.
Drop back.
I said she'll be coming round the mountain. There she comes.
I had a feeling I was going to get something out of it. it up.
That's the song you played that I loved.
Pride and Joy. Gotta get that last note in. Stevie Ray Vaughan's favorite note. An open E. And that's the truth. Look it up. I have to learn his, let's see, what was it? He did a Stevie Wonder tune. What was it? Superstition. Yeah, Superstition. Yeah, that's it. And he actually had Stevie Ray Vaughan play on one of his videos of that song. That was pretty cool. One guy I wish never would have died. So quiet in here. Shh, you wake the baby.
I'm sorry, y'all. Like, I have no idea why she still has this damn thing on, but I'm about to go in there and cut the fucking wire to it. Like, who has to keep a mixer on for that long? It's been 10 minutes.
Oh, I thought she was vacuuming.
It's not done yet. Come on, what are you trying to do? Like, make it disappear?
She's going to make that gluten activated.
Huh?
When you beat wheat, it'll make the gluten come out and make it chewy.
She's
like it toughens it.
Eggs, but I'm about to go back on mute because I really can't hear anything y'all are saying. Hold
Okay.
on.
So did she actually put her dog down? I didn't catch that.
Who?
When she was talking about her dog.
That sounded like a robot.
Huh? Say that again.
You sounded like a robot.
I said nothing about a robot. I was just, she was talking about.
No. You sound like a robot.
Oh, I sound like a robot.
Yes.
I don't know why.
Whose dog?
Candy's dog.
Oh, her dog is fine.
Is fine?
The current one? Yeah.
Oh. Well, what dog was she talking about?
She was talking about a hamster.
Oh, a hamster.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did not like the way my dad put my dog down.
Yeah, that was sad.
Yeah.
Chicken eating dog.
But at the same time, you know, it was what was it? It was a collie. And before we moved to Elk River, we lived in the cities in Minneapolis. And my two brothers, who were 5 years old at the time, were sitting out on the porch eating potato chips. And a friend came over, and one of my brothers went to hand a potato chip to him. He went to reach out, and the dog jumped up and caught him on the hand ripped his hand open right here. He had like 17 stitches. And right after that, my dad packed us up, and I mean, he paid for the kids' stitches and everything, because this was a kid that we knew that was just lived, down the block. And after that, he decided to move. We bought 16 acres out in Elk River and moved out there. And the dog got away from me when I was taking him on a walk, and he ran next door, which was about a quarter of a mile from our house, and ran into the neighbor's yard, got into their chicken coop, and just started killing our chickens. Just bite them with the neck and go on to the next. And by the time I got there, there's this pregnant woman out there with a gun ready to shoot the dog. And I'm freaking out going, I'll get him. And I'm digging around in chicken shit, trying to grab the dog to stop him from what he's doing. And he bit me in the process, which he's never done. And I finally got him out and then told my dad. My dad went over there and paid for the woman's chickens and bought the rest of them. And she had like two dozen chickens. So he basically just bought her out, and no charges were brought up or nothing. And he basically, said after the dog,
It's a hillbilly. How you doing? What up? Sorry about my fan kicking on there. Goddamn Sears robot piece of junk, man. Who the hell put a fan right next to a mic? Not me, says a hillbilly.
anyhow, back to my story.
Hello, hillbilly.
We ended up with the chicken coop and the chickens, and my dad basically said, well, after the dog biting the kid and then killing all these chickens, he said, that's it. I'm done. He tasted blood, and he'll continue and might end up biting one of us, which is true. He bit me. So that was the end of it. Put a blanket over his head, stuck a hose underneath the blanket, hooked it up to the exhaust, turned the car on, dog fell asleep, and we buried him. But I don't know if it was any more humane than what they do at a vet. Give them an injection, they fall asleep. That's it. But it kind of sucked being, 13, 14 years old, and kind of grew up with this dog, and because we got him when he was a puppy.
I heard a silly rumor today. Somebody's saying the Earth's flat.
No. Who the hell would think? Who in their right mind would think it?
They must be batshit crazy.
Yeah, we got photos, man. We got
I'm
photos.
here to tell you, man. Just because you can measure water to be flat in Australia and Europe and North America and South America and Asia, I mean, all 7 continents, just because it measures flat all everywhere doesn't mean that the globe's flat. I mean, silly to think. How could you have a globe and it be flat? They showed me the globe right there in the first grade.
Yeah, they showed you the picture, man.
No, they had it right up on the teacher's desk. Said, little hillbilly, you live right there. And they stopped the globe from spinning, even to put their finger on the globe. That's what they tried to tell me anyways. Yeah, I don't know where these people come up trying to tell me this baby's flat. I know I can only measure water to be flat, but that doesn't mean it's flat. I know I can't feel it spinning. I can't feel it spinning. You can't feel it spinning. Nobody can feel it spinning. But that doesn't mean it's not spinning.
Just because it appears that I can rip my finger off doesn't mean I am.
Yeah. Man, Kathleen, I love it when you sing, girl. I want to put my boots on and pull my bib overalls on and go down to the barn dance and do a little boot scooting boogie. And you got a pretty serenading voice.
Thank you.
I told ya. She's like, I don't sing good. I'm like, Bubble.
I didn't
Did I
say
miss
that. I just
Kathleen?
said not tonight.
Kathleen, I
Oh,
told
okay.
you you had a beautiful voice.
Thank you.
I want to hear her do a full
You are a
song.
sweetheart.
I know she did it over in Discord, but other people were jumping in with her. I want to hear her do a solo.
With Discord, I haven't been to Discord.
Wasn't in Discord I heard you singing?
Nope. Nope.
Maybe it was in Poncho's room or Yvette's room or something one night.
I have sung on Hangouts in YouTube. Maybe somebody took it and played it in Discord. I don't know. Just the other night, I sang with Issa.
I think he's a
What?
man. He rocks keyboard.
What did you sing?
I said I sang with Issa the other night with the guitar.
No.
Oh,
No,
what
I was
Hillboy sang?
asking what did you sing? What song?
Oh, Moon and the Stars.
Cool.
What country song do you know all of?
None of them.
Kathleen?
None.
None of 'em? What
Well, I'm gonna-
Southern
I'm
rock
gonna-
She's
song do you
honest.
know?
I
I'm
don't
gonna
think
get-
I know an entire song of any genre. Maybe Christmas songs. That's about it.
Right.
Children's
Yeah,
songs, a couple of German songs.
Well, I think you should sing Jolene. And I'll give you the lyrics right now. Put it right in the chat.
Yeah, but not tonight.
Oh, well, you're no fun.
I have a stuffy nose and stuff right now, so it's not a good night for that. I built it out the one line, and that was good. I gave you a little bit of what you wanted.
A little taste. Keep
a
them
little.
wanting more. Keep them wanting more.
Did I miss Kathleen singing?
Oh, yeah.
I did too.
I'm about to go back. and
Two
watch
short,
What up, Flip?
two short phrases, but boy, she rocked it.
this. Hey Zulu, how was that movie?
Dude, it was so funny. You got to watch it.
What was it?
Chips. The new movie Chips.
Oh, Chips? Oh, yeah, I
With,
seen the preview of it.
Dax. I forgot the Spanish dude's name. Hysterical funny.
Yeah.
Yes, Ponch and John. Absolutely hysterical funny.
I didn't know
Yeah, I
they
seen
had a
the-
new movie out.
Seeing the preview of it, it looks pretty funny.
Is that what it's intended to be, a comedy, DD, then?
Oh yeah, total comedy. Nothing serious about it at all.
Ooh, there go the cops.
Oh, they're coming after you, Wes. Those are the
Hey.
Rounders cops.
I am in a freaking really bad neighborhood. God, one of my roommates got all pissed off at me because I mentioned a Mandela effect. You know, the take me out to the baseball game. And he's like, yeah, and you blah, blah, blah with this flat earth crap too. And I'm like, well, prove to me that it's a globe. And he just shut right up. And I went back upstairs. I ain't got time to argue with anybody.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I really, I got blown away about that. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the crowd. Buy me some peanuts. Or whatever it is. Peanuts and Cracker Jacks. And it says Cracker Jack. And I'm like, what?
Jacks. Yes.
It's always had an S.
Yeah.
But you look up at Google, or I mean, look up the lyrics in Wikipedia, and it says Cracker Jack. And then Bill Murray went and sang it at one of the games, and he said Cracker Jack. And then Vince Vaughn sang it, and he said Cracker Jacks. So he remembers it like we do. So,
well, Cracker Jacks, buy me some peanuts from Cracker Jacks. There's no such thing as Cracker Jack. Even the advertisement of the name of the box is Cracker Jacks. JACKS.
That's right. That's right. Hey, I wonder if that changed. I'll have to go check.
Harry Carey's favorite song.
I mean, hey, if Fruit Loops has changed and Jiffy Peanut Butter and Looney Tunes, maybe Cracker Jacks did too.
Let's see, Cracker Jack's box, Cracker Jack.
Cracker Jacks.
Both comes up. It says on the package Cracker Jack.
Yeah, guys, it says Cracker Jack.
There's no S.
There's no S. Holy crap. All right, I'm going to screen share.
Wow.
Check that out. Right there.
That's what I just did.
Yeah. That is amazing. What happened to our apostrophe S?
And that's weird. And then it says on Amazon, it's Cracker Jacks at Amazon.com. Buy Cracker Jacks at Amazon. So weird. Is that the middle of a Mandela change?
I don't know. It freaks me out every time I find one.
It says, "Did you mean Cracker Jacks?" And I said yes, and it brings up Cracker Jack.
Yep.
And this advertisement says Cracker Jacks 1 ounce box, 24 count.
Yep. You see a lot of residue of Cracker Jacks with the apostrophe S. But I mean, you think about it, it's got a picture of a guy on it, and his name could be Jack. Yeah.
Here's a 1992 Cracker Jack Baseball Players Limited Edition tin. It says Cracker Jack. There is no S on it.
Yep. That's why I'm saying I don't know.
Interesting.
I mean, we could just be putting a plural in it just because there's,
I got to go to Walmart's. So yeah, I get it.
Or what about, oh, here, check this one out. I actually bought this.
I'm glad you did instead of stealing it.
Oh. Now, I always remembered this particular product called Nutty Bars.
Yeah.
And it's not Nutty Bars, it's Nutty Buddies.
Those are like my favorite. I love them.
I remember Nutty Buddies. I wonder if there's some things that, like, across the country they changed the name. Like on the East Coast it's called one thing, on the West Coast it's called something else. I wonder if that has any play into some of the stuff.
Well, if you check, all you have to do is do a search on when was this named blah, blah, blah. And you'll find that it was always that.
So that girl has been breathing those eggs all this time, and she just now after all this time you've been making me sit here waiting on you. It's been like 25 minutes, and now you're gonna walk away and leave them unfinished after all this time because I yelled at you. Oh my God! Now I'm just more mad. Like, you might as well finish now. Now you just did all that for nothing. Like, sometimes I wonder.
Just like Little Debbie's, I always thought it had an S on it, but it doesn't. Just Little Debbie. What are you showing us here?
Cracker Jack. Yep, I'm on Amazon. Search Cracker Jacks.
Turn your camera sideways.
Yeah. It does, oh, it doesn't flip it?
There you go.
Yeah, it's strange.
Yeah.
Ignore the porn.
Ah! Might want to turn your speakers off and hear myself.
No, you can't. I got nothing on.
Oh, okay.
That's not me.
Could have swore I heard myself. I don't know more.
No, it wasn't me.
It was probably Candy Dandy.
I was
She
just going
did
to go
it.
to watch page now.
Oh, shit. I do this so much. Thank you, Dave. I don't even know how that happened. Like, I think when I was trying to click on something, I accidentally clicked the screen and it was stuck on Wes. I did that to, like, earlier. I noticed that I was stuck on the screen and I was like, God, how long has this been going on?
Mandela effect or Mandela hoax? It could be. It could just be Mandela stupid and we don't remember what we remember correctly. Who knows? Carl, word, pass me the pipe.
Yeah, we're remembering wrong.
Screen stuck on Wes. Poor chat.
Yeah, I'm sorry for leaving it on me, too.
Your mic's a little jacked up
Yeah,
too,
thank you,
Candy.
Dave, because I'm fixing that right now. My mic's always loud. I think it's just me.
Seasonal Mandelka effect disorder. Carl.
Man, this feels like deja vu.
Is that better? Is my level of volume better, Dave?
Your volume's fine. It's just scratchy. Yeah, there's no change in time, right, Wes? Or is it? Or Mandelta would be actually what? Different dimensions?
Well, what they're thinking is that it's different, alternate realities, and that's kind of like, we're on one level, and then there's another one right on top of us, and it's slowly colliding, coming together. That's just a theory.
Did you see the video that they played yesterday? Antonio and his friends, Michio Kaku, the scientist.
Yes, I did.
With the paper, and he says it's one level on top of another level.
Yep,
and it's,
exactly.
That's an odd description.
Yeah, he explained the Mandela effect to a T without actually knowing it.
So now I wonder if should we even consider even looking at it, even bothering to look at it if it's mainstream.
No, he never said anything about the Mandela effect. I was just listening to it, and I'm like, wow, that's what could be happening with the Mandela effect. And I'm still hearing an echo.
What are you
I'm hearing
chowing on,
you.
Wes?
I'm hearing the echo too.
Da na 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 na. Cindy, Candy, go ahead and mute your mic for a minute.
Cindy again.
Test. See? Now it's not echoing. It was Candy Dandy. I knew it. earbuds.
Shamans traverse the different planes and dimensions. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't
This
know.
is really freaky seeing me up
I
there.
believe it. There's so many possibilities, so many different things. I have to be open-minded.
You're freaking me out watching this thing here.
Yeah, that's my screen. Where are most of the shamans and tribes?
Hey, Hillbilly, do you think that
I'm gonna say on mountains.
Hillbilly, do you think that the Mandela effect is anywhere falls in line with flat Earth?
I think it's a hoax myself.
Do you?
Yeah.
Well, how do you explain all the stuff that's going on then?
Try to come out with something other than what they control to where you can prove the Mandela effect. It's either books or Hollywood, right? It's all
Oh,
books
so
and
you
it's
think
all-
that they're? But I mean, you know, I remember Field of Dreams and them saying, "Build it and they will come," and now it says, "Build it and he will come." I remember my mom always told me that life is like a box of chocolates. Had changed to my mom always told me that life is a box of chocolate. I'm like, well,
You know what? Web scrubbers and there's been some aspects where Mandela effect has been proven wrong. People who had literal or physical books to where in their version it was correct compared to the way the Mandela effect tells us now. Man, who the hell is zooming that close in the cap locks? Oh, Zulu?
Oh, is my camera still on? Shit, sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, you're showing your screen now.
Yeah, even showing chat too. And your monitor.
You want to see my face?
There you go.
Da na 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 na. Traveling
Love
through
that.
time and space.
Besides, flat Earth is a physical thing, and memory, allegedly thing.
I mean, like,
That's what I think it is. I think we're screwing up our memories. Remembering. I remember you just remembering things wrong.
Can't remember how.
Yeah,
I
totally.
can't remember how to say remember. Sorry.
I'm an old man. I don't remember a lot of things anymore.
well, you're not going to tell me that you don't remember Mirror, Mirror on the Wall. Come on.
Oh yeah, there's certain things that I definitely think I remember them a certain way for sure.
And now it's
I would say that.
Magic Mirror. What?
Yeah, I remember it. Mirror, mirror on the wall.
Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's the first one of all?
Well, it's not that way in this reality.
I don't care what their reality is. I know how it went. Their reality says it's a goddamn globe too, doesn't it?
Well,
Right.
whether or not Hollywood is behind it or the internet, I don't know which. All I know is I remember what I remember.
Yeah, it is funny. We pulled out. We had the Bernstein. I always thought it was Bernstein. Had a book and it says Bernstein on it. It's old as fuck, but
Yep,
that doesn't-
Bernstein
mean-
Bears. I remember that. And now it's Bernstein.
I could have sworn always.
I mean, it's German. I mean, it's Bernstein, not Bernstein.
I'm sitting here trying to talk all this time, forgot I was muted. But I know for a fact it was Berenstain because it was like my favorite show when I was a kid. I used to watch it every Saturday. I had all the little golden whatever books. And I I used to, like when I was really young, I messed up the thing and I said Berenstein. And I'm not going to say Berenstein if it's AIN because that's clearly Stain.
Right.
But back when I was like 5 and E and I weren't so, like the law of E and I weren't in my head and how it was pronounced and by how it looked, you know. And I used to say Berenstein or Berenstein. And I wouldn't say that if there was an A in front of it.
Right.
Okay, let me ask you a
hold
question.
on. From the chat, Tom A says maybe round Earth is a fake memory.
Yeah. Good one.
Good one. I like
Good
that.
one. Okay, here's one I'm going to ask you guys about. I don't know much about it because I never read the books, and even when they had a cartoon that came out with it. Curious George, tail or no tail?
Yes, he had a tail before even my son just said it.
Okay. Because it don't have a tail.
I don't think he had a tail. I don't remember him having a tail.
I don't remember the damn thing. Briefly, I remember it. I remember the name. Curious George was a monkey, but whether or not he had a tail or not, I don't remember that.
If he's a monkey, he has a tail. If he's an ape, he has no tail. Was he a monkey or an ape?
If he doesn't have a tail, he's a chimpanzee.
Right, he's an ape.
Well, I guess. Yeah.
Chimps, gorillas.
Yeah.
I think there's only a couple, handful. I don't know.
As far as I know, Curious George is one of them monkeys that you would see with the guy cranking the little and the monkey running over and grabbing some money.
Yeah, I remember him more as a chimp style monkey.
With no tail?
Yeah.
No, I don't. I wouldn't know. I don't recall the thing. I asked my daughter.
A cartoon or a
Yeah, it's
Saturday cartoon or something?
Well, it was a book first, and then they
Yeah,
turned it
children's
into a
book.
cartoon.
Been around for a long, long time. Honestly, probably been around since you were a kid too, Hillbill.
Oh yeah,
I
easily.
think it's pretty old.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Put that in there.
I don't know so much about this Mandelta.
Mandelta.
Mandelta effect.
Oh, funny. Too many weird things.
He might be a mushroom, but he was a fun guy. Wow.
You're dumb. What are you reading?
That was from the chat. I'm sitting here having an awesome kick-ass piece of carrot cake and milk. Big old glass of milk. Delicious.
Oh, you'll be ready for bed here in a minute.
Absolutely. I am not a knuckle dragger, Tom A. Sorry, you accidentally typed knuckle dragger? That's a hell of a typo. Dave Hinkle, so this globe thing, I don't know. Yeah, I'm with you, Dave. I'm with you. It's very questionable.
Somebody snoring?
Negative.
Oh, that was the truck, you know.
Oh, huh?
I was starting it up.
You know how they really drive.
You thought that was me, right?
Mm-hmm.
I did actually. I really did. That's how'd you know?
Is that Wes's picture next to Charles Scott's
That was
thing there?
Paulus.
I'm not asleep. I'm just in stealth mode.
Yeah, laying on his bed. That's where I should be. Out like a light.
I was just driving. and I was getting pretty tired at the wheel.
Driving, keep on driving.
I had to slap myself a little bit to stay awake.
Charles
You know that
Scott
old man.
says, "Seems spherical to me," and then he waits and goes, "Okay, it's spherical." Maybe it could seem spherical, but I don't think it seems spherical. It seems flat. I'm told it's spherical.
Yeah. We're told a lot.
If it was spherical, you can only question why does the horizon continue to rise as you gain elevation? That's not what a sphere would do. It should continuously fall and get sharper and sharper and sharper as you gain elevation.
I said that to my friend, and he's a conspiracy guy. He's definitely into it, but he couldn't. I don't know. I guess it's the initial shock of holy shit. Wait a minute. Do I really have to defend this? And he immediately started to go into weather and why we have weather patterns. And I'm like, that's irrelevant. It has nothing to do with what we're talking about. The
Weather
horizon.
patterns, good proof that we're not spinning.
Technically, I suppose I believe they could, but it has nothing to do with the horizon coming up to your eye level.
If we're spinning and they want to say that the atmosphere is what causes the planes to stay relevant to the ground beneath them, but then by all means, all weather patterns have to travel directly from west to east. But we see weather patterns go in all different directions.
And to the gentleman in chat there, Charles Scott, the horizon doesn't rise. It wouldn't do that if it was flat either. No, it doesn't rise. It is at eye level always. It doesn't move because of perspective.
Yeah, to perspective, it continuously rises.
It's always.
Sometimes you have to actually connect every actual literal dot. But when you got connected dots like that, you can tell that you're talking with somebody who hasn't done a lick of damn research. If I have to get that damn detailed to explain what I'm talking about, when I say horizon comes up as you rate and gain an elevation, it's to your perspective, to your vision.
All right, he says, how do you determine that? Dave, when you're on a plane, can you tell if you're moving 200 or 600? Wait a minute, I think you're talking two different conversations because that doesn't have anything to do with that. And how do I determine it? I open my eyes and I look forward. The horizon's at my level with me, with my eyes. I don't know. That's how I determine it. How do you determine it's not?
Yeah, there's a question.
No, and I'm not trying to be a douche, but I don't know how. And you can call me a douche. I don't care, but I'm just saying.
Douche.
I was in the Army for 8 years, satellite radio communications. Don't tell me what I have or haven't done the research. Oh, I guess you're talking to somebody else because I didn't see that.
The satellites that's connected to helium balloons floating 12.5 miles above the Earth's surface. Or good thing you didn't work with the satellite balloon from NASA that crashed on takeoff down in Australia.
How do you determine it's not?
You guys ever see that?
See NASA what? I'm sorry.
Launch a satellite balloon, and it, somebody hits the trip lever before the balloon's totally full. The balloon starts to take off, but as soon as the weight of the satellite takes effect, it pulls the balloon back down, bounces across the country site, trashes a minivan, all recorded on tape.
Nice. Very nice.
Let me see if I can find the link.
Yeah, some of these things, these coincidences are very interesting for sure.
And And here's the thing, for Charles Scott, when you're on an airplane, if we lived on a globe, the horizon, we would be looking down at it. That's simple and plain. But when you're on a plane, it pretty much stays eye level.
He
It doesn't
says,
change.
you see what he says? He says, you can see further the higher you get. Well, yeah. But it's still, everything converges at eye level.
Well, sure, you got all those numbers for the satellites, absolutely. Well, who's to say that they're not stuck to a balloon? You don't know. Unless you're the one who sent the damn thing up.
You do look down at the horizon pretty much.
I've got video that says differently.
I don't think so. I mean, I understand when you look out the window of the plane, yeah, you look down, you see the clouds, the ocean, everything underneath. But when you look straight out, everything converges. And actually, now that I'm thinking about this, wouldn't that convergence, it doesn't matter. Maybe we're calling it the wrong thing. Maybe we shouldn't call it, say it's eye level, because it's just a conversion point. So it doesn't matter if you're looking up, down, right, or left, right?
Perspective has the vanishing point, but it is the conversion. That's exactly where it comes together, and it is always just at eye level.
Right.
Yeah, that's how they teach you how to draw in 3 dimension. The horizon has to be at the eye level. You
Here's the
cannot
thing
have-
that drives me up the wall with a lot of people.
Yeah, maybe we should get an artist in here who draws perspective. Maybe they can explain it to them a little
Antonio
better.
Subarus.
Oh, I didn't even know.
Yep, that's what he does. He's a professional artist. He makes paintings all the time. He made a hillbilly character for me, so I can try to throw in Poser and make a 3D animation. You ought to see it. It's pretty cool. The depth, the detail.
Yeah, this thing about with the satellites and people who are in communications and I get my numbers and everything. It tells me this, it tells me that. You don't know if those numbers are factual. I mean, they could have that all set up to make you believe that it's way up there and it's going this fast and yada yada.
Well, I'm super suspicious of their satellite program, considering that stuff that Bassano found with all the helium and the launches.
Well, here, looky here. You guys show present my screen if you would, Candy, or just don't talk while I'm doing this. Here's NASA launching a satellite balloon down in Australia. Like I said, somebody accidentally hits the triple release before the balloon's completely full. Watch this.
Hold on.
Boom.
Okay, so if I hit screen share, as long as like when I have your name clicked, it'll share. I don't know how to do this.
You can click on him and have him presenting.
Yeah, on my.
All I have to do is click on his name, right?
Yeah, on the little box.
Yeah.
There.
Okay, here we go. When I watch the satellite goes crashing straight to the ground when they release it. Boom. Because the balloon's not completely full. It goes to drag the balloon on. Bam! Minivan.
I can't see any.
And here comes the balloon crashing down.
Oh, I'm looking at the watch screen. That's why.
Yeah.
Took out that car.
They're gonna show you
Nice.
some more. Boom! Crash!
Nice. Good job. Who fucked that up, right?
Yeah. And I'm gonna go ahead and get a link here real quick for Project Loom. Anybody who thinks that satellite technology is anything other than Project Loon. Where's Loon at? Right here.
Oh, that's the
Anybody
Google
thinks
balloons,
that
right?
satellite technology is anything other than helium balloons? Facts are about it. in here on Project Loon, when you guys get time to research it, I highly suggest everybody research it because they reveal some pretty revealing stuff in there. Everything from the Earth being stationary, because these balloons are sending their signal down to a stationary object by their own admission. They're not geostatic. There's a satellite going up on a balloon. Now imagine if you had one of them that looked like the ISS and you had a camera mounted just slightly above the ISS. These launch facilities are definitely necessary in order for them to get a safe launch. And they won't reveal exactly how many they got, but they do say the numbers in the hundreds. Each facility, each one of these orange rigs can launch up to 3 balloons an hour, but they strive for definitely 1 balloon every 30 minutes, 2 balloons an hour, but they try to get a launch off every 20 minutes, 3 balloons an hour. They got their technology down to a science to where now the longest balloon that's ever stayed in orbit, according to them, is 190 days. However, they have the ability to land them now in any remote area by their own admission. Remote area. If you had the ability to have a vast area like Area 51 or people excluded from the Antarctic to where these would never be visible, get away with all kind of lies, couldn't you? Now, note behind here when they release this again as a replays, note this little string thing behind it. What if that was the actual camera behind it? Release, 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 release. Gosh darn it. Release. Behind. And we're.
Hey, he says in the chat.
Look at the solar panels. Wow, it looks just like the stuff we see from NASA's channel.
Gosh darn it. I didn't mean to click on that.
Little mini ISS.
Yeah, but by their own admission,
Somebody wants to know what frequency they use.
Here, now look at this drawing here. They're showing you curvature, right? But they also tell you that how can change elevations and come back. So there's nothing geostationary about them. But now let's go down to another curve, one where the demonstration is, and they show you that exact same thing flat. Here they're talking about where they accidentally crashed one. But this is very revealing, so people, please take time out. If you believe satellites are launched from rockets, you've been fed a bunch of bullshit. I can give you documents stemming all the way back to 1962 from NASA, to where NASA tells you satellite technology is nothing more balloons. But I know, tear the newspaper boy all up because he brought you a newspaper with headlines that you didn't like. Yeah, stop sharing.
Okay.
Yeah, now I need my page to load so I can bring chat up.
And
My
apparently,
browser's running kind of slow.
apparently Charles doesn't get. Now I'm in electronics big time, and he's talking about the solar panels only pushing out 40 to 45 watts. You got to remember that goes into a pretty good sized capacitor, even if it's this big, would push out 3 times as much wattage. So I'm sorry, that doesn't prove diddly. All that does is charge up the capacitor, and that's what runs all the signal and camera and whatever else is on there.
Yeah, I might have to reboot my machine. And there it went. Finally, the page loaded.
Hey, Candy, didn't you post
No, they
something
don't.
the other day?
They don't do that. I get that, Charles. But when they do hit the sun, that's when it's charging. I mean, and it doesn't take much to charge a capacitor at all. I mean, I couldn't believe how much juice is in them things.
Was it 1.21 gigawatts?
Yeah, that was it.
Here's something for people to ponder across, right? When you look at NASA's explanation of microgravity, something like
I don't think they would drain that quick. They don't drain overnight. No way. I've had a capacitor last for 3 days running nonstop.
I guess
I'm sorry.
it depends
Go
on
ahead,
the capacitor.
Yeah.
Hey, something to think about here. You know, they claim that microgravity is nothing more than an object in a constant state of free fall, such as the Vomit Comet. Microgravity still retains 80% of its original value. So if you weighed 100 pounds in microgravity, you would still weigh 80 pounds, right? So now we stop and look at the gravity forces of the moon. The moon is said to have 1/6 the power. They try to compare it by saying Neil Armstrong in his full spacesuit weighed 300 pounds on Earth, but 60 pounds on the moon, right? So the ratio factor on the moon is less than that in the ISS. How is it they're capable of doing flips and free falls in the ISS, but when they was on the moon, they would jump up and they would come back down? And then, and then when the one astronaut fell down, he couldn't just do a flip to get back up. They needed the wires to pull him back up.
Yeah, you could even see the backpack move and jerk him up. I seen that, and I'm like, oh, busted. And even part of the backpack fell off. And then in the next clip, it was gone. So they stopped the film, picked it up, and then started the film again.
So, since there's nobody doing a flip on the moon, it would be much more easier. Matter of fact, it would be hard to stay on the moon as we look how easy it is to do a flip on the ISS, right? With the powers being extreme, or the moon power gravitational pull being the weaker of the two. What the hell squeaking in my ear?
Yeah, what is that noise?
Yeah, I don't think he was talking about that, Charles.
Showdown comes from West.
He was talking. Charles was talking about walking on the moon doesn't equate the orbiting free fall around the Earth. Yeah, we get that. I mean, it's 1/6 gravity on the moon, so they tell us.
What I was getting at to finish it up with is how come when we see the flips on the ISS, they're not in a natural state.
Yeah, they're always got their hands like this.
Yeah,
and on the Vomit Comet, they flip and their hands are all out here. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's exactly. I was going to say that before we got interrupted.
Sorry.
No problem.
Oh. That's strike 2 now for me, isn't it, Hillbilly?
You know what happens when strike 3 comes around? He sends you out to the yard to get a switch.
Go get a switch.
I guess it's because that's the way I was raised. Nobody talks on top of nobody. Even my parents wouldn't talk on top of me. They led by example. So I try not to do it. That's why I always have to end up biting my tongue. But it is a pet peeve of mine.
I'm trying to learn it. I have a hard time.
I agree with you. I'm trying to do the same thing. Because my family always talked over everybody. Big, loud mouths.
Mine too. Mine too.
It's-
My family's from Boston, so they're all like that. And like, God.
Well, yeah, we have a conversation, and the four of us are all talking at the same time, but we're having four different conversations. It's like it's ridiculous. I don't know. Plus, the delay fucks me all up. I don't know when people aren't talking, when they are talking.
Hey, Hillbilly, can you do me a favor and do another screen share and go to the video where it shows the ISS and where you can definitely see the wires, or you can see wire activity, because Chris doesn't believe it.
The way my computer's running, it'd be better off if somebody else would have, unless I was to leave for a
on my
minute and
phone.
reboot.
Candy, can you bring up bring up a video? Like probably any one of those interior flipping videos will show that
Yep, that's what I'm
same
trying.
angle, same.
Sending somebody a
same-
message on YouTube, so give me just a minute.
Hey, Whit, if you put it over in the chat here, I'll screen share.
Is that Dave?
Yeah, what's up, y'all?
Who's that? What's up, Dave?
What's going on?
So you're not a
Not
globe with
much.
a X on it. You are a human.
Yes, I've been on camera before. I try not to show my ugly face too much. I'm just got tired of bailing that guy in the chat. I didn't want to type that much. I'm too tired. The guy over in the chat wants to live on a spinning globe. Well, enjoy your ride, buddy. Is all I'm telling. But he said there's many non-NASA real photos of Earth.
Where?
NASA doesn't have the first real photo. They got all of
No,
amazing
he's saying-
CGIs.
He's saying they're non-NASA photos, but if you put that into Google, you get the same pictures. I just Googled it. There's
Well,
actually
where are they? And who? I'm sorry. God, I'm talking out loud. Sorry.
You're good, man. Well, you need me to screen share. What are y'all going to show here?
All right, you ready?
Tell me how to do it without showing the link here, because I'm a rookie at this.
No, I'm already up. I'm already sharing my screen. So if Cindy can, click on me,
Candy.
Cindy, or maybe Candy can do it. Forget about
What
Cindy.
Candy
Cindy
do?
never listens to me. So.
Hey, Cindy, can I ask you a question?
I would relay the message to Cindy.
Could you? Thank you, Cindy. Could you relay the message to Cindy? This question: Who is this other entity that took pictures of the Earth other than NASA?
I have yet to find them.
Okay.
The guy in the
All right.
chat says there's many non-NASA photos, but I
But
don't see
who are they? I want to see them. I want to know.
Yeah.
All right, am I being shared, guys? Can everyone see this?
Looks like it's stuck on me on my screen. I need to read
You're
through.
always passed around, Wes.
My screen's stuck on me.
Candy, you want to give me control powers?
Hey, Dave, is there a white box around your name on your screen?
No.
Okay, then she's got it stuck on you. Because if there's a white
Get it off
box
of me.
on
Yeah,
your
I got stuck on
screen,
Dave.
Get it
there
off
you
of
go.
me.
But I gave you control, Hillbilly.
he might be rebooting.
You look at him faking, trying to grab the hat and put it down. That's so funny.
Excuse me. Is that Dave Hinkle sitting on a couch?
Yep.
Hey, what's up? What you got? A flannel robe on?
Yeah.
Nice. I'm all ready for bed too. I got my smiley face PJs on.
What are we looking at here, Wes? How racing is this? Is this new footage of this?
See, you just grab the The Wire. Did you see that?
I don't see anything but Dave.
Oh fuck!
You're stuck on me again.
Too funny.
I thought Dave was going
Never
to
moved off.
No,
It never moved
I'm
off of
seeing
him.
I'm seeing him on the. Oh no, I don't.
Okay, now it is. It's cool.
Get it off me. Okay, there you go.
Yeah, you might have to click on West once.
Yeah, I thought that was Dave that said he was going to post share it. That's why I clicked on him.
I offered
He
to,
was.
but didn't
He
want to
was.
start doing it.
Wes sniped him.
So is this recent footage? This is new footage of this? Or
I'm not sure what year this is. Let
last
me
couple
take a
years,
look.
something like that?
What are they doing? Were they dancing? What was that?
Yeah, this is March 6th.
Hey, can you go back just a little bit?
Yeah.
Yeah, just a little bit, and then stop it right there. Stop it right there.
Yeah, what are they doing?
All right. People, pay attention to the female's hair. All right, we all know the hairspray trick going on.
Right.
Yeah.
Go look up video footage of the vomit comet to where they do it, and then the vomit comet. All females, none of their hair is like that.
Oh yeah, it doesn't move like that at all.
Yeah,
No, not at all.
Totally different. Totally different.
It moves so much more fluid, like it's underwater.
Does your hair ever do that, Candy?
Definitely.
I just
Only
like
one-
that part right there. Him
Only when
grabbing
she's
the
in
wire.
space.
That hair isn't barely moving at all. Just stiff as a board.
Yep.
People fall for this crap, guys.
Yeah, they do. They really do. Especially
I
this
did.
gal.
I did for a long time. I did.
I never even looked at it. I didn't even think about it. I was like, there's no way they're doing shit like that, But they are.
I did for a long time. Very upset about it. Feel betrayed.
Man, I used to listen to Fox News and I listened to Rush Limbaugh and the whole 9 yards.
Oh.
All before 9/11. I woke up after that.
No, I never went that far. I never liked any of those talking heads. None of them.
I wasn't like a big fan, but I would listen to them and kind of get my worldview from them a little, when I look back on it,
Sure.
I was a big conservative, limited government, all that good shit.
Gotcha.
It was all just a game, man.
Yeah, you think you're fighting the right fight and going for it and trying to get things changed, and it's a game. They just keep you bogged down forever. Nothing ever gets done. Nothing ever gets changed.
All right, now this is the
Drag it
vomit
out for
comet.
20 years.
Yeah.
Let's see here. This is the vomit comet. Now watch the women's hair, or even his hair. The guy looks like he's going to throw up. Guess there's a reason why they call it the vomit comet.
So what altitude are they at again? I forget. Anybody know? What altitude are they at when they're on
If memory serves me right, they try to gain altitude upwards of 5 miles and try to pull out of the dive 2.5 miles. So they dive for 2.5 miles.
Okay.
Nice.
So 5
Yeah,
miles. Damn, that's way above a normal cruising altitude of an airliner, right?
That's about the average of cruising altitude.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they just do a sharp dive to create that effect, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They
so you're just free falling. It just seems like you're floating or have negative zero gravity because you're relative to the inside of the plane. But you're
Oh,
still
yeah.
just free falling.
Exactly. And that's the message. That's what they claimed going on with the ISS. It's in a constant state of free fall. In order for it to continue its momentum of 1,700 or 17,500 miles, that would require continuous thrust or some other magical explanation. And instead of applying thrust, they gave us the magical explanation. Stop and look at, as we know that the Earth is laying on its side as it travels through the solar system following the sun. It's actually laying through its side, and we're going North Pole first. So the ISS is orbiting west to east. So it's actually orbiting in the same direction we're said to be orbiting the sun. So how do they explain it staying out of the impact of the Earth at the 9 o'clock position, let's say, on the clock? All of a sudden, please. All of a sudden, their gravity is a pushing force. Now, let's say when it's on the 6 o'clock position, although we're trying to put something 3D into a 2D image, now that it's a 6 o'clock position, gravity is a sucking force. Now, when it's at the 3 o'clock position, gravity is a pulling force because it never pulls the ISS to the Earth, but it keeps it that continuous, magical 300 miles above the Earth or 250 above the. And then here's the real technical part of it, NASA's technical term. When it's at 12 noon, it's in the sweet spot. Sweet spot, that's a technical term. When I was a kid, I had a technical term for a sweet spot, but it was always found on a girl, you know.
That's what I was going to say, but
yeah.
So anyhow, here's the horizon on an airplane. Seems to be eye level.
Horizon always comes up to eye level. It's just how the human eye works. Anybody tries to tell you any different, it's never done any research on perspective or the human eye.
It rises to eye level because it has to be.
Yeah. Anything flat will raise up. Anything with a ball will get sharper curvature.
All right, that's all I got.
What is that screechiness? Is that from Wes's house?
I doubt
That's what I had it narrowed down to earlier when I heard it.
What do you have playing in the background, Wes?
Yep, you're muted.
That's not Wes, huh?
No, you just muted.
Is it me?
I'm not hearing it now. I heard it strong earlier. Real high pitched. Beep, beep, beep.
The only thing I hear is yours.
I bet you're hearing the background of me right now, but it's not the high pitches that I heard earlier. She's got a reading machine going right now.
Oh, okay. That's probably what I hear.
The high pitches were probably me in the truck earlier, but anyways.
No way.
Hey, Flip. My friend was, when you called me before, my friend asked me, he goes, "Who the fuck was that? Did Elvis just call you from the dead?" I laughed for like 10 minutes. I couldn't help it. I'm sorry.
Thank you very much.
I love you. I love you, Flip. But it was great. He got me. Oh, too funny.
Oh,
Where you at
man.
now? Flip.
Yeah, I'm here.
Where you at now?
Somewhere out between Fayetteville, North Carolina, and Rockingham, headed to Shoot, Greenville, South Carolina.
Okay, drone strike enacted.
Yeah. Well, I don't have the
Too funny.
Illuminati eye keeping an eye on me tonight, so.
Oh, we
Nice.
can't track it. Damn it.
All right, I got a quick question for Charles Scott. He says he can prove the horizon does not rise to eye level. I'd like to hear this one.
I just don't see it any other way. I mean, from my own
He's got proof of what?
my own eyes, that the horizon is not at the center of your vision, eye level.
I don't know if Charles is still in the chat or not.
Oh, you can't drop a link.
Because
Yeah,
he punched that in when I was talking about the horizon. So.
he was trying to draw me into a debate out there on it. I'm too tired to type to him, so I ain't got time to educate these Globers anymore, you know.
All right, he's still here.
Can't post links, he says.
A mod, that's why.
Yeah,
just tell us
only
where
mods
it's
can.
at or something. Or I could make you mod for a minute. Hang on. I got you. No offense or anything.
All you
guy-
have to do is copy the link except for the HTTP www. Just copy the rest of the link.
No, he can
There
post
you
it.
go.
He can post it for now.
Post your link or forever hold your peace. There's another guy up there that said he's got an app for his phone that proves that he's flying around the globe when he's on an airplane. So, I got a question for him though. If you take a spirit level and you take a trip from North America to South America, and the spirit level stays level in your lap the whole time, what does that tell you?
I'm sorry, what level?
Say you're flying on an airplane, saying you're going from New York to say Buenos Aires or something, all the way around the ball, right?
Right.
But you keep why didn't somebody just tape a flight of them just sitting there with a spirit level in their lap?
Which is the regular
It
level.
stays level.
A bubble level.
Yeah. Yeah, bubble level,
Okay.
water level.
Gotcha. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Roger that.
Keeping their lap for the whole trip, for the whole 6-7 hours, whatever. It's going to stay level pretty much, as long as the pilot ain't screwing up. And it won't show you going upside down.
Okay. Here we go. I'm gonna jump on this again. This is the link that Charles put in.
Good question from Tom. Where does water curve? That's the thing I'm stuck on. Be careful there, man.
Who dropped?
Zulu.
Flatter, debunked.
We're about to get back on the globe. Y'all ready?
Some people have been here their whole life, or there their whole life.
I would love to get back on the globe. I miss the globe sometimes.
You can go to any optical or physical site or physics site and find the question of why the horizon is always flat and rises to eye level. The physics agree that it does. Artist perspective agrees it does. Only silly globetards with bogus information disagree, as they have to ignore what they see as they fly in a plane, as they go up in a mountain. Everybody's seen it. There's thousands upon thousands upon thousands of pictures out there where horizon is at eye level at all different elevations.
What's he trying to show us here? Does this have sound?
I don't know. This doesn't prove diddly. I mean, even an airplane pilot will have his horizon that he follows. I mean,
What does it show?
Flat horizon.
Yeah, looks like eye level to me.
I wish I could see it.
What's the point? This Charles's link?
I have no clue.
This is the link he put in the chat?
Yeah.
This is supposed to be Charles's proof.
He's showing that the horizon is not at eye level, but it was right in the middle of the reticle. Maybe he's got other photos. I'll look at that. What's that one? Is that looking out the window? What's it say? What's he pointing to?
Yeah, it says evolution 0.1 angle. 3 degrees. Oh, those are degrees. Okay. 1 degree, 3 degrees. 3.3 degrees elevation.
Now, how is that being determined? That looks like it's superimposed on a picture.
Yeah, it does.
So your base can be anywhere.
Yeah, no doubt.
I mean, and I'm not. I mean, maybe he's not lying, but
Aww.
I need to understand.
I don't understand what those numbers and stuff mean. I mean, he's off by like 3 degrees of elevation angle? What does that mean?
That's what he's saying, that the horizon was 3 degrees below eye level. But I'm trying to understand, how do you determine that? Because that looked like it was superimposed on the picture, so your base can be started anywhere.
Right.
And maybe it's a legitimate thing, but I just want to understand how it's calculated. I don't understand.
All 3 of those right there look flat to me. What do y'all think? At the end there. Sea level.
Yeah, that all looks flat.
Hey, we're talking 3 degrees here. I'm sorry. If we lived on a globe, it'd be a lot lower.
There's no way to prove that the camera was level when it took the picture too.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm getting at. And I'm not trying to totally dismiss it just because of that, but
That's the excuse the Globers used for that guy in North Carolina that did the mountain shot with his camera, remember?
I'm just sorry. Again, thinking out loud.
Well, y'all remember the guy that did the mountains down in North Carolina, right? He had a view of 3 mountains he shouldn't be able to see. Should have been behind the curvature. At least it should have dropped like 400 feet. But they were all sitting there level, and the Globers were saying how they know his camera was level, you know. So
see, also, I think we really have to focus more on coastlines, water, because we can have really flat spots, just picture a basketball and putting mud on it.
Yeah.
That there could be a very perfect flat spot in that mud, but it's still on a round ball. What I'm saying is we focus on the water where there's no disputing it.
Yeah.
That shit is not curving.
Hey,
if
Mark.
we believe their numbers, 70% water. I see your point. Go ahead, man.
Hey, Mark.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Go into chat. I want you to take this one from Charles.
Oh, I'm outside. Well, I can't read it to me, please.
Oh, okay, well, here, I'll just go ahead and put it into our chat.
Okay.
Hey, I couldn't see the picture that Wes was talking about. The 3 degrees, is that picture of the airplane, the wing? The guy saying it's 3 degrees above the horizon?
Below.
No, it's looking out. It appears to be looking out a portal window, has crosshairs in the center, pointing at the horizon, an indicator saying it's 3 degrees below, but I don't know, is that a piece of equipment? Is it something that, was just generated, superimposed? I don't know what it is, and I don't know how do they calculate that it's 3 degrees below, because to me it still looks like it's basically in the center of the picture, but it also depends on what angle you took the picture from inside the plane.
Well, people like Charles, they'll ask all kind of questions and never answer a single one. You ask them a simple question. Why can't I find one measurable inch of curvature 660 feet around in front of me? If I live on a ball that has a radius of 24,900 or 24,901 miles, then by all means, every 660 feet, there has to be 1 inch of curvature that equals 8 inches in any given mile. If you put mile upon mile together, then you would start multiplying or squaring the miles. But in any 1 mile, there's 8 inches, so 660 feet in front of me should be 1 measurable inch. People like Charles can never answer, why can't we measure that inch?
Right. Well, they're on their own journey. They'll get to it.
Are you reading the comments I'm posting?
Uh,
Anybody?
I would if you posted them. I don't see anything.
You got to click on the chat over in the top left corner.
I'm not. I'm on the phone.
Oh, shoot. Well, then you can't see that.
Yes, you can.
Hey,
You got to post.
Aaron said Hillbilly is the smartest flat earth truther ever.
That's Joey Roque out in Hawaii, isn't it, Aaron?
Somebody over in IPS's stream said he was talking shit about Mark Sargent. It was a really funny comment though. He said, if you can't see that Mark Sargent is an agent, then your discernment is about 8 inch per mile squared off.
I'm sorry, I missed that whole thing. I was coming inside and it switched over to
Somebody
Wi-Fi.
in IPS has got a stream now, and I just went over there to hit like and say hi to everybody. And somebody in the chat was talking shit about Mark Sargent. Of course, I had to defend him, but he was like, if you can't see Mark Sargent as an agent, then your discernment is about 8 inches per mile squared off.
Yeah, at least they were funny.
funny.
At least they were funny. I'll give them that.
Yeah.
No, you're trying to change the equation, although there's been no official change. We got a YouTube official change by Charles. 8 inches per mile squared, not accurate, dude. Okay, tell me what is accurate, and then I'll tell you how much curvature I should have.
With that,
660 feet. Yeah. They won't ever tell you. They won't ever tell you. They won't ever tell you how far I got to go to find 1 inch. Here's the key word, measurable, not observable. The naked eye has things called optical illusions. Sometimes we can be tricked with fine line details, such as if I'm putting and I want them to be 6 foot. Well, one board's cut exactly at 72 inches. That's exactly 6 foot. The other board is cut at 71 inches and 7/8. Well, it's 1/8 of an inch shy of 6 foot. You put them together, you may never see it, but you try to utilize them for kickers for a header, and you put a square up there. That square will see that it's out of square each and every time. That's measurable. Not observable, it's measurable. So show me how far I got to go in front of me to find 1 inch of measurable curvature. Not one Glober will answer that question. Not one.
What I don't understand is why, if Charles is a globalist, why are you even here? I'm sorry, I don't get why globalists come into Flat Earth hangouts.
I hate to interrupt you because I
go ahead.
called you out on that for a minute, but look at here. Now he's really letting his intelligence shine since I got his back to a corner. All of a sudden, it's crayons to teach me math. Jackass. Go look at your best flat or globetard who is a math teacher, and his name is Flat Earth Math, although it's a shady name because he's a globe believer. One thing he tells you, damn hillbilly, your math is 100% correct. So I don't need you to teach me about math. Well, if you got to show your childish ass because you made a statement, you don't have the ass to put behind it as form as proof. then by all means just move along. But to show your willful ignorance will get you dismissed from this room.
Right. And like everybody's welcome here, whether you believe the earth is heart shaped, dick shaped, pear shaped, I don't care. But be respectful. If you're here to try to prove that the earth is a globe, we're fine with that. But when you want to be a dick about it, that's not okay. And I'm speaking to everybody, not just Charles. And I know we don't really have a problem with that much, but I don't believe that anybody should be able to come in here and call anybody stupid or say anything negative or derogatory or discriminative to anybody for any reason. So that's what you're
Yeah,
doing.
he just. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Amen, Candy.
Let him sit idle for 5 minutes. Maybe he'll think about it. Just said I'm butthurt. No, I'm just tired of the personal attacks. There ain't no butthurt about it. You don't hear me screaming at the top of my lungs. I'm not excited. I got chat skin. I ran across people with your mentality so many times, it's almost like playing bumper cars. The fact that I pinned your back to the wall to where now you got to act like a 2-year-old or 6-year-old on an elementary playground, you've already won. Now, don't forget, respect is a requirement. I ain't butthurt one bit. I just mopped the floor with you. Your butthurt.
It's so funny. He says, why is he so brutal? And it's like, if you read your comment right before it, you were just putting him down, saying that he needs to go back to school. That's messed up.
And all I did was ask for him if he says 8 inches per mile is wrong, then what is it? I asked him, what is it? Since he couldn't answer that, he has to show his childish ass. What a shame.
Mm-hmm. I hear you.
I know that ain't the right answer, but I don't know what the right answer is. Well, then how do you know it's the wrong answer if you don't know what the right answer is?
Correct.
Oh my God. You got to put up with. And the sad part, it's willful. It's not just ignorance, it's willful.
Yeah, and then people gotta. I don't know if anybody. Yeah, no doubt. I don't know if anybody ever looked up the definition of ignorance. Doesn't mean you're stupid.
Right.
It just means you're unaware of a subject. That's all it means.
It's the lack of knowledge. It means you don't
Right,
know.
lack of knowledge. Thank you. So some people get very offended.
Whatever it is. Yeah.
Yes, they get very offended when you call someone ignorant. What are you? I'm not stupid or nothing. Blah blah. It's like that's not what it means.
Yeah, well, I was describing an act, ignorance, willful ignorance.
Yeah, knowing something and not doing. Let's see, knowing something. God, how did somebody told me this once?
To know that there's an alternative, but not be willing to investigate the alternative.
I wonder if it's not so willing.
It's regurgitating indoctrination.
No, I mean, just like the Pavlov thing and MK Ultra, and if something is so ingrained in you, I mean, I had a seriously hard time letting it go and having to say, all right, I have to disbelieve everything and start over. And that was hard as hell because I was so into my science and the space shuttle and NASA and movies, and I'm not so sure it's all willful. I've some of it is, and being a dick about it definitely is, but I'm not so sure it is all willful, 100% willful.
I hate to use my ex-wife as an example, but she came from a family that always took care of her automobile for her, right? And so we got married. The first time that we had a vehicle to where the brakes started going bad in, she had her vehicle, I had mine, right?
Right.
she asked me, she says, can you go out and look at my brakes? So I say, sure enough, I go out, pull the wheels off, rotors just about ready to fall apart. Brake pads did fall off when I took the calipers off. So I go back in and I say, how long has your brakes been bad? Because there's nothing left to them, right? How long? He says, well, they've been squeaking for about 3 months, but they just been absolutely nothing for the last couple of days. I said, so ignorance is they was squeaking. Okay, I can understand she didn't know what the squeaking was caused by. Willful ignorance is to go 3 months before you would bring it to my attention because you knew the squeak was there.
Yeah. Knowing something and not acting upon it is the same as not knowing it at all. That's what it is. But I've actually had breaks just like that. And I knew the reason why.
Well, there's a reason why they put squeakers on them. That's exactly what it's called, a squeaker.
That's right. I just, had no money. Oh, I'll wait till next week. I'll wait till next week. And I did the exact same thing. I took off the tire and half of the freaking disc fell apart.
Yeah. Almost wanted to make her pay for the rotors. I said, well, I'll pay for the brake pads because that's average wear and tear. Your ignorance is why I have to buy rotors now too.
Yeah. Yeah, my brother and I, when we pulled that off, he's like, I don't know if we're going to be able to get this caliper pushed back. And it took a while, but we did finally get it. And he's like, I'm not guaranteeing that this is going to work. And we put new pads and 2 new rotors. Might as well change the other one, so we got equal ones. And put all the fluid back in and did your backup and slam on the brake and set everything, and it worked fine. So I was lucky because it could have really screwed up a caliper.
Here, let me, Charles's 5 minutes is up, and I want to bring your attention to his very first comment that grabbed my attention. I apologize, Mr. Hillbilly. I did not intend to offend you. You didn't offend me. You bored me, actually. I just run out of patience when people disingenuous don't hold their own evidence to the same scrutiny and standards as others. I am holding it. You're the one who said the standards that I was holding it to was wrong. I was willing to yield to you being correct and ask you if I'm wrong, what's the correct number? That's when you got butt hurt. That's when you ran out of patience because you was being disingenuous, as you would not hold yourself to present evidence that could stand up to scrutiny or standards as to others. Your statement on yourself, jackass.
Did he send that to you through your message?
No, it's in the YouTube chat.
It's in the chat.
Oh,
I was willing to concede to him. Okay, it's not 8 inches in a mile. What is it?
Oh, I didn't know that you unbanned him.
No, I don't ban nobody. I'll time them out. I'd rather time them out.
I gotcha.
Yeah. I might ban somebody in my own hangout, but I'd never ban nobody in somebody else's hangout, even if I got a wrench. I like a wrench for posting links.
Right.
I don't care if you need to ban somebody. If they're being assholes, get rid of them.
Yeah, if somebody
if they're talking, then that's fine. If they're talking, that's fine. You can say whatever you want. Just like Candy said, don't be a hurtful ass. Right?
Yeah. All right, now let's go back to where we was, Charles, if you want to participate. 660 feet in front of me, there ought to be a measurable inch if it's 8 inches per mile. Now, do we agree it's 8 inches per mile, or is there some other number you want to give me? Let's try to be productive. Either it's 8 inches or it's some other number? If it's some other number, tell me that number and I'll agree to it.
No, he says right there, he says the curvature of the earth is trigonometry calculation. The 8-inch per mile squared works for a short distance, but grows in occurring over a long distance.
Talking a long distance, we're talking 660 feet. That's an eighth of a mile. True science is being performed. True science tells you to remove unnecessary complications and take everything down to its smallest full unit in order to get repeatable, observable results. So let's apply that. Its smallest full unit. We're talking about miles. What's the smallest full unit? Okay, now we're talking about inches. What's the smallest full unit? 1 inch. So can we find a perfect 1-to-1 ratio? 1 inch miles, 8/8 in a mile. So we, ironically enough, we found that perfect 1-to-1 ratio. An eighth of a mile is 660 feet. 660 feet, there should be that measurable 1 inch. Utilize level lasers that's utilized in the construction material that's good for projects up to miles and miles and miles long. We cannot find that measurable. It indicates that the reading that's right in front of the level laser is as flat and as level all the way to that 660 feet.
Yeah, I don't know. Did you read that comment that he said? Please tell me how you can measure an inch at 660 feet.
I guess he doesn't understand we have to measure sea level on a daily basis to put pipe in the ground, to put building footers in the ground, to put parking lots in, to get them to properly drain when it rains. All that has to be done by a control point. What is that control point? Means sea level. That's how you utilize measurements to try to find for measurable amount of curvature, not observable. We're removing the naked eye. The naked eye has gosh darn it, I can't think of the damn word I'm trying to get out of my mouth. The naked eye is subject to flaws, optical illusions, atmospheric conditions, false curvature rates given to us as a form of an education. There's many of things that can come into play, but that tape measure never lies. That tape measure, whether it's measuring down to the half-inch, quarter-inch, inch, 6 inches, which would be a half of a foot, 10 foot, will never, ever lie to you. Nope. Charles still has not given me a number yet. Simple damn question. Simple damn question. He is still not giving me a number yet. Why do they got to run from the questions?
To run
Say
around.
I'm wrong, but can't tell me what's right.
Have to run around the globe to get the answer.
Yeah.
Okay, now he's on the geodesic surveyors. That's where we're making our mistake, because geodesic survey proves the curvature, right?
No, they don't, because they self-admitting that they operate on a geographical location that covers approximately 720 square miles, and all of that 720 square miles is laid out as flat. Admitted. They try to tell you that it's made up in the district over or the district over. That's why it's compartmentalized. Easy to tell lies when you keep it compartmentalized. Anyways, it is. That's what they'll tell you when they bring their survey out to your construction site. They'll put it up according to what it read 10 miles away or wherever their control point is.
There is no number. It is trigonometry calculation.
He's in denial. If there is no numbers, he has to explain why is Denver, Colorado defined as Mile High City, because it's at 5,280 feet. Numbers above sea level.
Well, I hate to say it, guys, but it's getting late for me, and I got to call it a night.
All right, Wes.
Me too.
All right, we'll see y'all. Bye.
Good night, everybody.
Y'all have a good
Have a good one. Peace out.
I got
All right,
15 minutes, bro.
Good
Y'all
night.
have a good one. Hey, did Candy just drop?
That's correct.
Did she?
Yep.
You got 5 minutes to get back, right?
Oh, now it's time to say goodbye to Candy and her friend. Oh, there she is.
I don't know what happened. I got booted. I'm trying to get back on my laptop so it doesn't kill the stream.
Thought we lost you there.
I was like, am I talking to myself? Can y'all hear me? Could you guys hear me saying all that?
I wouldn't hear you at all. I didn't.
No, because Wes was like frozen on the screen, like, and I was like, wait, is he reading something or what's going on? I couldn't tell. Trying to get my own. Can't even find my email. Huh? There it is. Jeez.
I think somebody's trying to go to the perspective argument again.
Dang, I missed all that.
Perspective doesn't work when you try to apply two people in motion at the same time. How do you explain that one? Then throw the third person into the equation, then the fourth person. I can do this all the way up to 7 billion. Perspective doesn't work. Your lies have been exposed.
Who was it? I think it's Rob Skiba, or is it John the Morgal? One of them has a very good video about the curvature, and he puts like a small scale of like a ball on the screen and does it. He breaks it down very simply. I think I don't know. I have to figure it out. If it's either Rob Skiba or the Morgal, one of them.
I think I remember seeing something like that. I'm trying to think of it. I know what you're talking about. I've seen most every video, most of them.
Okay, I'm back.
Shout out to
Kathleen, I'm
Flat
still
Still
awake.
Earth and Chad. He's a legit Flat Earth.
Not even midnight.
I know, but you were very quiet. I think Carl's sleeping. I tried to text him and
Shout out to Flat Still Earth in the chat. I know him. He's in down in like the Panhandle of Florida or Mobile, Alabama. He's does videos and stuff. He's a good guy.
Who?
Flat Still Earth. He just typed in the chat. Yeah, we had a guy trying to convince us that geodetic surveying proves that it's a globe. You know,
Yeah.
because they can do. They start with the premise that they're on a globe and they go out and survey it or whatever. I don't know.
All
the
they
details
are
of
is
it, but
data. All
Yeah.
they are is data transfers. They never have to utilize it as a working application. When you try to
Correct. They're
use
just-
mean sea level, that's how they're claiming curvature, mean sea level. But when you try to utilize mean sea level as a form of measurement to measure the curvature, it only proves flat in a working application. Doomweaver 2007, yeah, Joey, I'm subscribed to him.
He's asking if you're a Dome subscriber.
Oh, Dome, you ain't got
Yeah.
glasses on. I just assumed that he's talking about Doomweaver. I'll go down the route to Joey. You cannot have a positive pressure, and we can prove the Earth's atmosphere is a pressurized zone. You cannot build pressure without a container. Hold water without a container. You cannot build pressure without a container. You can't have a vacuum without a container.
Whatever it is, it's
When's the
got to be
last-
something. There's got to be something sealing it in, kind of, right?
Yeah. What are you doing when you put air in your tire? You're blowing it up. Where's the container? The damn tire.
Mm-hmm. I mean, whether it's an electromagnetic field or whatever, it's something that's containing the, you know, the winds and all that good stuff in the atmosphere and all the different gases and all that crap, right?
The dome would make a good explanation for a reflective sun, though, and I'm beginning to think more and more on that. Starting to give it a little bit more and more credit that the sun is a reflection instead of projection.
Yeah, you look at all those sundog pictures; they're all interesting, you know.
Have y'all seen my? Oh no, y'all haven't seen my new video because I haven't posted it yet. I did post one from the other day that I took, but I didn't. I posted the wrong. Like I was streaming that one live, like from my camera, and it had faded by then. But I have a really good one, and I'll show y'all in just a minute.
Well, I was sort of disappointed with my raccoon video that I got uploaded today. I thought the title alone would give me a bunch of hits on it. Since it was Easter.
Mm-hmm.
Fed them last night, and man, they started fighting over the food. So I just came in and uploaded it real quick because it's kind of quick or cute to hear them jurgling or squirrel, you know, like raccoon talk, whatever. It almost sound like Alvin and the Chipmunks.
Hey, whatever happened to Matt?
And I caught the audio to it, so I figured I'd upload it, thinking, man, this one ought to get a couple hundred hits in one day. Hell, it's lucky they got 60 hits.
Whatever happened to Matt, y'all?
He's been gone a couple hours, or an hour anyways.
I haven't seen him since I got home from work. It's like 2 hours ago.
A lot.
Yeah, Flat Steel Art said he did a live stream on location at Island Beach today. It sounds pretty cool. Is it on your channel?
Who?
Flat Steel Art said he did a live stream from a beach.
Oh, cool.
A beach?
Yeah,
A beach. Okay.
a beach. Not a bitch, a beach.
That's the second part of Joey's question. Well, I think the firmament, whatever you want to describe it as, is nothing more than the atmosphere. We know that everything needs a medium to travel in. And so we essentially know that radio waves travel through the atmosphere, or shock waves can travel through an atmosphere, hence the breaking of speed barrier. All that is an indication that, yes, there is a medium, hence firmament. Well, the fact that we got all the silicone around, silicone is one of the greatest abundant out on Earth. And what does it take to make glass? Key ingredients, silicone.
Mm-hmm.
All the sandy silicone that we got around, could it just be fragments of the dome that may got fragmented? And then what happens if you got glass that has a flaw in it and you light that glass up? That flaw is going to look like the same representation that one would think a star would look like.
Yeah, Candy, I gotta get to bed soon. If Aaron wants to join, he's cool with me. I've heard him on panels before. He's talked to Hillbilly many times.
Yeah, he's been on here before. That's not Aaron. That's somebody else, right?
Joey. Joey's his real name. How's little girls doing? He's a proud papa, man, I tell you.
Who?
Joey, he's got a little girl back when he first started coming on about flat Earth. You could tell every time he had a chance to talk about his little girl, he's a proud papa. Cute little girl. I think she wasn't no more than probably 6 months old at the time.
But you guys, I gotta head out of here. It's nice talking to y'all. Everybody keep the faith, keep speaking the truth, and we'll see what goes on here.
Good night.
All we can do.
Coming with us and hanging out.
Sure, we'll see you
Thanks for letting me
tomorrow.
know the spot. Yep, I'll be around.
All right,
Can't
Dave.
stay away from this too long. Y'all, peace out, everybody.
All right, Dave.
Night.
Hey, Hillbilly, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Are they, haven't they said that we're running out of helium, like our supply of helium in the world?
I've never heard the claim, no.
I didn't hear that before either.
Yeah.
I think I heard, it may have been Rob Skiba, I don't know who it was. I think I heard somebody mention that we're running out of helium. And the thing is like, helium, like blowing up, party balloons or whatever, is just very minimum, and it's not been really reported where the helium's going.
Well, isn't helium a product of natural gas? Something that can be extracted from natural gas? Because natural gas is so abundant now that these fracking wells that hit pockets of natural gas as they're trying to find crude oil are just burning the natural gas off. Let me check it out. I guess I never researched. How is helium?
Yeah.
NASA has the biggest supply of helium. Yeah, that's how they got up to space. Duh.
Maybe that's why they're getting.
I'm sorry.
Maybe that's why they're getting ready to shut the NASA programs down and running out of helium. Let's see. Helium. I think it has something to do with adding oxygen to the natural gas, doesn't it?
I'm not for sure.
You got it, dude. Y'all remember that from Full House? Guess not.
Nope, never heard it. Okay, maybe I've heard it. Don't remember.
The tree has spoken.
Wood.
Kathleen's got a Woody.
They must have taken some Viagra.
Woo!
Up all night to get lucky.
I like big butts and I cannot lie.
my God.
Hey, was that you twerking? Huh?
That was me.
Twerking on the wall.
It's just extracted out of the air from the way I'm understanding this.
Got it. Yeah, I'm not for sure how helium is produced or gained. I just remember somebody saying that we're running out of it, and I've heard
that too.
Yeah, I heard somebody tell me they went to get some helium for some balloons one time for a party. This was just, man, it's 5-6 years ago, and they were like, man, we couldn't find any helium anywhere. So it was interesting.
Hey. No, yeah, you called me, so I'm gonna yeah, it's okay. I'm gonna add you to the one that we're in. I just didn't have you as my contact, so I couldn't. Oops, I didn't mean to hung up. I didn't mean to hung up on him. That was Joey.
I got them both.
Where are your music from?
Oh.
You added both of them for me?
Yes, ma'am.
Gracias.
She's quick.
Hey, nada.
She's next Vinny bot.
Vinny is he just sent me a message a while ago. He's working on something.
We're gonna have to call her the Kathleen bot.
Was your phone just ringing or something?
Oh, I thought you were asking where he was.
I'm too much woman to be a bot.
Hell yeah.
Hey,
Good answer.
You'd make the sexiest robot out there.
No, that's because I'm all woman.
Oh, woman.
All
Check out
woman.
this one.
You
Yes,
can't
see?
even handle the amount of woman in her.
That's right, man.
Joey, what up?
Mr. Hillbilly, I love you, brother. How's everyone doing?
All right.
Mr. Hillbilly, I graduated high school.
Hillbilly,
Yeah.
you tear down the math. You tear down the math the best. I remember when you were on a show. Remember when you were talking with Robert Pisano?
Yeah, last summer.
That was a while. Yeah, that was a while back. And then you broke down the math to him, and he was like tripping out.
Yeah.
He's like, "How the hell do you call yourself Hillbilly?"
Well, that's what Charles.
Because you actually corrected him, which I've never seen anybody do. You corrected him on. You didn't correct him. You just helped him out on how to fix his math, how to apply it. Oh man,
yeah,
that's some good stuff. So you don't think Hillbilly, the firmament, could be constantly solid?
It could be.
Okay.
But you know, the separations from water above, water below. If I'm going to think that that's the job of the firmament, why does it rain?
Why does it rain? Oh, well, I mean from the clouds, but you know what makes me kind of think that it is solid, besides the glass that you're talking about, because a rainbow can't be reproduced
I
indoors.
understand.
So if it's glass, to me, I'm thinking, okay, what could possibly be glass? The Bible says in Job 37:18, it's a liquid molten lava looking glass. So I theorize, hey, what if it is made out of lava? Because lava is glass, right? When you cool it down rapidly, it turns into blue obsidian. And it's dielectric, it's a mirror, it's a prism, it's a glass. We have an abundant amount, and Paschen's law says that it can make a double sphere.
Yeah.
So, and the main thing I wanted to ask you, Hillbilly, was thunder. Have you ever seen the videos in HD slow motion where thunder is striking, it goes up, not down? My question
Lightning,
is,
you mean? Yeah.
yeah, lightning. Not
From
thunder.
the ground
And
up.
you hear the roaring thunder as like a reverberating off of something localized in your area, like a roar. So I'm thinking it's got to be solid. It's got to be, whipping something and reverberating and coming back down. So that's what makes me think lean more towards solid.
Yeah.
And and the sky's blue, even though it's clear, and water's blue, even though it's clear. So if we're getting some kind of bluish hue, and then the only way to make blue glass is to have molten lava cooled extremely rapidly, it would fulfill the conditions that we hypothesize that the Earth is surrounded by a circular ice wall. And if you follow volcanism and you put it on the flat Earth map, it makes a circle inside that ring of fire. So maybe it's making some kind of dome, or in the beginning, maybe it made some kind of dome in that way. And glass is brittle, but when it's that solid, if it was solid like made of lava, it could be extremely thick and impenetrable. And the higher we go up, the colder it gets. So somebody else was saying helium, we're running out of it. There's people who I consider a lot smarter than me that I haven't figured out everything, but they're saying that it could be that the top layer of whatever the dome is really cold, and it's super like helium, superfluid helium that's like at 0 degrees, and it's like maybe if we're running out of it, maybe it's because who knows?
Does that make sense though too? If super cold up there, as we know, heat rises.
He does rise, but the weird thing is, like, it's at some level, because once you climb up a mountain, it gets cold and snows. And then Eric Dollard is the one that said that the sun is probably cold, not even warm or hot. It's cool.
But that's my one argument that I can't get past, to think that that there is a solid dome. As we know it, heat rises, but we can't explain why temperatures get colder the higher you go up. That's the opposite of where.
Well, if we also are in a super, if we're in a super big, flat, motionless Earth that hypothetically was dome encapsulated, like an aquaponics terrarium, then you could have an atmosphere the way that we have it in the lower area. And then the higher you go up, the thicker it gets, the colder it gets. It kind of becomes like water again somehow, just like a thicker water. And maybe it just gets colder and colder at a certain point, hot until it gets cold, and it creates the atmosphere that we have. I don't know, Hilda. It's a good question.
There's still a lot of speculations to go, that theories that need to be tested and stuff, and some of them unfortunately have to deal with space, will never ever be testable. That's why NASA gets away with so much shit. Half the stuff they pull off, we can't perform tests to prove it. We got to go for the obvious.
Neither have they. Yeah. Candy, this is your hangout, correct?
Yep.
You're so awesome.
She's been doing it for about 2 weeks. About 2 weeks now, haven't you, Candy?
Close to, I think.
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, I've been following Hillbilly since forever, and love it, Hillbilly, because a lot of people don't realize that Hillbilly is proficient in legalese too, and all kinds of other stuff. So he's like the jack of all trades and almost the master of all as well. He's got some stuff to learn, but pretty proficient in everything. So it's good to have you around in any conversation. Nice. I mean, whether it's crisis actors or 9/11 or spherical trigonometry or legalese, it's kind of a Swiss Army knife of knowledge.
I don't get into all of it. Like, I don't follow the Freemasons or Illuminati as far as back.
Because it's a title. You can't really pinpoint it, so it's almost an ambiguous search.
Yeah, but Give me an official report to where I can tear them up with their own word. I'm all over it. Give me math that cannot be reestablished once it's established, such as the mileage to the moon. We go, okay, we got the overall average, 93 million miles. You can't change that now, right? Since we got it for one aspect of the lunar eclipse, it's got to be the same aspect for the solar eclipse. Solar eclipse does not work on the heliocentric model once you apply the heliocentric math.
Do you think? Do you think that an eclipse? Go ahead. Sorry.
You can break it down and look at the gear ratio. If anybody's ever worked with gears and see how the timing works, first of all, it should be quite obvious. The moon makes one rotation in 29.5 days. So that means that the Earth rotated 29.5 times, or going 29-to-1 ratio. 29 times faster than the moon is orbiting is the Earth's rotation. Since when does a slower object ever catch a faster object? Give me one example in life, removing fictional storybooks such as Peter and the Hare, or a tortoise and the hare, whatever it was. But removing fictional storybooks, give me one example to catching a faster object. Because that has to happen in the solar eclipse.
How do you think an eclipse is created, Hillbilly, on a flat Earth?
It's the sun catching up with the Earth, and as the Analemma orbit allows the timing to get just right, it will produce two year. That's why I'd like to see a sun tracking for an eclipse, and not on the solstice, center in between the two. Not only on the way down, like it would be coming up the 5th of next month, where I'm going to go out on a limb and make a assumption the sun's shadow, if you was to take your shadow measurement, is going to be shorter than it will be in August 5th, that very year, 6 months later. That's when it will be back on its track to, or not 6 months later, 3 months later, wouldn't it be? Later.
To simplify it in super layman's terms, Hillbilly, are you saying essentially that the sun and the moon are similar to the same size, so that whenever the sun passes up the moon because it's slightly faster, and the moon covers the sun, that's what's giving us our eclipse?
Yeah.
That's what I think, because I've actually watched so many eclipses, and I've followed the moon, and I'm just like, there you go. That's exactly what it is. I mean, it's like Occam's razor. The simplest answer is always truest. And yeah, that's what I think in eclipses. I think it's super simple. Eclipse is like a no-brainer. Sun's the same size as the moon approximately. Sun's faster than the moon.
For the solar eclipse, anyways.
Mm-hmm.
For the solar eclipse.
Yeah, and then the other eclipse, I think.
You know what the Analemma orbit is?
Tell me what I don't know what it is, but tell me what it is.
The Analemma orbit is even acknowledged by NASA, right? It's the figure 8 pattern that the sun is said to make. Now, NASA tries to get you guys, people to think that it's a flat pattern. In other words, the figure 8's laying on its side.
Yeah, because you see it in 2D, but when you see it in 3D, it's actually going on this kind of roller coaster elliptical. Yeah.
Well, that's what I think. It's more of an elevation change.
Well, that would make more sense too, because it's continually keeping its momentum with the sun and the moon going in there. They're different.
Now, you got to explain how it can be over the same spots of Earth, but 3 months prior, when it was there, the temperatures were cooler. How's that possible? The sun was at a higher elevation, just like the closer you get your food to fire, the hotter it's going to get, right? Or the quicker it's going to get hotter. food closer to the heat lamp to keep it warm. Well, that's what we got going here, and as it comes across the equator, coming up to our summer solstice, June 21st, it's at the higher elevation. At June 21st, it's right at the same spot it would be on its transit of the equator on elevation. Then in late July, early August, it's at its lowest elevation of that Analema orbit. The dog days of summer. It's at the exact same location it was 3 months prior, but now we're seeing temperatures instead of average temperatures in the spring of being anywhere from the 50s to the 60s. Now average temperatures are anywhere from the 80s to the 90s. The sun's in the exact same location. Why? Because it's at a lower elevation.
Yeah.
And if we track the sun, in between the solstice and the equinox, and in May, coming up May 5th, we would have the shorter shadow, indicating the sun's at a higher elevation, versus tracking it on August 5th, 3 months later, where the sun will be in the exact same location, but you'll have a longer shadow. My assumption's right.
Yeah, I agree with your assumption, and there's a way to prove it. We can just find out and keep on tracking it.
Track the sun.
Yeah.
Track the sun.
I love the groups that are doing that. It's wonderful. Hey, does anybody know how Pancho Pete is doing?
He's back on air again, man.
I love Pancho.
He's been back for about said he had some things to take care. Pardon me?
I haven't seen him in a few days.
I've seen him again today. See, where was we in the set? Oh, Larry's hangout. Pete was in there. Sounded kind of tired though, but it was already past midnight for him over there.
Yeah.
But he's got a little bit of work to do, and he's getting his own place, and it sounds like he's going to get at least visitations to his son. So he's been in a real good mood the last week.
Yeah, solid guy. I love all flat earthers. Hillbilly is just one of the funniest. I mean, Hillbilly. Pancho's just one of the funniest ones I ever met. I mean, gosh, he could have been like a famous comedian. I mean, he's just got it. He's the man. And he can do balloon animals. Jeez.
Yeah.
I heard all about that.
Oh, you should.
Oh gosh, I remember when he first did it on live on. I asked him, "Hey, can you make some?" Doing it behind his back. He's amazing.
He did one of Karen's little daughter the other day, man. It looked exactly like her. I think it was Karen's daughter. Yeah, I know it was, because he specified he did the curly hair.
That's one thing about flat earthers. We all have different characters, but none of us are without talent. We got you and Issa, the two most legalese knowing people I know. Candy, what about you?
What?
What are your besides researching flat Earth? Like, do you have any other specialties that you're interested in?
Basically, what started me along this was the documentary Liquid Swords. Have you looked into that? I mean, have you seen that?
I don't think so. You can tell me what it is. Maybe I have.
It's a documentary about 9/11.
Well, I've seen plenty of, yeah.
But that one really, like, before I saw that, I was just like, yeah, okay, you guys are stupid. Why would this be? I never believed in a conspiracy in my life. I was one of those people.
Yeah.
So, hang on one sec.
Who's L?
It's Big L.
Oh, never mind. I just told Kathleen that's what I was typing, asking Kathleen to add him because I was still looking for him. But let me close all this crap. Okay, so I was this is what was been hurting my back. My dog, God. Dang, I think I broke my floor. So before that, I never believed in the conspiracies, period. But after that, I started looking into everything. I don't think, I mean, I kind of just started turning into a person, really. I mean, because I started looking at everything different. I started, okay, that's why I couldn't find him. I didn't know that picture right there was him. I didn't see that person. Sorry, y'all. But I wouldn't say, like, I think I'm more researched on flat earth than any other conspiracy. Like, I know about a lot of information about a lot of different things, but if somebody asks me details about, you know, certain things, I wouldn't feel confident in answering them like I do about flat earth. But I do, I mean, I can to a point, but I see everything so differently now. I mean, everything that the government, after I saw Loose Change, I became a libertarian. I mean, there's a lot of things that made me different. But I look into everything, like the transhumanism. Do you guys watch Nicholson 1968?
No.
Oh, well, he's pretty good. Like, I follow actually Enter the Stars is another good YouTube channel, and he has a website, and I was supposed to have him on as a guest last night, but he had to cancel. But his name's Casey Brown, and he's got some really good stuff. He decodes like movies, commercials, anything that's coming up, like in anything mainstream. He decodes it all. And when I say this dude has a gift from God, I mean, this dude has a gift from God. Like, he is able to look at things and link them all the way back to, like, the beginning of time, into the Bible, he is amazing. If you guys haven't went there, go to Enter the Stars. I'm going to post a link to his channel in the chat, because y'all have got to. Bye, Hillbilly. I'm sorry. You can speak.
No problem. I just didn't want to interrupt, but I got real quick. So you guys have a good one.
Who's a shill, Tom? Are you saying Casey's a shill?
Yo, Candy, I need you to dress something. First of all, that's a nice blanket or
oh
yeah.
my sheets on my bed. This is my sheets from my bed.
You said you listened to Liquid Source before?
Yes.
Wow.
Shadowboxing and Cold War were my jams.
Wow. I would have never known. That's trippy to me, because there's people my age who would never listen to it before. So you said back in high school?
How old are you?
I'm 22.
Wow. Yeah, I'm 36.
Oh, okay. So you were listening to it when it came out?
Yes.
So, okay, that album came out in 95. So I believe I wasn't even born.
A sperm? You were a sperm.
Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, I was in my mom's belly.
Tom, I'm sorry, but Casey is not a shill. I'm sorry. That's one person that you cannot say that about. That is the most genuine, humble dude I have ever met in my life.
Yep. The only possible shill here is Kathleen, to be honest.
Yeah, Kathleen's the shill.
Somebody want attention.
Oh. Yeah, I do.
You know what I never understood about that word shill is we're all flat earthers, right? And to be a flat earther, just like you were saying, Candy, was that you had to learn about 9/11, you learned about Christ, you learned all the stuff, and you used, not only did you use your discernment, but you put on your flat earth goggles and you look for proof. No more hearsay. We throw around shill. Eric Dubai's the one that pretty much popularized that word. Shill is this. Shill is akin to a kindergartner saying you have cooties. When I ask people, like, they'll say, like, let's say, for example, people will say Patricia Steer's a CIA agent. I go, what's your proof? They're like, come on, Patricia, CIA.
Yeah.
You know, dude, I'm a flat earther and you want me to fall for that? Or they'll say, I've been accused of my dad working for NASA, which he does not, and that I'm a undercover shill. That word has to stop being used, or it has to be stopped being given respect to by other people. If someone says that, you got to think, You know what I mean? Like, don't use that word anymore. How about use this? If you think somebody's
I'll be right back.
whatever they are, call them what they are and show the proof. You know, because that's the big problem tearing up the flat Earth community, is that we label each other. And I understand that we've all had to go through a lot of challenges as far as finding out our reality isn't what we thought it was. But we sometimes, I think, unintentionally take it out on each other and just start forming cliques and calling each other names without any proof, when really all the globe people could care less. They think we're all ridiculous. We need to stick together in unity, whether you're a Christian, atheist, Muslim, you think there's a dome, you think it's infinite plane, you think it's whatever, it doesn't really matter. I really wish in the community there's a little bit more unity, even though we have great unity. Even though we have great unity, we have the most, and plus in this community too, the girls rule. The flat Earth girls are the most amazing. Look at all the best shows are all run by women, you know. So we got a great community. I just want it to be even better by us. Not, you know, like if somebody speaks and they're a flat earther, hey, give them credit. Like when Kyrie Irving came out and he was saying the Earth is flat, and everyone's saying, oh, look at, he's going like this with his eye, so maybe that's a sign that, you know, he's with the Illuminati. Come on, that was our ticket. That was one of our tickets. B.O.B. was one of our tickets. Even Tila Tequila. We should have jumped on board with them and then grabbed all their fans that we could have, and made. It's all about momentum. If we don't have enough people, we lose.
Yeah.
If we have enough people, we win. That's it. We don't have to riot. We don't have to protest. All we do is we keep on informing people.
Yeah.
So I just wish that word "shill." It makes me mad. I hate what it does to our community.
Yeah, and
You know,
sure
it
or not,
lets us
they
get
brought
away
more
with
attention
calling
to it.
names. It lets us get away with using ad hominems. It lets us get away with all this stuff that we shouldn't as flat earthers. We should be immune to that already.
Yeah, they brought more attention to it. So sure or not, I mean, they brought more attention to it. Well, what else do you want?
Yeah, right now any
Exactly.
exposure
Amen.
is good.
Amen.
You need what, Sharon?
You're a smart man, Flip.
I said right now any exposure is good.
Absolutely.
Oh, sheesh. We've been doing, like this last year and a half, we've been steamrolling. We've been so good. It's like everybody knows about it now. I mean, they may think it's ridiculous, or they may think it's not their interest, or whatever they think it is, but it's something that's gone from the underground to people know what it is now.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And that's all we need is for people to try and debunk it, and for people like Candy and everybody else who does their own shows to continue to keep it supported and keep us growing. Because we went from, you know, a few million to several million. I don't know what the exact numbers could be, but definitely we've grown. I mean, I could have 15,000 if Facebook would let me, Flat Earth friends, you know, no problem.
Yeah, and this is YouTube, man. I don't think people realize that, you know, there's a big flat Earth movement on Instagram.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Huge.
Are you part of it?
I'm not part of it, but if you go click hashtags flat Earth on Instagram, there's about 100,000 posts so far.
Wonderful.
Yeah. So yeah, man. I think someone needs to leverage those people and send them over here, because I don't think they realize there's a community on YouTube as well.
Yep, I agree.
What I miss?
The show.
Flip just gave some
show?
breaking news about NASA. You're gonna have to listen. You're gonna have to play this back and listen later, Candy.
Huh?
So you're gonna have to play back and listen later. Flip told us some breaking news about
I'm
NASA.
sorry, I just read a text that just like blew my mind. I'm like, what? Sorry. Yeah, you know what? That's funny you say that, because I've never went back at, like, there's been a lot of things that have been said that I missed. And people say, like, go back and listen, like, tomorrow or whatever. But I've never went back and watched any of my videos. But I want to know why this guy, Tom, thinks that Casey's a shill, because kind of hurts my feelings.
Better question is, what does he think he is? Forget defining shill. What is he accusing specifically this person of? I would like to know that, and their specific proof, because basically all he's doing is saying, I don't like you. You're not as good of a flat earther as me. I don't like, you know, you're not as smart as me, or I don't like your comments. That's all he's really saying. And maybe I'm wrong, but forget why instead of why he's a shill, what exactly is he?
Yeah, what did he do?
You're accusing him of. What are you accusing him of? And where is your proof
Because
that we can go ahead and verify as flat earthers? Otherwise, they're just trying to bash somebody. And
yeah, I don't even think Casey is a flat earther. I mean, I've heard him talk about it a little bit. I believe he believes like the convex lens type thing, but I don't.
I'm cool with concavers too. You know what? If they think the Earth is motionless, good enough for me. I'm good with the geocentric globe Earth believers. If they think it's motionless, that's good enough for me. I'm good with the people who think that we never went to the moon. You think that we never went to the moon? Good. You know, I mean, we agree on enough. We don't have to agree on everything. You know, we just got to get behind each other and say, look, the government, NASA. I mean, we all agree NASA's lying.
The thing is, like, this guy, if you would listen to just one of his videos, I mean, and I've been knowing Casey for a long time. Casey is all about God. I mean, he does not care about and he doesn't ask for money. And he actually, there was a lot of people who listened to him who said, you know, they were upset because he wouldn't put his PayPal on and he wouldn't activate all of that stuff. He didn't have a Patreon, but he made a video about it. Like, he had to accept the fact that people wanted to help him. And he's so humble. All he talks about is how God or Jesus, how he wants to be like Jesus. You know what I'm saying? And he's so nice to everybody and he's so humble. I cannot say a bad thing about Casey. Nothing at all. And it just aggravates me. I can see that if somebody has a reason to say something like that about somebody, but I mean, and sometimes it's just a joke. It's pathetic. Like, people call me an agent. Like, what am I doing in this house then? What am I doing with not paying my rent yet? And it's April, 16th, 17th? Why is my rent not paid? Like, come on, people. But like Casey, no, that's one person I can't let people talk about and say nothing about it, because
you should always stick up for fellow flat earthers. We should always say that. Like,
okay, Tom, if you know his channel, and it's not even just flat earth, it's he does a lot of good things. If you know his channel, then like, can you just tell me what it is that he has done or said to make you believe that? Because I can't tell you one thing I know, and I've seen every single one of his videos. I watched all his live streams. I've seen it all. So I would like to know what your opinion would be that he has done or said to make you think that, other than what other people say.
Yeah, and look what he said. He said, bigger channels deserve scrutiny. So they're a shill because they have more subs. So when Candy hits 1,000, she's automatically a shill, apparently.
Yeah, and Casey doesn't even have that many subscribers. I mean, he has like probably 32,000 or something. But look at Dabu. He runs with Dabu 77 Underground World. He's part of Underground World News. You guys remember the guys that came on my panel the other night? And I was like, oh my God, my friends. I was part of that group before I came here. And Casey, he's different than the other ones. He doesn't only do alternative news. He does stuff like this, and he gives information about movies and like Illuminati symbolism and satanic things, and he links like certain. I'm not gifted enough. I'm not gifted really at all, but I don't have the gift that Casey has to be able to explain it even myself. Like, you would just have to see it yourself to believe it. But, and what Big L just said, like, what? I don't understand that. So what happens? He mixes truth with lies. Give me an example. Like, I just want one example. Like, tell me one thing he said to misconstrue anything. And because I've seen, like, you have to respect people who make a mistake on something on a video and come back the next day or the next month or the next year and say, hey, I said this, but I was wrong. And I actually found out that this is true. Because, I mean, people talk so much shit out here on this damn YouTube. Like, I never seen it before I started this flat earth thing. Like I told Kathleen today, like, me and Mr. Anderson both came from the same place, which is Casey Brown's crew. Like, Enter the Stars, Underground World News, Be Rich, iCitizennews.net. it's all the same crew. And the 3 guys that were on my panel the other night, they're part of them too. So like where we came from, we didn't have drama. What we knew as trolls was somebody random drunk. Oh, you're leaving, Joey. Bye. Sorry
Hello,
if I talked
everybody.
too much.
You didn't talk too much at all. I have it's about 9:30 p.m. in Hawaii, and my baby's, I gotta go and put her to sleep and all that stuff. So that's the only reason why I could stay here all night. I love you guys.
Yeah,
I'll still come back and listen to you guys. Hopefully you guys will still be talking.
Yeah, probably so. As much as I'd like to say no, I'm about to go to bed, we'll probably still be talking.
Better if there's don't sleep.
Tom, I'm not trying to convince you of anything. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion.
Aloha, Pierre. Take care.
Bye.
Right, peace, Aaron.
See you, Joey.
But I believe that some people, people need to stand up for people who are good, because Casey's not here to defend himself, and I don't agree with about period. But if I'm around and somebody talks shit about one of my friends and I know they're good people, I'm not gonna not say something. I don't care who it is I'm talking to. And I'm sorry if I'm offending you, but I'm standing up for Casey because I know Casey's a good person. And I know that whatever it is that you might have heard about him is probably a lie. And that's why I want you to give me an example of something Casey said that was a lie, or mixing a lie with the truth. Because I know that or at least one of the people that I mentioned in that little group does do that. I'm not going to call that person out, but I don't follow that person as much as I do the smaller people. I don't have a problem with the person, but they do that. Casey does not. Casey is like, I can't say it enough. Like, and Casey is a very good person. He's so hungry for God and to get the word out. To, like he said, like it's our mission. It's what we're here for. God says we are vessels to spread his word. And that's what Casey does. Casey doesn't ever say anything bad about anybody unless they're like, he's showing you proof of what they're doing to deceive people. And I mean, I don't know. I'm gonna just shut up. But I would like you to give me an example of something that he said or did. And even if you have to tell me later, like, I want to see it for myself, because I've backed Casey for a long time, and I've heard some, like, I'll go on his streams later on because sometimes I can't watch them live, and I'll look at the comments and I'm just like, Flip's here. I'll just be like, why? How can you say this? Like, people have been jumping all over me, left and right, all these trolls, and calling me all these names and saying all these bad things about me and to me. I just don't understand. Like, where are you getting this stuff from? I've never done anything to you or your people or anybody you know or anybody, period. But like, let me go back to what I was saying. Where we came from, we live stream. We got on we got on a live stream probably 2 or 3 times a week, sometimes more if there was like big things going on in the news, you know. But it's a small group of a couple thousand people, about 200 maybe watching at a time, sometimes only 50. But what we knew as a troll was somebody who, he's driving. I don't think he's reading chat, Kathleen. But hi, on a plane. What we knew as trolls was randomly, maybe once a week, maybe once a month, a drunk person comes in and just talks shit. And one of the mods will ban them and they're gone, and we don't see another one for another month. I mean, it's nothing, no drama ever. Never. I never saw drama on a live stream, and rather than what I just mentioned, ever, until I started doing this. When I started doing this, I was like, I'm speechless. I have no words. I don't even know what to say about what goes on here. The most childish people who look like they're adults. They're in adult bodies, but they do my kids are more grown than these people. I don't understand it.
I have word. I have word. One disappointment after another.
Yeah.
I am shocked at the behavior of 95% of the flat earthers, or at least people who show up to interact on the chat and on the panels. It's shocking what people do and say.
Tom, I don't know how many channels are controlled info. I know Alex Jones is. I just subscribed to Russian Vids about a week ago, and I think I've only seen like one of their videos, and I only know them because of other people talking about them. And I don't know who's controlled information, who's controlled opposition, who's what. But what I do know is Casey's not. And I know that Casey is a very good person. And I won't, just like this flat earth stuff, I would never come on here and start live streaming before I knew as much as I know now. Like, I would never come in here preaching about something that I am halfway aware about. Like, if I don't know about something, I'm not going to speak upon it. Like I told Joey when he asked me, the other stuff I know about it, but I wouldn't even use the word no. I'm aware of the conspiracies, and I'm aware of, like, if somebody says this, I'll be like, oh, yeah, I've heard that. But I'm not educated enough on it enough to speak on it. Like, I don't believe in lies. I don't like to tell lies. Especially don't like to hear lies. But we're here as truthers. So for us to lie about anything, even in the slightest bit, would be hypocritical and rhetorical. I mean, there's no point. Like, that's why I say I'm not going to speak upon any channel unless I know that channel either personally, or I have been, like Mark Sargent, I've seen every single one of his videos, some of them multiple times, because I want to go back and say, hey, I don't remember this fact. Let me go listen to this clue. So next time somebody asks me, I don't have to say, hold on, let me find out. I know the answer. So people, like, I was just, like, I came over here and told y'all, somebody was talking shit about Mark Sargent and that other in Infinite Plane stream, but I had to defend him. Like I said, Mark Sargent is about as much of an agent as I am. Like, yeah, I'm an agent for all kinds of government agencies. Can't you tell? But they do call me that. They really do. Like, I mean, how many fucking agents do you see running around with pink hair? My Facebook, everything is my name. Everything is, I mean, I'm friends with so many of these people on this YouTube, people that come in here. We're friends on Facebook. We're friends on Twitter. Okay, yeah, people do make mistakes. And like I said, I've seen Casey is not ashamed of saying he made a mistake. And so if you say he lied about something, I would like you to tell me what he lied about. I mean, hell, I talked to Casey. I'll bring it to his attention myself if you would like me to. And I know that he would say he's humble enough as a person to come back and say, I'm sure he would talk to you himself if you would like. I mean, he's that type of person. He pushes nuclear bomb theory. Okay, well, if that's something did you catch that theory word in your sentence? Theory. That's a theory. And some people believe that nukes don't exist, and some people are dead set that they do. None of us know that for sure. Just like, I mean, I'm sure there's a 50-50 split in this room right now out of the 25 people here. Probably 26. There you go. 13 and 13. I guarantee. Let's take a poll. Who in this chat believes in nuclear bombs? Who thinks they're real? Anybody? Sharon, what about you? Sharon Byrne, you are up.
I started typing. I forgot that I was on the call.
I should so much. Do you believe in nukes?
I've been told, about nuke heads, both from Russia and our count, and supposedly Russia has more, but I have no idea. No idea. Haven't looked into it. Haven't seen what they do, so I don't know. I can't answer that question.
And that's I always did believe in nukes until very recently when I started. I heard somebody make a comment that made so much sense. But hold on, I'll have to get to that. How about you, Big Al? You think they're real or not?
I'm in the same position as you. I haven't looked into it, so I can't really comment on that. And to add on to your point, we focus on the channels too much and the people instead of the information. Like
Amen.
Even a quote unquote shill releases gems of information. For example,
Yes.
Alex Jones is the most obvious controlled opposition. But here's the thing: because of Alex Jones, I found out about fluoride in our water. I found out about the pharmaceutical companies because of Alex Jones. So even a shill drops knowledge. That's just all I got to say about that.
Right. And we talked about this the other night, didn't we, Big Al?
I believe so.
Because I said Alex Jones kind of set me on this journey. Like I saw Alex Jones. Yeah, because I couldn't think of that guy with the bald spot. What was his name? What's his name?
The bald
I
spot.
still can't remember.
Who?
The one he used
From
to run with. Huh?
From where?
The guy that he used to run with. He used to have a show with him.
Yeah, I can't remember his name.
I'm talking about Joe Biggs.
No, I know Joe Biggs is gone from there, but somebody way before Joe Biggs. He used to have a TV show with him.
Roger Stone?
Nope.
No.
I don't know. Either way.
Is he
Anyway, huh?
Never mind.
Oh, but Alex Jones I used to watch that show they had, and when he started hollering all that FEMA camp stuff and the coffins by the train tracks and stuff like that. That's Alex Jones. Once I started hearing about that, and it's like those two things, I wouldn't be here right now if it wasn't for those. Alex Jones way back then, I didn't see through him like I do now, and maybe he was genuine then. I don't know, but if it wasn't for Alex Jones, I wouldn't be in half of the state of mind that I'm in. So I gotta thank him for that. And I still sometimes do follow Alex Jones. Like I just unsubbed from him from YouTube because all the videos just got so annoying. But I believe I follow InfoWars on Twitter because some information is legit. I get a lot of news from there. And but Big Al just made a really good point. And Big Al, I don't think you were here when I went on my big rant about a week ago.
No, I probably wasn't.
Somebody said something about Mark Sargent in the chat, and it pissed me off so bad because it was when I wasn't, like I said, I wasn't aware of the trolls, and it was like my third stream or something. So I was just kind of getting the chat under control and adding mods and stuff. So I was already like, you're on that verge of like the next thing that happens, you're about to blast them with everything inside that's been pissing you off for the last week. The next person that pisses you off is getting all of it. I was at that point. Somebody said something about Mark Sargent in the chat, and I just couldn't hold it anymore. I had enough. Like I had to say, like, this is how I feel. If you think somebody's a shill, you have two options. Never follow anything they say again. Don't subscribe to them. Hit the unsubscribe button. Don't look their way. Or you can continue to listen to what they have to say. Take what you want from them that you feel is correct, and use your own discernment and disregard the rest.
Absolutely.
Because they're still giving you information. And so what if they are a shill? Because if they are, that is not going to affect you in any way. It is not going to change your life. It's not going to change your pocket. You're not paying them. And if the fucking CIA or NASA's paying them, who gives a shit? They're paying off how many fucking people around this world to shut their mouths about the globe? Why does it matter so much? Does it make these people feel better about themselves to trash other channels? Like, oh, or maybe you want attention. Oh, so-and-so's a shill. Oh, they're just a shill. Oh, they're just a shill. Do you even know the meaning of the word shill? I mean, because I believe that I've heard like the word shill used in 73 different different situations that mean something totally different. I mean, obviously I'm exaggerating, but come on, people. Like, we're adults. Like, if you think somebody's a shill, why are you following them? Why are you watching their stuff? Why are the tone of the sound of their voice coming out of the sound of their name? Why is it even coming out of your mouth? You are being petty, childish, and immature if you even say anything like that about somebody. I could see if you were saying it in a loving way to protect somebody else who is thinking they're this great person and you know they're not. That's different. That's the only time we should be allowed to talk shit about somebody. And then it's not talking shit. Then it is something different. I don't know what to call it, but it's not talking shit about somebody. If somebody has done something wrong and they've given you a reason to warn the next person about them, or I don't know, I'm sure everybody knows what I mean, then that's different. That's not what y'all are doing, though. And I'm not saying everybody does not do this, but nothing gets under my skin more than people bashing other people. And it's so much worse when it's somebody I know is a good person. So I'm sorry for all of this, but I mean, I had to say it because I hate it. And it drives me crazy when I see other people who I know are friends with somebody and they're listening to people bash them and they don't say anything because they're scared of their own reputation. I don't give a fuck about my reputation. Whoever doesn't like me, it's not going to hurt my feelings. It's not going to make my day bad. It's not going to change me in any way. I mean, turn your head and walk the other way. That's all I can say. What else can I do? I'm 36 years old. I'm molded into who I am, and I will not. And not only will I not, I refuse to change myself. I'm not a bad person. I look out for everybody. I would give somebody the shirt off my back. I don't care who they are. I don't care what they've done. If they need it, and I have shirts at home. You know what I'm saying? Somebody's out there cold and doesn't have a place to go. Have my shirt. You're cold. Have my jacket. Here, has my lunch. I know you're hungry. That's the type of person I am. So when I see somebody bashing other people, it breaks my heart. It breaks my soul. It disappoints me that us as human beings have evolved or devolved into what we are now. It's just on and on and on about this, and I'm just not going to because I'm done. I mean, I'm pretty sure everybody knows how I stand on this, and I don't feel like I have to keep saying it. Sometimes I do because sometimes it doesn't. I can't hold things in.
No, I'm glad you addressed it, but to let you know, you don't have to defend yourself at all. You know, if people are gonna say you're a shill or not a shill, regardless. I mean, people show true colors eventually.
Yeah, I started messing with them. Like I was in, I think it was Glowbusters chat last Sunday, and Patricia and I were both in there. And as soon as I said, "Hey, everybody," they jumped on me. Oh, I don't even remember what they said. It was terrible though, and Patricia said, "Hey, don't listen to them, blah, blah, blah." And of course, what do you think the next thing they said was? Anybody? Oh, look at them. They're agents working for the same people. They're on the same team. I was like, oh my God. High five, Agent Sister P. Come on, man. Like it's sometimes you just have to sit back and laugh with them because they're so ridiculous that it's funny. I mean, it's funny that for me to believe that another human being in an adult stage of life can be so petty blows my mind. It blows my mind, and all I can do is laugh because it's
yeah. And like her, they call her a show, but I want to know exactly why or how she's a show, because all she does on the show is interview other flat earthers, and she chimes in here and there, but she lets the person she's interviewing just, say what he's got to say, he or she.
Well, I guess I'm going to be a shield too, because Patricia will be on here on Wednesday night right after Hot Potatoes. So
sweet.
Nice. See, for these people, it would be easier to just call someone a shill and decide to discount all of the information they give you ever. That's the easy way to go. But if you exercise your discernment be a little mature. Take everything with a grain of salt. Research any information on your own. Go down that rabbit hole so you can know for yourself what the fruits of this person, does for you. Whether it's verifiable or it's just BS and you just gotta like roll over it. But you can't seriously say that everything that comes out of that person's mouth from here on out is not credible. That's impossible. Like you guys said, the whole Alex Jones stuff with for me, I've heard of BPA from Alex Jones, and even though at the end of his expose he was like, basically his main point was, oh, they're turning our frogs gay, people, and then he gets ridiculed for taking that out of it, and he does have this fear mongering thing, like adrenaline rush from it. But that's not the point. Like, you can't just judge him for that. He gave you some information. I looked into BP, and you know what? That's real. Like, I can take that. That's you have to exercise your discernment, people. You can't just completely write off one person because you don't agree with one thing they said, or you think that they're lying. It's not everybody, like even not everyone that works for NASA is in on the secret. They're not. They just think that what they're doing is on the right track, or they're doing their job. But that, like, not everyone that gives you bad information is a shill. Like, not, they wish they'd be getting paid for that. Like, where is this coming from?
Yeah, and like with Patricia, I kind of gave this story that night, like at the beginning of my little rant. But I know a lot of people didn't hear it, so I'm gonna say it again, like, because this is, I admit when I'm wrong, and I feel bad even saying this out loud, and especially saying it again, but I'm an honest person. So I started, like I said, I started the flat earth thing kind of listening to Mark Sargent, and I didn't really know who Eric Dubay. It's kind of like you start with one or the other. Everybody either starts with Eric Dubay or Mark Sargent. It's like, and it kills me that they don't like each other. It just drives me crazy. I wish that we could all be on the same team and actually play for the same team and not kick goalies into the other side's team, give them a point, But I started listening to Mark Sargent from the very beginning. And when I did, I didn't stop. Like, I listened to everything, nonstop, every single day, all day. So in listening to that, included Patricia's when they got back doing their thing again. But I think it was before Patricia came into the scene again. Constant things about Eric Dubay not liking Mark Sargent and saying he's a shill and making videos about it. And I'm just like, I was subscribed to Eric Dubay because only in the beginning I only knew about Mark Sargent, but then very shortly after, I knew about a lot of other people, started following Rob Skiba, Jeranism, Morgal, all the big people, even some of the smaller people. And so I was at that time watching Eric Dubay stuff as well. Well, then I grew like a attachment to Mark Sargent. Like, he was like my beginning person I listened to, so I kind of stuck on his side when it came to him and Eric. And I unsubbed from Eric. I was like, fuck this dude, he don't know shit, blah 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 blah. I'm not gonna give him my support. That's the mind frame I was in, So I would say about 6 months went by. I didn't watch one thing from Eric Dubay, nothing. I didn't want to hear his name. Every time I heard his name, it made me mad because he was such a shit talker about somebody that I had respect for. And that's why it mattered to me. But then I got to a point, and then I heard all these videos being made about Patricia Steere and how she's a CIA agent. I saw like all these people, saying they have proof that the government pays her $3,000 a month, and that, just the craziest off the wall things. I believed it all at first. I did. I listened to, it was like, shit, I don't know who it was, looking back, because it was so long ago, and it was one video. It was like 4 hours long or something crazy like that. It might have been 2 hours. I don't know. But what I do at work, I put my phone in my pocket and just listen to like the longest videos. So so I don't have to mess with my phone. Well, they went, the whole video was about Patricia Steer and how she's a CIA agent. She was in Russia. And that's back when they were talking about making the Flat Earth reality TV show. It was back that long ago. I did hear about that healthy skeptic. Matter of fact, Flip's the one that told me about that. The very first conversation I ever had with Flip, we talked about that. And I said I hadn't heard it, but I did hear about it. And I personally, I think it's very wrong of them to even bring any of that conversation into even if they were talking about it amongst themselves, it's still wrong of him to put her business out there like that. But to do it on air for the whole world to hear, it's totally wrong. That would be like me coming on here and talking shit about my ex-boyfriend that y'all knew. It's totally wrong. I mean, I don't have anything against either one of them people, but I think that was dead wrong what they did. I'm sorry. So anyway, I eventually got to the point where I am now, and I don't agree with what Eric Dubay does. I don't agree with what he says about people. I don't agree with his shill wall. Have y'all seen the shill wall? I mean, it's pretty bad. It's like everybody's a shill except for Eric Dubay. That's pretty much what it says. I mean, you might as well make that like over Google. You know how they have like the little people and stuff? It might as well say everybody's a shill except Eric Dubay. I don't not like Eric Dubay. Not at all. I don't have anything against him except for that. I think that he is condescending and he's a narcissist.
That caused a lot of division.
Yeah. Everything has to be about him, or
it's chilly.
I don't know. Yeah. Have you seen the shit video?
Yeah, I have.
The door because she's been stuck.
Well, I think that's pretty wrong too. Stop. So yeah, my kid's still up at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Why are you still up at 4 o'clock in the morning?
Why am I still up at 4 o'clock in the morning? I'm not 13 years old. You are. I'm an adult. So anyway, I got to the point where I said, you know what? I'm not gonna be part of this.
Years old and still have a job.
I'm not gonna be part of this playground childlike behavior. I went back and I subscribed to Eric Dubay. That was pretty recent, but months ago, I like probably Mark and Patricia's it was like their third show when they came back together. It was about their third show or so. I finally said, you know what? This is stupid, Candy. Like, don't listen to these people. You don't even know these people. These people might be saying this for a reason. How do you know? There's 3 sides to every story. I always joke around and say there's his story, there's her story, and then there's the truth.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not going to listen to one side of anything, ever. Even when it comes to my kids, I'm going to listen to the side of everybody because everybody has a different version of everything, it seems like. So I don't trust anybody. There's very few people who have walked into my life and I trust them off the bat. Very few. And some of them have been very recent people. I look into everything. I don't take anything for what it's worth anymore because I've been lied to and fucked over way too many times to fall for it again. And if I do, it's my fault now because I know how people are and I know that I am capable of taking a step back and looking outside the box, inside. It's like, so I feel like now if I let that happen now, then I'm the one to blame. Unless somebody just comes and sideswipes me and kicks my feet out from under me, which that's what these trolls are trying to do. I'm still not going to let that happen. But anyway, I came back and I did start listening to Patricia and I loved her when I heard her and I have been listening to her since. But then recently I was like thinking about it more and I was like, dang, I'm still unsub from Eric. And because I kept, everybody brings up Eric Dubay. It seems like in every conversation. So I went back and I subbed to him and hit the little bell. And very recently, I shared a video from Eric Dubay on my Facebook, and I say this to everybody. Eric Dubay made one of the best points that I've heard anybody say in Flat Earth, talking to the globe people. He said the only difference between a globe head, you didn't say a globe head, somebody who believes in the globe and somebody who believes that the Earth is flat, is that the flat earthers have done their research. And we know more about the globe than most people who believe in the globe think they know about the globe. And it's like, I tell people that now because, and I kind of always said something along that line, but to hear him say that, it just confirmed to me that I was a dumbass and I was being petty and I was being childish for unsubbing to him. Because Eric Dubay, just like the rest of you guys and the big people, every single one of us have something to bring to the table. Every single one of us can knock a link out of their fence or their chain, their cage that they have us in. Every single one of us needs to come together and play a part. Everybody, even if it's the smallest part, like Vinny, being our security person, being back in the background watching things, that plays such a huge role, even though his face hasn't been up where people could talk to him, because we love to talk to Vinny. But Vinny knows that what he's doing is important and it's helping so much. Like, everybody has a part. Kathleen, even, like, she doesn't say much, but she helps with, I don't have a lot of people as contacts. I don't know anybody yet. You know, nobody knows me. And so that's why I keep telling people, send me a message on Google Hangouts and then I have access to you, because for some reason, it aggravates me. Like, every time I'm trying to look for somebody on Google, I can't find them. And if I do find them, it's on somebody else's group chat and I can't send them a message. I can't add them on anything because that wasn't my chat. It could have been my Hangout, but other people added them and they're not on my that is so frustrating. But everybody shares a part in this, even the people in the chat. Sometimes you guys keep us awake. I mean, sometimes you guys piss us off and we have things to talk about. Sometimes, I mean, it's the only thing that needs to go is the arguing, the in each other's face, the name calling, the accusations, the
bullying.
Yeah, the bullying. Oh my God, thank you. Like, it's all got to stop. It's so pathetic. Like, all it does, honestly, when you're sitting there saying something about somebody else, it makes us and I'm speaking for myself, but I know that this is a side effect of shit talking. Whoever you're shit talking to about people, they're only looking bad at you. Because you are, for one, you have no integrity. Two, you're being, I don't even know the word, I'm tired. You're being disloyal. You're being just a shitty person. I'm sorry for people who shit talk, but that's my opinion on people who shit talk. But I do know one thing. Whoever you're shit talking to about somebody, all you're doing is making yourself look bad to them. That's it. That's the only thing. Half the time, I don't even hear what people say about people. Only thing I hear is them talking shit about another person who's not here to defend themselves. That's all I hear.
It's fake.
So I'm done.
That's good. I agree with a lot of what you said. And I think that this movement can't be run by just one person or, even two people. I think that's why there are so many leaders in this movement. And not only that, but each and every one of them subscribes to different views and different beliefs. But it doesn't mean that we have to believe the same things. It's up to us to, make this what it is. And I know there's a lot of people that can double check on anyone's statements, anyone's claims. And if it holds any kind of value, then it will be accepted by many people. And if it doesn't, then it will be rejected and it will be scrutinized. Like Tom was saying, like, especially if you're a bigger channel, like, your work needs to be scrutinized. And I agree with that. But, you can't write one single person off for, everything. That's why it's not just one person leading, and it can't be one person leading. It can't be one person taking credit for everything. This has been a work put together by many, many, many people who are passionate about finding the truth. And that's the thing. We all respect each other's differences, and that's what needs to be happening in the chats too. Like, you don't have to get everyone on your side. You just have to respect people's beliefs, and if you're interested, ask them to share their views with you. But don't like discredit someone. Your experience is not their experience.
Mm-hmm.
Stop looking for leaders.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, stop looking for leaders and think of it as a collective, not someone needing us.
Yep. That's what I said today. We don't need soldiers. We need an army. Like, we don't need just a couple soldiers going on a deployment. We need to be together and be one army. Like, we need to all stick together and stop fighting against each other. It's the only way. I mean, we could, there's so many of us, but instead of people doing positive things and trying to get the word out to other people like we're doing now, they're so busy, infatuated with trying to find bad things out about people. I mean, I don't get it. Like, take your time and spend it elsewhere. And that's really like mostly to the trolls. I mean, you could be doing so many positive things with your time instead of doing negative, hurtful, ridiculous things. But
yeah, the difference doesn't make in your life. Like, oh, I proved this person, is a liar. Like, yeah, now my life is better. Are you serious?
Yeah. But I could see, like I said, if you're doing it for a good reason, if somebody has done or said something really bad and really deceitful and stuff, there are people out there who, like, I used to watch The Vigilant Christian, and then I found out, like, holy shit, like, this is somebody that I've spent so many hours wasting listening to, and he did have some good information. But when I found out the type of person that he was, and that, I mean, he was making Facebook posts right before he started preaching online and teaching about Jesus, that he was about to get rich on YouTube and this and that. That people like that, they need to be stopped. People like that, yeah, throw a warning out. But the people that you're throwing warnings out about, that's not okay. Teachers need to be held responsible, right? But we're not out here teaching. We're out here helping each other. We're out here, like, that's why I would never come on here by myself. I like the fact that I don't know it all, and I like the fact that other people have different points to bring, even different ideas or different. My theory of how the earth is shaped might not be right. My map, the ice wall, I believe in the dome, and I believe in the dome mostly because of the Bible, but there's a lot of proof leading towards the dome other than the infinite plane. But still, I don't consider myself a teacher, and I don't think that Jeranism or Mark Sargent or maybe Eric DeBay does, but I don't think that these people consider themselves teachers, and neither does Casey. I know that, but what they do consider themselves are people out there seeking and looking for the truth. We are all, I don't care if, like, Sharon is on the same level to me as Patricia, and Mark Sargent's on the same level to me as Big Al. Kathleen is the same as Sunny Peaches or Daphne Rummel. We're all the same. Some of us know more than others. Some of us have been around more than others. Some of us have done more research. Some of us are just walking in the door. But we're all on the same mission. We're all on the same path to find out the same truths. So why are we so fixated on fighting against each other? I don't get it.
Tom.
And like I was just, I'm sorry. Let me just get this out because I'm trying to say, I keep like stopping. I'm not typing anymore. Like, I was typing to Tom. Like, he said that people need to be held with scrutiny. I agree. I do agree 90%. But when you're holding somebody and scrutinizing them because of a mistake they've made in something they've made in a video a year ago or yesterday, one mistake. Okay, you can't, like I said, you have to use discernment. Everybody's not right about everything. None of us know anything. And if you say you know everything, I don't ever want to associate with somebody who knows everything, because that's a dangerous person. Like, nobody knows everything except for God. He's the only, he's not even a person. He's the only being that could ever come to me and say, I know everything. And I'm going to say, high five, I know. Nobody else. But you can't dismiss a human being for making a mistake or a few mistakes, and especially not for something that they believe that you do not, because that is something that even we as a country are supposed to be standing behind. The whole Constitution was built upon that, and not the whole thing, but I mean, this is what this country is supposed to be about. We're supposed to treat everybody equal. We're supposed to have our own beliefs. We're supposed to, okay. And I know everybody in here is not from this country. That just, kind of smacked me in the head, but still, I can't see that. We're all humans, and we all have the right to believe. I'm a very heavy Christian, and I don't consider myself religious. I believe the Bible. I've said that so many times. I'm sure y'all are sick of hearing that. Y'all know that already. But if somebody comes to me and says, I don't believe in God, I have somebody very close to me right now who does not believe in God, and I'm trying to, that's my mission now. Like, my number one mission now is to teach them, and to not so much, I would love to convert them into believing in God and saying that they're a Christian, but that's not my goal. My goal is to give them the truth that they need to see to make their own decision. And that's what we're doing here with Flat Earth. Same thing. Okay, I'm done. That's all.
Yeah. Listen, it's 1 o'clock. I wish I could stay with you ladies a little bit longer. I just wanted to say I appreciate Candy always inviting me on. All of the ladies here are very sweet to me. That's why I keep coming back. I wish.
Hey now.
Listen. I'm just saying. I wish more people were like that on these hangouts. So yeah, I appreciate talking to you.
Good night, and tell that boy to put his tongue in his mouth. That's kind of rude.
It's actually a little girl.
Oh,
yeah, it's a.
I knew you were gonna say that too, because I saw the braids right after I said it.
Yeah, it's a Liberian girl from
She got some beautiful eyes, though.
Yeah, just showing some diversity of Africa. But yeah, I want to say good night to everybody.
Good night.
Good night, Miguel.
Good night, Miguel.
We'll do it again soon.
Absolutely.
I didn't know I sounded so feminine.
I know. I thought Flip was
Flip
or something. I was going to say Flip is not a lady, but he.
Oh yeah. Hey, Flip. Yeah, I thought you were asleep, man.
No, man. I'm just sitting there listening.
All right, man. Hey, nice meeting you, bro. I know we haven't really spoken, but I'll be sure we speak next time. All right.
Yeah, man. We'll get that chance in. Don't worry.
Isn't it cool? Like, me and Flip live in the same town.
Me and Kathleen live in the same state. Close enough.
Yep.
Yeah. So yeah. Take care, guys. I'll see y'all soon.
Bye. Good night.
Good night.
Bye.
That was nice.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, no, Tom, I wanted to say, you were saying how someone with huge view counts needs to verify all information. Like, I agree with that to a degree. Like, yeah, if you have a lot of viewers, you should definitely, to the best of your ability, verify all the information you're putting out. However, if you do get it wrong, all of those view counts are going to come in handy to keep you accountable, to hold you accountable. All those dislikes are going to make you, think twice about something that you claimed or shared. And that's the beauty of this community. Like, that's there. You don't have to be 100% right all the time, but I'm guessing you have to go.
You said you have to go?
No, I guess he has to go. Good night.
Oh, yeah. That's what I'm typing to him right now, so I'll just say it. he said, don't hate me. I don't hate you or anybody else. I don't even hate the trolls, honestly. I mean, I think they need a hug or something. I don't know. But
Yeah.
like, they need some love. Y'all want to come hang out? Y'all need a friend? I'll be your friend if you don't take my fucking channel away or something. But no, I'm just playing, kind of. But I don't want to be friends with somebody like that. But they do need something. They need therapy, maybe. I don't know what it is, but I'm not a psychologist. But Tom, I don't hate you. I don't hate anybody else. I don't hate anybody. Nobody. I don't even hate my baby daddy. I don't like him at all. But and if there was one person in this world that I should be entitled to hate, it would be him. I don't like him more than I don't like every single one of these trolls in here put together.
Yeah.
I like him and I still don't hate him. When you hate somebody, you have already committed murder in your heart, God said. I don't hate anybody. So that being said, I would never hate you for voicing your own opinion. You are entitled to hate Casey yourself. That's totally up to you. The only thing I got upset about was you saying that about him, and he's not here to defend himself. And I know 100% deep down, Casey's a great person, and he would never intentionally give anybody any kind of misinformation. That's all I'm saying. And everything else had really nothing to do with you. That was just in general. The only thing that I addressed you about was Casey, that you personally, and that's all really. Nothing that you said was. It didn't upset me at all. The only thing that upset me was Casey. And I'm sorry. I've said it probably 3 or 4 times while I've been streaming about, like, telling people about Casey's channel, because Casey's one of the very, very few people who have a YouTube channel, and Casey's had his for a very long time. And I've never heard anything negative about anybody. He has never personally attacked not one person. He has never said anything disrespectful in any way. He has done nothing but good and try to teach people about Jesus, and he even lives that way. I mean, the guy says he can fit everything he owns in his truck. You know, he doesn't care about material things. And when he says, if I was rich, if I won the lottery, I would still live the same way. I 100% believe what he's saying when he says that. Only because I know what he is like as a person. And there's not many people like that out there. There really isn't. So when I see people like that, I believe that somebody has to stick up for them. And I'm sorry. So.
And it's probably because you love him so much, to a sense, that you that you're able to forgive him if he does anything, or if he says anything incorrectly. At the moment, because of, not enough information or something like that. And that's the part of being able to tolerate people who have different views from you. It's, if you cut off every single person that, gave you misinformation, you wouldn't have any friends left in this world.
You'd be on YouTube by yourself. But I don't ever remember Casey saying anything. I mean, he said that Casey supports the nuke theory. Well, that's something that he believes in. I mean, that's not even a mistake. So, but I've never heard Casey say something that wasn't the truth. I have never. And I'm not saying that only because I'm being biased. I honestly haven't.
So some YouTubers will give out their own theories as reality, and others will just present the information that they have and leave it up to you to make that decision or choice, or adopt that viewpoint.
Plant the seed, and then we're not here to try to convince you the earth is flat. We want you to look it up, research.
Ask the questions. Exactly.
Yeah, I agree completely. It's and there's so many channels out there who blatantly on their videos talk shit about other channels, like, that I still respect. Like, flat earth asshole. I love him. I watch all of his videos. I love him. But he's one himself that calls out Mark Sargent. And I don't believe that the reason he does it is a lot of other people's reasons too. And what people don't understand is, the way that Mark Sargent talks about the dome and other, the projector, the planetarium theory or idea with the stars and stuff, how it's kind of like a projector that can make it do anything they want. Hear that, and they hear the way he's so confident in saying it, that they think that he's trying to say it as its actual fact. And I only know because I've listened to every interview, everything. I mean, I feel like Mark Sargent promoter fangirl, but it's not like that. It's easy to understand him. He says things like he's having a conversation with you, kind of, you know what I'm saying? Like,
right.
He's not monotone or like he's reading a book, he's just somebody that I clicked my ears clicked with. That's it. So what people listen to two videos. If I hadn't been listening from the beginning, maybe I would draw the same conclusion. But people hear what he says and hear how confident he is in saying it. And he does kind of say it as if it's law, as if it's proven and if it's fact. But what people don't understand is he does say, this is what I believe. This is my version of the flat earth. This is my version of what, you know what I'm saying? That's how he's saying it. But people don't know that. People think that he's saying it as if it's fact, and that's what he's trying to teach people. But
see, if a lot of people agree with what he says because he has a lot of proof to back it up, and we all concede to that proof, then it would make sense. There's a reason he makes those claims. Right? So it's not that he is calling this law. He's just saying this explains a lot of those doubts and questions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So you got to test his theories for yourselves and see what you will accept or adopt.
And he does. And that's when people say this right here, you have to respect what they're saying, because then that tells you that what they're saying is not their, sometimes, like I said, the whole planetarium theory, he believes in he believes that aliens are us maybe in the future or something like that. Like he believes that they're different versions of us. I don't believe in aliens. I believe that they're feeding us this alien theory as a cover up for the Nephilim coming. And I believe that it's something to do with that. And they have to they're never going to admit that God's real. They're never going to admit that there's giants here somewhere. They're never going to
admit that the spiritual realm exists.
Right. So they are going to make us believe that there's aliens. They'd rather us believe that there's aliens out there. So, but Mark says what we say. Don't believe me. Do your own research. And what that should tell anybody listening to it, the information is out there for you to get it yourself. You don't have to listen to me, Sharon, Kathleen, Flip, or anybody else in Flat Earth. Go look it up yourself in government documents. Go look these things up for your own eyes, ears, whatever. Like, it's all out there for you to find. You can do the experiments yourself. You can find all these calculations and measurements on your own. But people are so heavily indoctrinated that they get even more mad that you have some kind of fucking nerve to tell them that this information that we're saying is out there, as well as the information that we're taught. Like, it's funny to me sometimes, but
yeah.
but you have to respect somebody.
The whole authority thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have to respect people who tell you, do your own research. Don't believe me. And that's what
Yeah,
Mark does.
If anyone's trying to be the authority on something, you should easily be able to replicate what they do. If you can't, then I would call BS, because then like it's like, okay, where did you come up with that information?
Yep.
Yeah.
I believe in other life forms for sure, but they don't necessarily have to be extraterrestrial. What do you mean? Oh, so what we believe our aliens probably come from. Hey, Dave, from Earth. Okay. I believe they came from heaven at one point, got cast down to Earth, screwed up Earth. They're stuck here. It's about time for them to show their face, and now the government has to find a way to cover that up. That's what I believe.
See, what doesn't make sense to me is why they would hide their existence, because as much as you want to say evolution exists and we've been evolving from primitive life forms and whatnot, and that there can only be like animal and man, like even though we're technically categorized in the species of the animal kingdom, right? And how come it's so hard for you to believe that there are, higher, no, I wouldn't say higher consciousness, just more evolved creatures that aren't animals or human beings, like that they are, they have higher cognition than we do, and maybe that they did give us some information in the past sometime, but they're not necessarily from another planet. Like, why don't you think another realm exists on this planet which you can't see? Like, are you trying to hide the fact that you know that they exist, and you're just trying to make us believe that they don't exist so that you can manipulate us using them? Like,
Yeah.
what's the reason for hiding?
I don't know. It's just crazy. Like, their whole reason for it's like they cover up everything that is truth. And I think that this whole world would be so different if we knew the truth about the things that we were lied to about. Like, if the government, I mean, I think that they didn't intentionally tell us the Earth was a globe on purpose to deceive us. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but my gut tells me that that was a mistake. And they knew they made a mistake eventually, but they would never admit to it. And then they had to keep that lie going and going and going and going and going.
And somehow they're going to use it now to bring about aliens because space exists.
It's like they had to make up how are you going to explain this? Oh, let's make up another lie. And okay, like the sun and the moon. Now we have to make it to where they're so far away that it explains their size and what they look like to us and what they're doing. And it's like you have to make up another lie to cover up another lie. That's why I don't lie, because I can't keep up with my shoes sometimes. How am I going to keep up with lies? I can't do it. But the government's very well at this. They're very good at it. They use math for everything to do with the Earth. Like, they tell us these arbitrary numbers for everything. And why did it take me 34 years or 33 years to realize that we're going with 6.66 thousand miles an hour? What is it? The number 666. Why did I never see that before? Maybe I would have caught on a little sooner. They have to put that decimal in there.
You were taught to trust authorities since you were young, and so you don't question authority. So the people who are opening their eyes now and researching for themselves, they're the ones who aren't being deceived. They're the ones who are actually seeking the truth rather than trusting whatever's being hammered into their heads. And you know what? I think, keeping us deceived is just so that they can control us to bring about whatever type of chaos they want to. And so if they keep us in fear or keep us on our toes or keep us focused on things that don't actually have any value, then they're able to control us and control what we do next. But if we have our eyes open, we really see who's in charge, we see through the lies, we're able to think for ourselves, then we are not going to make the decisions that they expect us to make. And that's going to screw up their whole plan. It's the more of us that do that, they don't have control over us anymore. Like the word government itself is literally, govern means to rule over, and ment is the root word of the word mental, which means your mind. So they want to control your mind. It's mind control. That's like, you got to put these things together.
Sorry, I'm not laughing at you. My son just said, how do you do this every night?
Sleep all day.
He doesn't understand, like, and nobody really does unless they're in this, how we lose so much sleep and we keep going and then we keep doing it the next day.
Like if Carissa was up or something and I had somebody to talk to, yeah.
But it's like the conversation, there's so many things to talk about because there's so many things that we are uncovering and finding out. And sometimes, like I said, you know more than me about some things, and I don't know, I might not know more than anybody, but
this is all I have
unless they've never heard this stuff before. But I don't.
See, sharing this information is helping us connect the dots in our based on what we already know.
Right. And because some of us have more information than others, some of us have looked into it more than others. So like you guys have showed me some things. And I'm like, whoa, I didn't see that. But most of it, it's like most of it I've heard already. It's like I want so bad for good night, Paran. Am I saying your name right? Paran?
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 I don't know. Can you give us a phonetic spelling? He probably left.
Yeah, I know. I was hoping he was going to answer me in the chat.
Oh, he's here.
But like we all have this like thing inside of our head saying, okay, this is kind of getting boring. Like we want some new information, you know, like,
yeah.
I know like Jay Dreamers, he really wants to go to Antarctica and he's like really serious about it. He's asking for support financially, spiritually, whatever anybody can do, you know, like, yeah, I'll go to Jay Dreamer's channel. And if you feel like you can help him in any way, I told him I would mention it here and there. And I'm doing that because I would love to see, like I made a joke one time when I called Mark Sargent and I was like, yo, I would like, wouldn't it be cool? Like, I don't want nobody to go commit suicide or anything, but like, if I was about to die, like if I knew I had like some terminal disease and I had no time to live, I would probably find a way to get my ass to Antarctica and live stream that shit for everybody to, I'm going out with a purpose fulfilled. You know, like I'm going to do something like that. So I would, like, obviously, like I'm not promoting like go suicide yourself, you know, go suicide yourself. Yeah, go get yourself knocked off, you know, like don't do something stupid. But if you are in that situation, you know, go be brave, do something worth something, make your life have a meaning, you know, like, or even do it organized, like Jay's doing now. Like he's trying to organize him and probably like 20 people, maybe 10, 12 people. Take that trip and see if they can get, he believes they can get on there, but you know, they're not, once you do get there, what it is they're not going to help you with anything. You're on your own, and who knows what can happen, you know? So
yeah, we should probably all live like that anyway. Flatter Dave was saying something earlier about how he believed all his adult, so he would look at the moon all his adult life and think that it can't be 250,000 miles away. That's really interesting. I wonder if you saw Globebusters today. They were talking about the brightness of the lumens, and how if you use inverse square law and you can figure out how bright it is, how bright it's supposed to be from like the point in which they landed on the moon in 1969, and it's supposed to be blinding. Like it can't possibly be that bright or even reflecting anything. Like it just, there's a lot of things that have holes. It makes no sense. And yeah, you're right. It can't possibly be 250,000 miles away. You're not supposed to be able to see that much detail 250,000 miles away, or you shouldn't be able to see stars further than that if you use the inverse square law to figure it out. Like the light would dissipate. It would be you couldn't.
Hey, I gotta say something to the chat real quick. And Vinny, if you're listening, if P. Mars comes back, don't ban him unless he says something ridiculous that needs to be banned. I want to know why he keeps coming on. I'm not gonna let him on the panel. I'm not gonna let him in the hangout, but let him stay in the chat unless he says something stupid. If he says anything to any one of you guys that is inappropriate, ban him immediately. I'm not saying keep him through that, but if he does come back, and I'm sure he will because I'm sure he's listening, keep him. I want to know why he wants to talk to me so bad. I want to know what he has to say. So I want to know, maybe he'll put it in chat, and he probably won't. He just wants to get in here and snipe my shit, but let him stay. Sorry, I wasn't meaning to interrupt you.
No, that was
You're like the third person that said something about how good the Globebuster show was today, and I'm like, God, like, of course I missed it.
No, it's I only caught a little bit of it too, but it was good. Whatever I did see, it was so good. I mean, yeah, dude, it just makes so much sense once you actually start thinking about it. Like you start questioning what this quote unquote facts are of astronomy, of some aspects of physics. Like using their own math against them is the best way to debunk it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, healthy skeptic, do you believe in the dome theory or something else? Because he says he wants to launch a weather balloon from Antarctica to survey the land, perhaps? Okay, guys, the fake sun thing that you're talking about, I believe that was the whole pink moon thing at the because it was directly opposite to the sun. So I don't know, that it could have a different explanation. If you're talking about them trying to create a fake sun, heard things about that, but I'm not sure if they've been successful yet. I don't know, but it would have to be coming from the same vicinity of where the sun actually is. If it's in the opposite side, it's most likely just the moon. I don't want to discount it, but I would look more into it and look for more simple explanations.
The video that I posted the other day, do you think that was the moon, the two suns? Do you think it was the moon and the sun, like Flip said?
The one that the Mark Sargent had?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a good argument that it could be the moon. I think there's, I wouldn't say evidence, but I don't know, like I would, the right word is escaping me right now. I can't think of it, but I would think it suits more it being the moon than it being another sun. I mean, especially like I looked into it a little bit, and there were news articles that have come out talking about how the pink moon is supposed to be out tonight and that very day. And so, you know, if you're looking for it, that's probably the effect that it had. But yeah, I don't know. And especially on that side, it didn't light up the sky the same way that the sun did, the actual sun. So that could, you'd have to think about that too.
Yeah. I'm uploading this video right now on my phone that I took yesterday on my way home from work. Not yesterday. Well, it was Saturday. It's Monday now. So, I'm going to share. I'm going to screen share it once I get it on YouTube. I caught a sundog a couple months ago when I didn't have a clue about a sun. I'd never heard of it before. And put it on YouTube, put it on Twitter. Everybody's like, that's a sundog. And I'm like, oh, what? Didn't. So now I know what it is. But the very next day that I posted the last video, I saw one on my way home from work the very next day. But by the time I was like, and I was trying to get my camera out to record it, but I was sitting in traffic and I didn't want to die trying to get a sundog on camera. So by the time I got my camera out, it was gone. Saturday on the way home from work, the only reason I have my camera on the sky, the chemtrails on Saturday were beyond anything I had ever seen in a chemtrail sky. I've seen it like this in pictures, and I've always thought it was somehow fake. I know there's a lot of chemtrails and stuff out there, but some of the pictures I've seen, they looked a little far-fetched to me. But now I know that they are not fake. They are definitely real, because my sky Saturday, I was like, what in the world? I got to video this. I got to take pictures. So after I took a couple of videos and pictures of the chemtrails, I was like, I'm going to put the camera on the sun and just hit record and see what I see. I know that a lot of people have been seeing some weird things around the sun. So I had the camera like this, you know, in the what's it called, the windshield, and I was like looking, driving, and I happened to look up and I saw a sundog in my camera, and I was like, no way. So I looked around the camera and I was like, son of a bitch, there's another one. Like, how do they keep happening like this? Like, I've never ever in my life seen one. They didn't even know what they were. Now they're here all the time. Like, do you think it's a reflection from the dome? Or my kids think it's from a cloud, but there's no way it looks more like a reflection from light off a glass or something because of the different colors. So I don't know.
So I don't know if the dome is somehow being tampered with or anything like that. I don't know, because I've been seeing a lot of things lately that I've never seen before. Now, I don't know if it's just because now I'm looking for it, or before I just, you know, wrote it off as something natural that happens. I'm not sure, but I've been noticing a lot of things too, just like that. And I'll tell you this, like last summer was so weird. From the summer until fall, the sun was doing something really weird, and it was like flickering. The light, every morning the light would come in, it wouldn't be a consistent light, it would be flickering for some reason, and it would bother me so much.
Like that. And I also saw one where the sun like bounced.
What do you mean? What do you mean bounce?
Somebody was videoing the sunset, and I could be wrong. It was either the sunset or the sunrise, and it was like close to the horizon, and you could see it. Like, I had to watch it like 40 times.
Oh yes, I know what you're talking about. Yes.
Yeah, it bounced, like it went up and down for a second, and because at first I was like, "There's no way, it's got to be the camera." So it really did it. So I mean, there is definitely some weird things, and I've seen the videos that you're talking about. But
like it would literally wake me up. Like I would see the flickering light in my eyes, and it would wake me up, and I'd be like, "What the heck is going on with the sun?" Yeah, it was so disturbing, and like I remember seeing all the shadows. Shadows were like, I don't know. The light was just coming off one-dimensional or two-dimensional. It wasn't. I don't know. There's something off about the shadows. The light wasn't coming in right, and I wish I had videotaped it, but I didn't think of it at that point. I remember staring into the sun and like messing up my eye for a day. I don't know. It didn't feel right to me. I was just looking. I don't know what I was looking for, but it just. I asked my dad, and he was like, "No, that's nothing. It's probably just coming through the leaves weird." But, like, it never happened before or after. So I don't know. The problem went away. It fixed itself, I guess. I'm not sure, but I couldn't make of it what that was. I don't know.
Wow. I wish you had taped it.
Like even the shadows inside my room, like it coming through my window, it was flickering. All the shadows were flickering. It makes no sense. It's never happened before. It's so weird.
Wow, that video is ready to. I mean, I literally just hit upload like as you were talking, like at the end of what you were saying, and it just said your video is ready to see. So let me show y'all this video. It's really,
Yes.
So imagine like what's going on in the sky when we're not looking, you know?
Yeah.
I know that I was seeing enough anomalies last year and filming them that I seriously thought that the sun was artificial.
Yeah, a lot of people have been
Yeah, I
saying
can see why.
And Jay Dreamers has a theory that the sun is now different than it used to be, that we used to have Saturn as a sun. And that it used to glow like Avatar, kind of like everything like a black light. Like back in the age of Kronos and stuff like that. I mean, I have no clue. I have not looked into it like that. To know anything about any of that. Like my brains don't go back that far. Like I haven't researched that much stuff. But he has some pretty interesting theories. That's why I like him. He really thinks outside the box.
Oh.
What was that? I keep hearing like random words from Flip that aren't words, like random sounds.
I know. Well, what I was doing is I'm driving by the exit Candy lives off of, and I was trying to get my camera up, and I didn't get it in time. So I was like, "Jeez." Oh well, I'll be.
You
back
wouldn't want
by
to do
here
that
in about
anyway.
An hour and a half.
Flip, you should bring me some breakfast.
Hello? Breakfast?
Hi. Oh, yeah. I was like, wait, what? Were you talking? Did I talk over you?
I thought it was just we weren't giving him a chance to talk.
No, just was sitting there listening.
But you laughed at me when I said I thought it was artificial.
I didn't laugh.
No? I thought I heard you laugh.
No.
Okay.
So what about this breakfast?
Hey,
Yeah.
hey, if I could get a truck with 2 trailers down your little street and get them turned around and back out of there, maybe.
Bye, Brian Walsh.
Let's see.
Actually,
how
Flip,
many
my
mailboxes are going to be expensed there?
Actually goes through. Like you can go in one end and out the other. Didn't know.
Just saying.
Just
No, I
saying.
haven't been stalking you like that, all right? I haven't been stalking you like that.
Well, apparently not, because you would know my street goes all the way through if you had been.
Now, when you talk about the sun dog, are you talking about the ring around the sun when you look up at it?
No, that's like a halo. Then actually, Kathleen told me yesterday and showed me that's from
Yeah.
How many chemtrails were there in the sky?
a lot.
The sundog is more of what you would see if you had an old-fashioned light bulb, or no, flashlight, and
I'm about to show you.
Looked at.
I'm about to show you my.
The shape of a circle, like the rim around the ring of the reflecting bowl, so that it kind of looks like the CBS logo, but in light.
Huh. All right, I got to look into it.
Are you pulled over?
I'll have to do
No,
it
I
later.
think Candy's gonna show her video anyway.
But don't die on my video cost. or
No
on
doubt.
account of my video. That would suck. Y'all see it? Oops.
Unmute it.
Oh, there's no sound really. I was just driving.
Yeah, yeah, you're getting on to me, and
Yeah, I
here you
know.
are
And I'm
filming going down the road.
At least she pulled over.
Yeah, I stopped once I saw that in my camera. I was like, whoa. But see, I'll show you the other one. I did it live streaming. So like on my thing, I went to Camify and live streamed it. But by the time I did that, it wasn't really there anymore. And that was like just a few seconds later. So they don't stay there that long. I don't know what those marks are. See, I kept like touching my screen and it was making marks on my screen, like it was drawing on it.
Whoa, what is that?
The black thing.
Oh, maybe you had like a drawing feature on or something.
Yeah, I think that
Maybe
every
this
time I
does a
touch
default.
the screen, and I didn't notice it until after I made the video because of the way, it's like you can't really see your screen that much when it's really bright outside. You see how it's like disappearing?
Yeah. Oh, I see it now. Okay, it was really hard to see before.
The first one that I showed was easy to see. But the second one I uploaded, but this one, you see it there? It's to the left, right of the sun. It's got like red and blue.
Oh, okay.
Like right here. If you can see my cursor, I don't know if you can.
Yep. The contrast is really low, so or high.
Yep. But I couldn't believe it. I was like so shocked when I said, "Oh my God, no way, another one!" Like most people don't find them in their whole lifetime, and somehow I've only got 2 on camera, but I've seen 3 in just a couple of months. So that tells me there's something weird going on.
I had a question for Joey. He came back, so Joey, if you could give me your thoughts on the oxygen on Earth decreasing after the flood. What are your thoughts on that in regards to the dome and the waters outside of the dome and the pressure that it was putting, in our system, and like what it has to do with the oxygen and whatnot?
See, Joey thinks sun dogs are dome proof too. I know what you're talking about, Sharon. I've heard that theory. Can you say it again one more time?
Sure you can. Earth, goodbye. Sure you can.
Huh?
No, I was saying bye to someone in the chat.
Oh.
Okay, so what the theory is that, well, because we can't know, right? We can't know, but supposedly before the flood, plants and animals were able to grow to much larger sizes than they appear now. And it's because the oxygen content inside this system was a lot more, or heavier. There was a lot more oxygen, helped us grow, helped us heal faster. We lived longer and whatnot. So the theory is the waters outside the dome put a certain amount of oxygenated pressure onto the dome, right? So that our environment is, it's a little more high pressure. And so once some of the waters outside the dome were released during the flood, that the air pressure decreased and the oxygen decreased, and now we don't grow quite as big anymore. We don't live quite as long anymore. The plants and animals have shrunk. Like, you know how people say lizards, alligators, dragons, like they could have been. I think they were talking about it on Globebusters today, how they might have been the dinosaurs of old, like what we call as dinosaurs, but because they grew much larger, and today they don't. So I don't know. Like, I was just wondering what his thoughts were on that. He says, "I don't have any way to know if that is why there were giants in those days, but in my opinion, same as before, same as now. Remember those days they were eating organic and had little stress and no vaccines, etc. I'm not subscribing to the more oxygen in those days because it lends to the dinosaur lie. I'm open to it, but no proof as of yet." Yeah, I agree. My only qualm about that is carbon dating fossils, because the fossils do show evidence that there were larger creatures and larger plants, but we don't know how old they were, and so there's no way to tell, because carbon dating is also like flawed. It's flawed. You can't figure it out past a certain number of years. That was like one of my first evolution proofs that,
Right. I say that all the time. Everybody's heard me say that. I don't believe that carbon dating stuff makes me so aggravated, how they can take that and say this is fact. Like, how do you know? I mean, carbon dating is I used to want to be like a scientist and archaeologist. Like, those things fascinated me. That's like, I only watched Discovery Channel and Nat Geo, and I didn't care about other things that other people cared about. Most girls, Now I'm like, you guys are frauds.
Okay, so he says those huge insects are lies from what he's researched. Is an urban legend and leads to the dino lie. Okay, well, I haven't actually researched it, so I would look into it. I will look into it. Yeah, but all I have seen are pictures of fossils, so that's why I had the question. Flat Earth Dave says he doesn't like the dome theory in case the floodgates open. And soon we're in the end of the days. Well, God promised that he wouldn't cause it to flood on Earth again, or he wouldn't eliminate the human race with the flood again. So if it does flood, that means somebody messed with the dome and let the waters in, and it was, like, maybe they'll tell us it was climate change and all the melted glaciers that flooded us. Who knows? But just because you don't like the idea doesn't mean it isn't true or it can't happen.
Yeah, and in the Bible it also says, like in the end times, the firmament will open like a scroll, and that would be impossible if there was not a dome on top of us.
Yeah. Yeah. No more floods. Rainbow is proof. Is that too? Like, the rainbow being the promise of what happened, during the days of the flood, and during the days of the flood, the floodgates opened in the firmament, and now the rainbow is a proof of the firmament. It's like, God was trying to tell us something.
Yeah, and Joey said if there was no dome, then space would be infinite.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even know. Space doesn't even exist. I mean, the Bible says God separated the waters above from the waters below. And how could he have done that? I mean, our atmosphere creates water, so there's no way that it's holding water out.
Yeah, I've heard all sorts of, winding roads to just explain the firmament and waters above in a globe model. And it's honestly, there's never a satisfying answer coming from that point of view. Like sometimes they say the waters above are the clouds, and that can't be. It just can't be. And some say, oh yeah, the actual firmament is somewhere beyond the stars, and at the edge of at the edge of our universe or something. And there's waters above. What? I'm sorry, but yeah, like Joey was saying, the Hebrew word is rakia. I don't know if I'm saying that right, but it's a solid expanse, and it says multiple times how it is like a molten looking glass and how it's beaten out. And so it can't be just where the birds fly and the expanse where the clouds are, our atmosphere. It can't be that. And all of our ancient ancestors were right. They knew a lot more than we did, and we don't give them credit for it.
Mm-hmm. There's another part in the Bible that says something about y'all keep talking, I gotta think.
What about the firmament?
Yeah, something about the firmament. I'm trying to remember what the Bible says and what part I'm thinking of. Because I was reading something and I just kind of totally lost my train of thought.
Were you talking about the stars in the firmament and all that stuff?
Wow, Candy. I was doing this last night too, and I got really tired. Like I was talking to Kathleen. It was kind of funny, but it was kind of embarrassing. Like I was kind of falling asleep while I was talking, but still awake. So I'd be saying something, and then in the middle of my sentence, it was as if I was still in the same breath and I never stopped my thought, but somehow totally different words and a totally different thought came out of my mouth. And then after I said it, I'll be like, what did I just say? But that's kind of just what happened. Like I just completely forgot what I was saying. God, no. It was something about the firmament though, and it was a part of the Bible that speaks man, that really sucks. Yeah.
Was it about how the windows of heaven were restricted? The waters were restricted when they were closed after the flood? And so that's why it can't be like clouds or whatever, being the waters above.
Thank you. Joey got it. It's the sapphire. The sapphire that in the Bible it says that there was like a sapphire like. It doesn't specifically say that it was sapphire, but it says sapphire light. And that because I was reading the or maybe you said something about like a glass dome. I mean, nobody will ever know what it is until we see it or feel it or hear it from God ourselves. But yeah, that's what I was thinking of. How and I actually just read that the other day. Last Sunday when I told my dad about the flat earth and he didn't want to hear any part of it. And once he gave me like a little sermon for 10 minutes, he asked me for 10 minutes. I said, now give me 5. And I got him. He believes it now. He does not believe the globe anymore, but he doesn't care. He does not care at all. And like he said, he's a pastor. He said, the flat earth brought you closer to God, but I don't need that to get closer to God. I'm like, Dad, it's not why I believe it. I mean, it's not because that it brought me closer to God. It's not why. Like, how can it not matter to you? But he did make a good point, but I just can't think that way. He said it doesn't affect his life in any way. And I mean, he's older. He's not healthy. He just got diagnosed with dementia and he just doesn't care. It's not something that bothers his life in any way, and it will not affect him in any way. So he doesn't care. But all that mattered to me is that he believed me.
Yeah, you know what? Like, I don't like that statement at all. I've heard a lot of Christians, especially in my own life, to make it like, even when I share something that I've learned new, that makes me look at the Bible and with whole new eyes, like, you know, about the Nephilim during the days of the flood, and how it wasn't just because of corrupt hearts that God allowed the flood to happen. It's also because, you know, the genes were corrupted, that he had to, like, you know, kind of wipe them out as an act of mercy. Like, you know, that made me look at God differently. That made me look at, you know, my information differently. And, you know, I've had Christians who haven't really done, I guess, in-depth study about that part, and just kind of take that word for what it is, or literally, or like the more like metaphorical way that we take those verses or that story, and like, you know, accept it for how it suits us. And like, they tell me like, oh, how does that change you know, your relationship with God? How does that, you know, how does that change, like, you know, oh, that God doesn't like when you or something. I'm like, it's not about that. Like, it's really not it doesn't change my relationship with God, but it does make me appreciate his point of view much more. Like, I have to stop looking at it from my point of view and try to fit him into my idea of him. It's that he's opening my eyes, the Holy Spirit's opening my eyes to like what he intended and what his actual, like, how he's actually telling the story. It's about his story. It's not about, you know, how I look at it or how it pertains to me or us as mankind. It's you got to look at it from his eyes, like, and it's like, I really don't like how when people say, oh, it doesn't change anything for me in regards to my relationship with God if I find out that the earth is flat. I'm sorry, but that changes every which way that you look at the Bible. It really does. It does. Yeah. It should.
It really does. And I just said that too, the same day that I talked to my dad about it. I was like, I haven't read the whole Bible. And I'm not going to lie and say I have. There's a lot of it I haven't read. The book of Proverbs, read it a few times. It has applied so many times to so many things in my life. I had to read it again and again and again. And when I read the Bible, I highlight all the way through it, like parts that, like, if I feel like I might can go back and reference that, or parts I want to remember or whatever. I always read the Bible with highlighters. Like, I'm weird, but
no, it's good.
I don't know how all of us have looked at the Bible all these years and have been in church listening to preachers preach this Bible in this way that I guess metaphorically could still apply, but all wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like, we looked at things all wrong, and everything that we saw it. Like, now that we're flat earthers and Christians, like, I know a lot of flat earthers are not Christians. They don't believe in God, and they're agnostic or atheist. And well, most atheists that I know came to flat earth. It totally changed their view.
Like, they at least believe in a creator now, but, at least a creator. Like, they won't say it's God, but it's at least a creator.
Joey just said the same thing. Flat earth is a salvation issue, in my opinion, because it forces us to take the Bible as literal truth. Right. And that's exactly what I was about to say. What is the one thing that pretty much every atheist is an atheist for? It's because science. They believe in science. And you're welcome, Tevin. They believe in science, and they also will say the Bible teaches that the earth is flat. Science proved that it's not. Well, if we can prove that the Bible is correct and science lied, what's going to happen to all these people who have become atheists for that reason? They're going to go back to God.
Right. Wow. Imagine that it would be, I mean, I don't think they could handle it. I mean, like, if it's on an individual basis, okay, fine. They can probably, you know, work through that process on their own. But if it was like a mass disclosure, I think people would go crazy. Like, oh wow, I can't trust science anymore. What the heck do I do with my life now?
And all science is not wrong. I don't like a lot of people misunderstand us and think that we believe that oh, you don't believe no science. Well, how is this? No, you're getting a little out of hand here. We don't believe that the earth is completely flat. We know there's hills and mountains and valleys and rivers and lakes and different sea level. We know this. We're not stupid. I hate that. And it's like the same.
That's not even a real argument. Come on.
Yeah, it's like the same concept here. Like, we don't dismiss all of science. We only dismiss pseudoscience. We dismiss theories and things that cannot be proven. If it cannot be proven, then I mean, science is not faith-based. You should not have to have faith in science and just think that because it was told to us, then it's got to be real. That's what God is.
Yeah.
And science to me is it's Satan, because like I said, like that's the one thing that has turned more people against God than anything else ever in existence.
It's mixing some truths with lies, and it's basic. I mean, its most rooted goal is to basically disprove God. And so if you have people saying, oh no, guys, rely on reality rather than experience, then you're trying to cut out faith in the spiritual realm out of your existence. And then now if we try and use science and observable, measurable things to basically prove wrong what they're saying, then now we're basically science deniers. It's like, you can't have it both ways. You can't have everything, if you can't, why don't you admit it? Okay, if you have theories, sorry, what happened?
I don't know where is that. It's Joey. I think he's trying to get back on the call, and he called my phone again. Let me see.
What's that background noise?
What are you talking about, my phone? I think Joey's trying to get back on the call.
Yeah, he put in the chat, can I join?
Yeah, it's you have to click on the call from the group that you're in the Hangout.
Yeah, he called the other one that he called before. Remember, he called my phone?
I figured out what it was. I was sitting here looking at the chat in YouTube, and the video was playing, and so I'm hearing a delay, and I'm hearing y'all talking. I'm like, what's that background noise? Never mind. It's on my end.
Silly Flip.
Just not technologically savvy, that's for sure.
No, you're fine. You figured it out on your own. Nobody helped you.
Here, I'm gonna I got you, Joey. Hang on.
If scientists can just come up with any theory, then they have to teach us all theories. You can't just say, "Oh, we have a consensus on one theory because of the evidence or proofs or whatever." Like, no, if there could be another explanation, you have to give that to us too, and allow us to choose based on how much evidence there is more of for whichever theory. You can't just, force it down our throats and say, "No, this is accepted fact." It's not. That's why it's a theory. Oh, he's on. Hello. Wait, say something?
He should. Oh.
Mahalo.
Hello, hi, everybody.
I was about to say, he should be in the call already.
Joey, don't you love how every verse in the Bible, you can take it on a literal level, on a metaphorical level, on a spiritual level? Like, there's so much meaning, but you can't see through that if there's certain pastors out there that are saying, oh, well, the Bible is a guide for life or how to behave and all that stuff. You can't just take it as science. It's not a science book. Like, no, what if it is? What if you're just having some bias and you're telling people that it was a way to it was a way for tribes to survive, and having just accepted ways of conduct with each other and create morality. And no, I'm sorry, but if you take God's word as truth, then you can take it on a literal level and on a spiritual level.
Yeah. Like I said in the comments, I think that flat Earth is actually a salvation issue. I don't just think it's a salvation issue for atheists, which it is, because I turned on my faith for a while because I was all into the Bible is a fake book made to control us. And then when I learned about the first thing I learned about a long time ago was the evolution lie, and that started bringing me back to the faith. And then when I learned about flat Earth, that totally reshaped everything. So when you do take the Bible literally and you don't start being an apologetic where you have to constantly make excuses, I mean, who can really truly believe something that they have to make excuses for? Like you said, oh, maybe 6 days were God days and it was really 1,000 years. Oh, well, God can do anything. Maybe he made the earth a globe, but you're constantly making excuses, and well, maybe God created evolution, and et cetera, then it is a salvation issue for the atheists, but also for the believers, too. And yeah, I think it's totally beautiful, Sharon, because you can read it as an absolute book of truth and take it literally. And you say, Candy, that the earth, we believe, I think you said the earth is flat, but we know there's hills and mountains. But yeah, when they did that Kansas is flatter than an IHOP pancake, they took into consideration all the hills and valleys. And when compared to an IHOP pancake on an electron microscope in relation to the whole distance of Kansas, even with the hills and valleys, it still appeared flatter.
I heard that, yeah.
Yeah, and they compared it to electron compared it to an IHOP pancake with an electron microscope, and it measures tiny little, if you look at a piece of paper, even though it's flat, it's going to have little tiny divots and ripples. So that means our Earth is flat,
Like, have you heard the argument of how, it's flat in relation to the consistency of the curve, like as in there isn't much deviation from the line of the curve. It's just, no, what do you mean? Like, this is not a relative experiment. This is a literal experiment. How flat is it really?
That sounds
It's
like
not
Neil
like
deGrasse Tyson conference where they're being very ambiguous. But there's got to be a certain point. Like Hillbilly was on here earlier arguing with somebody, and he was saying, okay, at what point do we start to see a measurable drop? Well, I live in Hawaii, and we're surrounded by islands anywhere from 40 to 100 miles away, and I run a tour company. And before I was ever a flat earther, one of the things we'd point out is the islands that are like 40 to 80 miles away. Some of them are 100, and on clear days you can always see them. And we stand on the shore, but I never knew this before. As soon as I became a flat earther, that was started looking into the flat earth. That's one thing that I started paying attention to. And yeah, I mean, you can see islands that are, David Avocado Wolf, he lives here in Maui too. And that's what made him a flat earther, is we can see from Maui, we can see the island of Molokai, Lanai, Big Island, Kauai. It's amazing. And those islands are from seashore to seashore. You can see them 40, 60, 70 miles away. So there's no way that it's a bigger ball and we just, NASA's got it wrong. It's flat. It's actually flat. We can see the shoreline. That's the stuff I started doing when I first was looking into at one point, it's hard for me to remember this, but I thought it could be, silly. Maybe, I just wanted to look into and see what it was, because, a lot of things can be true that you originally dismissed. So I started doing the whole boats disappear over the horizon, and everything here in Hawaii is import-export. We have this big, huge Matson boats. So bought a telescope, convinced myself, and then I started putting challenges on my Facebook pages to my friends to come join me at the beach, and they did. And one by one, they were all amazed.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, so for sure, it's definitely flat. It's definitely measurably flat, but to your common sense, we shouldn't be able to see these things that are so far away. And it's not a superior mirage. It's not any of those things that they call it.
No. Those are supposed to be reflected upside down. Yeah. And there's like a gap or something. It's like floating.
Yeah, I'll be right back. I have to take this dress off. I can't believe I'm still wearing it. It's like 5:30 in the morning.
Pretty.
And Sharon, yes, I did hear I've heard for a long time the theory that, I used to say it, that in those days it was probably more oxygen. And if there is more oxygen, just like if you're in an oxygen machine, you can heal faster. And dragonflies, they have fossil records where they're much huger. But then I started looking into the fossil records of, forget carbon dating, because of course you don't know the age accuracy of that. But I started looking into the fossils that they claimed were huge dragonflies and huge, et cetera, et cetera. Those ones don't hold any water. So then I started thinking, you know what, that's all to kind of possibly perpetuate the dinosaur myth. So I don't really know, and until I see positive 100% evidence, I just think it's something interesting to talk about because maybe. But I think there was giants in those days because there really literally were giants in those days. There's the Nephilim. I don't think that us people were supremely bigger. I do think that in the past we were much bigger, healthier, taller, lived longer. But that's because there's no vaccines. Everybody ate organic. Everybody drank fresh water. Everybody got sunshine. They didn't use deodorant. They weren't sitting in front of a TV. The list goes on and on.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I was just like, I don't know. I didn't want to be one of those people that was inserting my current worldview into, trying to explain something biblical. Like, I know when people do this with the Big Bang Theory, like saying how, the energy that came from God's voice saying "Let there be light" is what created the Big Bang, and like basically trying to insert theory into like Bible and saying, here's the explanation for that. Like that's what people have been doing with those two verses about how the earth hangs upon nothing and that it is he who sits upon the circle of the earth. Like that's what they've been doing with those two verses until now in the heliocentric model. And so I didn't want to do that, so I was just like wondering what your thoughts on it were, if it's something I'm like inserting into trying to explain what happened before the flood, or if there's any evidence to it. I didn't look like too much into it, but
it's so hard, right, Sharon? Because we don't know. Like I tell my wife this all the time. We still don't realize, even though we're awakened, we still don't realize stuff that we've been indoctrinated that we take for granted. For example, I consider myself pretty awake. I knew about all kinds of stuff that I considered myself maybe more awake than other people. Yet I didn't know that there was such thing as crisis actors. I just knew about false flags and stuff, and I guess I just wasn't looking, or I didn't want to look. And then when I found out about the truth of crisis actors, that blew my mind. To me, that's as big as flat Earth almost. It's like number 2 on my list. That they would actually. That means that it's a real war. They're really. It's not just. They're using the television on purpose to perpetuate these wars, to perpetuate these lies, and that to me blew my mind.
It's hard to believe that so many people could not notice this, how it could go unnoticed, and only people that are looking or paying attention are able to catch these things. And I think they think that we're not paying attention.
Sharon, I think we're the chosen ones. Not like trying to put us on a pedestal. I'm just saying like as a blessing, because why should you know this, Sharon? Like you're awesome, but do you think you're one of the smarter people in the world and just other people aren't as smart as you? I don't think I am. What made us choose this path? And to me, it's a huge blessing. Now it's just the burden of trying to wake up everybody else, but I'm awoken. I've been saved, and my daughter's vaccine free because I know about the flat Earth. I would have thought I was doing the right thing before and maybe eliminated some vaccines, but then given her other ones. And it's amazing how awake it makes you.
It certainly is, and it comes from a place of humility. It's about not having pride or ego and thinking that I know everything, or that
You just put your head down and you just go, oh my God. I mean, I believed evolution. I really did. And if somebody asked me my proof, I'd just be like, fossils.
The science
fossils
has been settled
fossils
for
is proof
decades.
of flood. Yeah. So it's amazing.
Hey, tell me more. Tell me more about the vaccines that you were saying that you thought it might be okay for certain ones and not others. Like, were you thinking like MMR and polio and things like that, or
The
what was it?
MMR one is definitely blown out, but I was just I would have probably, I don't know, I'm just guessing. I probably would have given the majority of the vaccines to my daughter, not knowing, thinking I was doing the right thing. And then if so, maybe I would have used my discernment and maybe just given her the polio vaccine and a few other ones. But after looking into it, I realized so basically our ancient ancestors and our history has been corrupted and lied about. But either way, our ancestors have been here for thousands of years. None of them had vaccines. They were big, strong warriors. Go to third world countries, there's no such thing as autism. You go to all these different places, like Weston A. Price traveled the world when he retired as a dentist, and he was trying to help people with their teeth because he just assumed, well, America, we're rich, and other places, imagine how bad their teeth are. Well, lo and behold, he found out their teeth were white, bright, and never crowded.
Yeah.
So that means he didn't need braces or anything, and he ended up making his own foundation, calling it the Weston Price Foundation, where people to this day realize, hey, it's a Western disease. All these problems that we have. So no vaccines. And my wife, she's a autistic teacher, and she's seen firsthand several times the immediate response to children with their vaccines.
Yeah.
So we've researched. We're living proof that you don't need it, and you get the chicken pox or the measles. For 1 week, you have a fever and you're scratching. I'm not going to vaccinate my daughter with mercury for that. Plus, if you don't get vaccines, if you don't get chickenpox as a kid, then you're more likely to have shingles when you're an elderly person. And besides all that stuff, if you look into the MMR vaccine, just that one vaccine, they made that new movie Vaxxed, and the lead scientist for the CDC came out as a whistleblower. But if you just look at that one vaccine, here's the sad thing. Another thing that people don't realize is that STDs in general, almost all of them are a form of herpes. The MMR vaccine that you're injected with as a baby, that's the first vaccine that you get at day one, as soon as you're born. That's the automatic one. That one has herpes in it. So everybody who ever gets a cold sore, it's because of that vaccine. Anybody who ever gets a majority of the STDs, it's because of that vaccine. And even even chickenpox is caused by herpes. It's a form of herpes, and they inject that into you at birth. So that's the worst one.
How do you well, okay, so what is the procedure at the hospital when your daughter was born for you to say, no, I don't want these day one vaccines?
Well, we looked into it ahead of time and decided we weren't going to go that route, so we had a midwife, and I delivered my baby at home by my wife laying in the bed. We had it all set up. 2 midwives came over, and then I was there to assist. So we already knew we didn't want to get peer pressured. Yeah.
That's wonderful. And so how is school going to look like for your daughter?
I don't know. We'll go visit it once in a while just so she can know what it's like. But we're homeschooling our daughter. She's going to have her own piano teacher, the one we choose. She's going to have her own science teachers, the ones we choose. She's going to have her own agricultural teachers, the one we choose. So she's not going to go to public or private school. We're going to do the homeschooling, but not the government curriculum, just the old-fashioned
Would they
curriculum.
allow her anyway because of don't all children who get admitted to school have to be vaccinated? Like they have to have certain booster shots and everything in order for them to even join school?
Yeah, you're right. But even if they were to allow our daughter, we wouldn't go.
No, that's a good idea.
I mean,
I myself have been considering it. Yeah.
There's no way. I mean, that's the last place I would. That's in my opinion. It's why children rebel against their parents, anyways, because they're there the whole time. Our brains work like a computer, like the most advanced computer ever. So it's all about bonding, and so you bond with your parents, and then around school age, around 3rd, 4th, 5th grade, you start becoming uncool to your parents. Well, it's because you're not seeing their face, and the babysitter's babysitting them. You come home from work and you're tired. They're not seeing your face. They're being indoctrinated at school. They're being possibly bullied at school, and they're being taught lies anyways. So there's no way I'd have my daughter go to school. Plus, how cool is that to have
Um,
parents that don't make you go to school?
Yeah, I bet, it really does increase the quality of their interpersonal relationships, especially within the family.
That's why there were so many child prodigies, years ago that we read about. No matter what people think about them, the Beethovens and all those people of the day that were 7 years old writing their own symphonies, they were not going to school. They were not vaccinated. They were eating organic food, and they,
Not that bunny over
they
there.
seem to do pretty good.
Who eats cake for breakfast? This girl right here. Sorry,
It's
Al.
my style.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, Al. I was.
Gosh, Candy, always.
Yeah, it was something
butting
really
in.
important too, Candy.
I'm so sorry.
Now I can't remember what it was.
Oh man.
Thanks a lot.
Let me just rewind and pretend I didn't come in. I'll come back in and then make a new entrance.
No, it was it was about vaccines, but I think in homeschooling. I was actually, I was considering it, but I don't know many people who would. See, that's the problem. It's hard to convince someone to say, "Hey, maybe we should look into homeschooling." It's hard because you would think it's like a compromise between having a second job and bringing in the household income versus actually building the relationships which are important, and also making sure they get all of their curriculum done, whether it's government selected curriculum or whatever you want them to learn. They should have all the experience, right? But like, I don't know, I would be totally down to homeschool. Like, I guess you and your wife were on the same page about that.
That's right. Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah, it's really hard to find, honestly.
I've never met
I know
her.
I'm lucky.
Blessed.
Yep. We're on the same page. Other than the fact that she researches a little bit more about the atrocity of abortion, the atrocity of vaccines, 9/11 truce. She's not as into researching like dome proofs. She's more into doing stuff that's like solid, that's verifiable, like no satellites, etc., etc. The motionlessness of the Earth. But other than that, we just basically fill in the gaps for each other. So yeah, we're very blessed.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Is that you, Candy?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
No, I just
That was
said
me.
I've never met his wife, but what you said, how you guys are on the same page, like I say that, like
And it was still hard, even though we're on the same page, though, guys. It was still hard. We still got peer pressure. So I gotta mention that part from family, friends, and surrounding people. It was just there was a lot of peer pressure, and even our first midwife that we had to go through 2 midwives. Our first midwife that we chose, she ended up getting scared and backing out about 5 months in because she was scared that because we're vegetarians, and she was scared that my wife wasn't gonna have a successful birth because of that. So, every way around it. And our last midwife, even though she was awesome, she was very pushy about the vitamin K procedure with their babies from their newborn. But we just said, nope, nope.
Yeah, you're making the final call on
That's what we all have to
your
remember.
kids. Yeah.
Yeah, with their vaccines, with their education, and they always, just like in the Bible, just like how the devil tricked Eve, and he tricked all mankind. He gets us to do it ourselves. They get us to do it ourselves. The trick is that we do it to our own selves. We kill our own babies when we have abortions. We destroy the lives of our children when we vaccinate them. We don't allow our children to have an education, and we corrupt their whole way of being in the education system. So it's our choice, and they get us to do it. the Jews in the Bible, they got the Romans, they got Pilate, they convinced them to do their atrocity for them, you know, wipe their hands clean, you know. They said, let it be on our hands and our children's hands. However, those are words. In the end, maybe it is on their hands, but who did it? They got somebody else to do it. So they get us to do these things. And the trick is, don't give in to peer pressure. Don't give in to, you know, just to thy own self be true. And that's a hard
because
thing
they
to
make
do.
it like a law now that you have to get the 40 to 60 vaccines, like, you know, within the first 4 years of life. I remember I was reading up on it. I remember even 40 to 60 years ago, you would only have like 4 vaccines, and they would be spaced out. And now you have to get so many that what's the point? I mean, and honestly, if you say, oh, your unvaccinated kid shouldn't be around vaccinated kids because it's a danger to society, what are you talking about? If all of those kids are vaccinated, they're never going to be in danger of getting that disease, right? Supposedly. So I don't understand. How are they in danger? How?
And not
Why
only
should I think about your kid?
not only what you're saying is true, because it's only common sense. But look at the very first vaccine they give babies on the day that they're born. Most children, almost every child. I'm just going to call it what it is. They inject them with herpes. That's why we all have STDs.
There is like heavy
That's why we all
metals.
get cold sores. Besides the mercury that causes autism and stuff, but I'm just talking about the live
Yeah,
virus that's inside of that.
Yes,
That's
yes.
how STDs are spread. Is at birth they inject you with herpes.
Something
That's-
like a monkey DNA or something like that.
Yeah, because we
And
share
like
similar
live
DNA.
fetus cells.
Mhm.
Oh my goodness, that's appalling.
It's appalling.
Yeah.
I agree. It's funny. It's like we live in a dual reality. We have to still go out and, you know, like being a flat earth truther is the hardest thing in the world, because you have to know these truths, go out there and act like you can't really talk, you can't really vent, you can't really get it off your chest. But we've all been devastated. I mean, taking all this information is a blow. I mean, when you first started researching the flat earth, and you're like, whoa, maybe it is flat. And then you start finding out, because you start questioning things, you go, whoa, that means the sun's a lot closer. That means the moon's a lot closer. That means they're a lot
Yeah.
smaller. Wait a minute, the moon isn't a reflector of the sun's light. It actually produces its own light. Like, everything they say is a lie, and you keep going deeper and deeper and deeper. And there's crisis actors, and they're all doing, and it's not the US that's bad, it's not China that's bad. All the world governments in general, except for maybe North Korea and the places that we demonize, they're the holdouts, and the rest of the small percentage of the highest elite are in on it. That's a scary thing. So when I start thinking about how hard it is to convince people of the truth, it's okay. I don't have to convince anybody of the truth, but I do try to. And most importantly, I try and get my life straight, because now that I take the Bible as a literal book of truth, you know, I'm in it to win it for my family. And I want to bring as many people as I can along with me, but I can't. You know, a man convinced against his will is of the same opinion still. That saying is true. All you can do is plant seeds and then get your own life right.
Yeah, that's why we have free will.
And that's what God says. And he said that's the only way to really choose his soldiers. You know, for all of us men and women that are soldiers, look what God said about look at Yeshua said about the Good Samaritan. You know, you can't buy your way in. It's based on your merits, and your heart will be looked at as a feather. So
Absolutely.
we're all lucky. We're all lucky to know this truth. Even though it
Yeah.
does stop arguing against the Globers and, you know, people calling us ad hominem names and using strawman tactics. But in the end, wow, imagine, like, this is more than $1 billion. This is more than inheriting $1 billion. This is more than, you know, there's no greater gift than what we've all been given. Even though it's
I agree.
it's mind blowing, you know, and but it's kind of cool. I remember when I learned about the crisis actors and as many people weren't dying and maybe hardly any, it was kind of a relief. And when I learned about the Holocaust being a hoax, I was like, you know, I'm kind of relieved in a sense that all these deaths aren't really happening like I thought. But it is sad that they use it to trick us.
Yeah.
Very.
And it's sometimes it's a personal struggle, like going through that process of, um, you know, weaning off of the lies we've been taught, and accepting the truth. And then after you know the truth, even though we're blessed to have known it and blessed to have our eyes open, it's still a burden, because what you do with that information. Yeah.
Yeah, because we can't help it. It's in all of us, no matter who we are, that once we know this information, you can try and keep it to yourself and be like, you know what, I'm not going to cause any more stress, and no more arguing. I'm just going to get right with my family. But lo and behold, inevitably, we can't help ourselves. It's just like Plato's caves. We've got to go back and save the rest, because in the end, it matters. It's not just about us. It's about everybody.
Yeah.
I feel bad, like, even though people call me names and you guys names, but I feel bad in general, because of course they're going to call us names. That's what they were taught. It's like they got us fighting against the same people that we're trying to save. So it's so hard, It's a hard issue. So I just learned not to debate anymore, because the Bible teaches not to debate. It's a form of arguing. I just try to live it, and then I'll come out here and hang out with you girls or anybody else who's a flat earther. But I don't go anymore and try and debate people and prove my point, because I leave with my heart beating fast, and I'm trying to stay calm and cool while someone's putting me down. Like, no way. I'm gonna go spend some time with my wife and family, or I'm gonna talk with you guys.
Right. That's what we all have pretty much. I've seen. I mean, there's a few, especially the younger crowd, who are out to debate everybody. But I think, and ODD, I listen to ODD music. I have a playlist on my SoundCloud that I share with everybody. But he says in a song, "Waking these dummies up used to mean a lot to me, but now I want to tip their canoes, and as they drown, tell them this is what you get when you snooze." That's to the point I think all of us are getting, because they're so defensive. They're so mean. They're so, and I know, like,
the reason why they're so mean is because when you go into an argument that you're unprepared for, it strikes your defense. For example, I'm sure you guys have encountered this. You go in to argue with somebody about the flat earth, but not argue. You're trying to rationalize with them and be reasonable, and you have to explain their own theory that they supposedly subscribe to them. It's a very difficult thing if you put yourself in their shoes. It'd be like you thinking the earth is flat. If you really thought it was flat, okay, like you do, but you just were told it, and then someone gives you all kinds of proofs that it's not, hypothetically switch it around, right? And then you're just like, you'd start getting really defensive. So that's them. They don't even know that the earth is supposedly spinning at a certain speed. A lot of people don't even know that. Or satellites. When I talk to people about satellites, they're like, "Oh man, I see satellites all the time. I saw it in my telescope for like 5 minutes the other day." I told them, "How did you see that for 5 minutes when it's traveling 17,500 miles per hour at approximately 200 to 400 miles above our atmosphere?"
Say those numbers a few more times, though.
And not only that, but if it's going 17,500 miles per hour, which is what NASA reports, that means that you're, according to ARC minutes, your available view in the sky, you'd only be able to track it for about 20 to 30 seconds maximum. And not only that, but you need a special type of telescope that is able to move for you and track it. And then all of a sudden they just do this with their lips, basically. They don't know their own theory, which is why I think double aggravates them, because they're defending something that they're mad that they don't know the answers to. So they're just going to call you ad hominem names, because they don't, right? Haven't you noticed they don't even know their own theory?
Yeah.
You ask them, how come the sun and the moon look the same size? And they go, "I don't know. The sun's a lot bigger." And how far away is it? And I don't know, like 1 million. You're like, wow. So I think that's why they get so mad, Kenny, because they don't know their own theory. That would frustrate me.
And when you tell them, I know more about that globe than you think you do know, they still don't believe that. I mean, and when you answer everything they have as a question with conflicting facts to their theory, they still, like, I have to I feel like I say the same thing over again. And I say, like, this is all I'm going to say. Do you understand the difference between a theory and a fact? Well, if you don't, because it sounds like you don't, let me just tell you, and they're just like, "I already know that." And I'm like, okay, but listen to what you're telling me. You're giving me a theory and you're fighting it against a fact. It's like you're taking a blade of grass and slaying a dragon. It's impossible. But they still don't. And I think that it's all real heavy indoctrination, because when we were in school and we learned about the shape of the earth at a very young age, they taught us to laugh at the Flat Earth Society. You know, they taught us basically, I guess it's some kind of mind control brainwashing technique that they put on us. If the earth was flat, you'd fall off the edge, you know? So as a very young person, we had it instilled in our brain it's like a trigger that pops off when somebody says flat earth. You're like, what? No, you know, it's like immediately polarizing to somebody. None of us believed it at first. You know, it took me to say I was a flat earther 100%. It took a long time, almost a year. I was going up a little bit of a percent every time I say, okay, I'm 86, I'm 94. To get from 99 to 100 took me 2 months. So, I mean, like you said, we have to put ourselves in their shoes. But at the same time, I began this journey alone. And I was on this journey alone until 2 weeks ago. So I guess it was different. Nobody told me. I heard it on accident. I was on YouTube watching something completely, totally different. And I was always, it was Illuminati stuff I was watching. And like, because I followed ODD way before this. And then when he became a flat earther, I was like already into it a little, and he came out with those videos. I was like, whoa. But I heard Tila Tequila somehow saying that she was cloned and dead, and she kept saying the earth is flat. And I was like, this bitch needs to get off the drugs. Wow. You know, that was my reaction, those exact words. But then it took me a couple of days until I got back on YouTube researching more Illuminati with like the rappers and, you know, people in mainstream, and
B.O.B. and everything.
I was like, let me see what this flat earth stuff's about. And then, yeah, and B.O.B. was another one I've heard it from. And then when I started looking into it, I'm still going. I have not stopped. I've maybe took a day or so off, but not more than a day.
Hey, Candy, you know what's funny? Everybody has different stories of kind of like their flat earth thing, like what made them kind of start leaning towards it. Mine wasn't like the flat earth part of it. I mean, trust me, I looked at every part of it. But the thing that got me so interested, that made me so curious, was Mercury's retrograde. You know, the retrograde of Mercury, or any retrograde of any planet, that little S motion that we see. Like, that, when I compared it to a geocentric model, it fit completely without having, you know, applying Occam's razor, the less excuses needed. That right there, believe it or not, it wasn't airplane pass or, you know, all these different things that people say. I was just like, wait a minute, that's very logical. That made me, thank God I saw that, because that's what made me a few years ago start thinking, you know what, there is something at least to the geocentric globe theory, at least. You know, motionless was my first thing. And then, God, you know, I didn't realize that all the ancients believed it. It wasn't just like in the Bible. It just wasn't just the Egyptians. I'm from, you know, I'm not originally from Hawaii, but I lived in Hawaii for 17 years, and my wife's fourth generation from here. But all the Hawaiians, even if you look at the Hawaiian words, they believe in a firmament. They believe in pillars. They believe in a flat, motionless, still earth. They believe that Polaris was at the zenith, which is the North Star. And I mean, all the cultures believe the same thing, and they're the people that built the terracotta warriors, the pyramids, everything. So what, they were all geniuses in every aspect except for knowing, you know, the earth. They even got the calendar down perfectly, but they were mistaken with the flat earth. You know, that's kind of what started leading me on my path.
I can never get the drawer in my table open. Like, it opens like from both sides. So that, sorry, like I'm trying to get this damn drawer open. I'm trying to find a hair tie. So I think it's jammed now. But yeah, it's so crazy because we all, like you said, have different stories, but similar, so similar in so many ways. But yours is unique. I've never heard anybody come up with this through that theory, through that explanation. Like you're the first.
But there's other people too. But we all have different. It's just funny because like I hear other people's things and I hear people saying, you know, flight times and flight pass is what convinced me. I'm like, really? That wouldn't have hooked me at all. I mean, it is very interesting and it is true. But and then I hear some people saying, oh yeah, you know, rapper B.O.B. When I heard him saying that, it made me look into it, and then they just right away. I mean, the knowledge nowadays. I mean, I know the new phenomena of flat earthers out there is like it's the biggest trend in the world right now. But 3 or 4 years ago, it wasn't. And so I love all the celebrities that come out. You know, even Shaquille O'Neal, even though he said he was joking, I love it. You know, they're promoting us because we can't afford to do commercials and, you know, get people even wondering what it is. Some before, like 2 or 3 years ago, nobody even knew what I was talking about or anybody else was talking about. And now at least they can say, oh, yeah, I've heard of that before.
Yeah.
I think that I think it's like the avalanche has already occurred. We're in the process of the winning phase already because a flat earther never changes. And it seems like we all devote our lives to converting other people, you know what I mean? So it's going to get to that tipping point where eventually there's got to be some great debate, you know?
You know what? I don't know if you heard me say this the other day, but the one thing that made me go from 99 to 100% flat earth is something I've really never heard anybody else talk about. Is Tower of Babel.
Oh yeah, it's beautiful. I know. Like, what are they building it for? What was God scared of? You know.
But
yeah,
but if they were supposedly okay, they didn't know where they were on the globe, and so let's just say the globe they're on the bottom of the globe, or the side of the globe, like on the equator, which would be close to the air. Like if they're over there and like I don't know where they were, somewhere over by Jerusalem or I don't know. I have no idea. I would be lying if I even said the remote area. Wherever they were when they were building the Tower of Babel, they had no idea if they were up, down, sideways. How are they building a tower up to heaven if they're on a globe? That would be impossible. That would be, I mean, that wouldn't make any sense at all. So when I thought about that, and the weirdest thing is I wasn't even listening to, Flat Earth wasn't even in my realm at the time. Like when I heard something about the Tower of Babel, I was listening to a sermon on YouTube. Like I don't go to church anymore because I believe like church to me now is fellowship and reading my Bible and learning about the Bible, teaching the Bible. That's church to me. I don't believe in what the church has become. It's about the church now. It's not about God anymore. So I was listening to a sermon online, and I was like, he was talking about the Tower of Babel and how that's how everybody became, you know, so diverse with language and, you know, everything. And I knew the story, but it was like I needed to hear that sermon at that very time because it hit me and it clicked, and I was like, oh my, the Tower of Babel. Why have I never thought about this before? Like even through my whole 2 years previous of Flat Earth journey, the Tower of Babel never came into my mind. And when as soon as I heard that pastor mention the Tower of Babel, I was like, whoa.
Yeah.
And I immediately stopped listening to what he was saying. And I just thought about, dang, I'm 100% now. There's no way possible if we were on a
we're all
globe.
chosen. There's no coincidence. There's only coincidence.
I do not
yeah,
believe
God is funny like that. What made me 100% like even like open my mouth and talk about it was the story of Joshua and the sun, because okay, so I'm a Sunday school teacher in my church, and I teach like 6-year-olds and below, and it was part of the curriculum, and it was coming up, and as I did. And you know, when that story came up, I was a closet flat earther, and you know what? At that point I couldn't shut my mouth anymore. The questions would have came up, and it was really funny because that week I ended up subbing for an older class, the high school class, and the question came up. Like I was like, guys, did you notice anything weird about the way, you know, this story is worded. And they were saying some curiosities about it, but they were like, their explanation for it was, it was written in a way that they would understand, because they didn't know that it was actually the earth moving and blah blah blah. And I was like, what does
It's an apologetic.
right, exactly. So it's like, is it, I don't think the Bible's written for men to understand, honestly. Like, yeah, it's written by men, like it's written, it's up to us to make sense of it. It's up to the Holy Spirit to speak meaning to us. It's not really written like, it is written for us to understand, but it's written from God's perspective. So if that's the way he made things happen, then it's going to be written from his perspective. Like, and so at that point, actually, I had a disagreement with a high schooler who I actually tried to talk about flat earth with her in the past, and she totally called me crazy, discounted everything. And since then I had gotten my proofs up. I had gotten more evidence for myself that I can actually defend any of the questions that were coming my way. And at this point, it was so weird that the timing was really funny, because the following Sunday I wanted to, because we didn't get to finish our conversation, but the following Sunday I literally hand wrote like 113 verses, I think, or whatever, that actually has to do with how the sun and the moon work on earth, and how the earth is being described in the Bible, and all these Bible proofs in verses for what I was trying to tell them, that the earth is geocentric. And she didn't end up showing up to church, so I ended up sending it home with her mom. But like it was her teacher that I ended up opening the conversation with, and she actually was interested. She actually, like, her teacher was like, wow, I'm actually really glad you're looking into this, and it looks like you're doing your research. And I was like, yeah, you have no idea. This is like something that's been on my mind for months, And she was like, yeah, send me all your stuff. I want to look at it. And, yeah, and I sent her all the resources that I had.
Good job, Sharon.
Yeah, I see the most unlikely person, right? Like, and if her teacher now starts looking at the Bible differently, now maybe that'll change her experience of how she teaches, and how the students might accept that information. And yeah, it's been crazy, and I'm still working on her. Like, we have yet to have a follow-up discussion, but we did exchange an email that she has expressed that it starts making sense to her, but she's still like talking about how it's really hard with her cognitive dissonance. Like, it's really hard to think of everything that she's been taught, and having this new information now, which seems to also make so much sense to her. So she's in the process right now, but I'm praying for them, and we'll see where it goes. But yeah, it was like you said, there are no coincidences. The way that whole thing played out, like, I would have never, that wasn't in my hands. I didn't plan that. One person might have rejected it, but someone else, it opened the door for them to look into it.
Right.
I love stories like that. That's like, gives me energy.
You never know.
I like to be real simple and like not use too many like Michelson Morley interferometer, because you're basically talking gibberish to them if you say those type of things. I just like to use like thought experiments and just be like, well, if the Earth is spinning, like a little over 1,000 miles per hour, how come you can't just get in a helicopter and hover, and by proxy, depending on the distance that you desire to travel, why wouldn't you be able to go up and then land back down, and then you traveled X amount of miles?
Right.
Or they say the Earth is spinning 1,000 miles per hour. Let's put that into perspective. The speed of sound is 767 miles per hour. A speeding pistol bullet goes 950 miles per hour. We're going faster than both of those. Like, put it in perspective for them. And then when they give their apologetic speeches, like, well, if you're on the inside of a train or a plane and you're going in a consistent motion, would you feel that speed?
Right.
No, you wouldn't. But we don't live inside the Earth, right? We live on the surface of the Earth. So put that same person in a seatbelt on top of a train or on top of an airplane, they'll feel that perpetual motion, guaranteed. If their seatbelts didn't keep them strapped in, because I've been skydiving before at 180 miles per hour, you can't even breathe. You have to put your face to the side. So if the wind really was coming at us at 1,000 miles per hour, we were rotating. I mean, imagine that. Imagine being on Earth. Have you ever pictured that before? trying to be on our spinning globe, you'd be like, whoa, it'd be amazing. But the apologetic speech that they give about if you're on the inside of a plane or train, you wouldn't feel it. We don't live inside the Earth unless they're subscribing to a hollow Earth theory, right? We live on the surface of the Earth. So 1,000 miles per hour surface of the Earth, we'd be blown away.
I actually have a question that it came up in a chat a couple days ago, and it was about like, you know, recreating a vacuum here on Earth, right? So you have vacuum chambers where you can, you know, test out different reactions that occur in a vacuum. So the argument was that, oh, gravity still acts upon anything inside that vacuum because we're still on Earth. It can't replicate a true vacuum of space. So how do you answer that?
Okay, so they're saying that's
That
I think I
whatever
hear what you're saying. You could say it again.
whatever that's inside that vacuum chamber will still drop to the ground because of gravity. Or it, like, you know, that, like, I don't know, it doesn't really make sense. They're saying
The
that
second law of thermodynamics is going to be in question right there, because you need you can't have a vacuum. The whole definition of a vacuum is you cannot have a vacuum without there being a barrier that is able to, like in science, right? You have to build some kind of barrier has to keep that vacuum. What is that barrier? I mean, unless there's a vacuum beyond the dome, but there would have to be some type of, you know, have them argue the second law of thermodynamics and see why it's okay for NASA to break that. You know, it's just like urban legends that people throw out there, and they say it can't be replicated because in space, when we get to that Goldilocks zone where there's a vacuum of space, what is creating a vacuum that we can't recreate here on Earth? Just like when they say the Earth's core is like the same temperature as the sun, like 8,000 degrees, and it's magnetic, right? And that's what's basically creating that force of what they call gravity. But a magnet loses its magnetic susceptibility at or above 1,000 degrees. So if the Earth even was iron or metal, and it was 8,000 degrees, by their own definition, it wouldn't be magnetic. And is that like a test that we've done once or twice? No, that's what every single person who uses magnets knows. To demagnetize something, they have a demagnetizer, and it basically instantly demagnetizes it by putting it at or above 1,000 degrees. It's called the Curie-Weiss. It's a Curie-Weiss law, and it's just saying that. So it's like everything they say is urban legends, and you have to just dispel and prove that what they're even saying in the first place doesn't even hold water. So it's an uphill battle for us all the time.
right, even according to their own science and their own laws that
scientist
they've
prison.
created. Yeah.
Their own scientist prison.
Yeah, like if they were to say that space wasn't a vacuum and just some kind of expanse, because then that would make a little more sense that, you know, there's atmosphere above Earth and it's not being sucked into the vacuum or sucked away or anything like that. It's there's no barrier there to. You can't have a non-pressurized system next to a pressurized system. So if they were to really call it a vacuum, it just doesn't make sense. But if they were to call it something other than a vacuum, where all of these things are able to orbit something else with mass in a very specific way, then that would make a little more sense. If you're going to stick to it being a vacuum, nothing else makes sense. It doesn't.
And then Tevin Townsend says the speed of sound is actually faster than mainstream science tells us. I agree with you, Tevin. But also, Tevin, sound doesn't, I'm sorry, light doesn't travel infinitely. And he's saying it's as fast as light or possibly faster. I agree with you, Tevin. And also, I just want to know your opinion, Tevin, if you know about it or if you've heard that how they say light travels infinitely. For example, stars that are several light years away have died out long before we can even see them. That whole myth. Everybody who knows, follows real, true, observable, repeatable science knows that light doesn't travel forever. Just go into a cave. You go, like I used to live in New Mexico when I was a kid, and you go to the Carlsbad Caverns and go into the caves. Once you hit a certain distance inside the cave and the oxygen gets low enough, your flashlight won't work no matter how many candle lights you have. how many candlelight powers you have. Even a spotlight won't work. So light doesn't travel infinitely. But I agree with you, brother, that sound is much faster than mainstream science tells us. And sound is my proof of the dome, because thunder travels up. I mean, lightning travels up, and if there was no dome, then we would never hear the sound, and especially it wouldn't be a 20 to 30 second delayed, localized reverberation echo of what just went up. So, anyways, Tevin, I like what you have to say, and I want to hear if you have any feedback on the light issue I was talking about. Yeah, I agree. Tevin's a smart man. All flat earthers are so smart. I learn more from flat earthers every day. It's so amazing. I just go to like the comment sections and I read people's comments and I'm just like, wow, the true geniuses are in this community.
Yeah, they're using their brains instead of regurgitating.
As Tesla said, you know, when I don't know, you girls look like you're a lot younger than me, but maybe you remember like old school TV with antennas on them, rabbit ears.
Tesla's my man. I'm a huge Tesla fan.
Yeah.
Yeah, those rabbit ears.
Yeah, you know, you touch the television and you get better reception. Or your old school TV was kind of, I mean, old school radio was kind of a little staticky and you put your hand to it.
Yeah.
Tesla said that we're basically, the way our body works is we're all antennas, our antennae, and that the everything, the all-knowingness of the universe is carried in the ether. And we have to open ourselves to the every possibility. And I think because flat earthers are so open, that we're able to, like, oh man, flat earthers blow me away with their brilliance. Like Hillbilly is brilliant. He's a genius, and I know so many other people that are just as brilliant in different ways and just as amazing in different ways. It's amazing.
Does anybody know whose video we shared the other night when we were talking about the lightning going up?
Oh yeah, I can.
Copyright strike. Huh?
Oh, you got a copyright strike for that?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, then guys, you're gonna have to go watch it yourself. But it's a 2-minute and 30-second video. It's called "Amazing Lightning Striking Up," and a scientist who's researching lightning and the effects of lightning. With modern technology, now we have slow motion, super slow motion HD video cameras that can pick up like on the millisecond these pictures and put it into a video. And we found, or they found, that the lightning that we see that we thought was going down because it was indoctrinated to us, you know, it's a long segment that we could go into, but the lightning actually travels up. Okay, it's starting at the Earth, and it's going up, and it goes into what looks like a tree pattern, and you see it in super slow motion, originating from the Earth. So what we're saying is that lightning striking up, eventually you hear a delayed noise called thunder that is in the localized area where we saw the lightning, and that's dome-proof because it's hitting something, whether the dome is flat or a hemisphere, how I think we all kind of see it here. It's hitting something and reverberating back down to us. It's just like a Tesla coil. You know, if the dome really is a blue obsidian dome, blue obsidian is a glass, it's a mirror, and it's dielectric, then that means that we're working just like a Tesla coil does. When you put your fingers on it, you know, you're attracting the electricity to you. And I think that's what's harnessing the power for the sun and the moon to go along in its elliptical 100% efficient path, because it's basically allowing them, we don't know what the sun and the moon are made of, but it's allowing them to go on their elliptics because there is static charge. You know, energy can't be created, it can't be destroyed, but it can be harnessed. And I think that's what's happening.
So how would you explain lightning strikes, like when lightning strikes a tree and it splits up, like or how does that work exactly?
Great question. To answer that, it's going to sound a little rhetorical, but lightning can strike down and make that occur, right? Hypothetically.
Yeah, that's what they call it.
Couldn't lightning originate from the ground and go upwards and also split that same tree?
Yeah, sure. So you're saying it originated?
I mean, that's all. Yeah, so it originates from the ground. So I always tell people the same thing. They're like, what do you say about lightning strikes? Well, on the way up, it can strike it because the strength is going to be at the end, not at the beginning. Plus, as Tesla demonstrated, dielectric energy is not harming to the body. Like you hear people getting electrocuted all the time and they never die, right? Nobody dies.
Right.
No, nobody dies. And what do they all say afterwards? Oh, I had an amazing experience. Dielectric energy is what probably the pyramids in Egypt and all around the world were harnessing, so people had free energy. So that's what
Wow.
that's what I have to say to that question is lightning can cause the same damage going up as it could down, right? So that's
So there are people who have been struck by lightning, supposedly, and they get this really interesting tattoo where it looks like, you know, tree branches, and it's sometimes it's huge, sometimes it's localized, but it's like a permanent tattoo or skin change. Yeah, like so. Now the person has become the originator of that lightning strike, or like the ground on which they stand.
Yeah, well, think about it. Grounding. We're on the ground. That's we know this studying. Now that we're all science minded, and we take it to an oath. It's got to be a grounding for it, and the Earth is that effect. So is the human body.
Gotcha.
I'm just reading comments as we're talking. This.
Yes,
yeah,
yes,
I was asking Kevin. Who was it? Somebody said he's not a flat earther. He said he wasn't a flat earther, so that's why.
Oh, that Tevin
Flat
Townsend.
Earth Dave said that. So.
Yeah, but as far as I know, Tevin, yeah. Oh, I am a flat earther. Oh, okay, but I can't prove even if I know the Earth is flat. It could be a plane. It's not grounded or anything. We don't even know if it's a planet. It's definitely not a planet, Tevin. We're resting in the water. Now, what's holding up the water? Hey, that's like what's outside the dome, or what's outside of it. But we know from what we see, Earth is encapsulated in water. We're motionless. It's measurably flat. Florida, Kansas, all this other stuff. And I think what's holding in all the waters is the floodgates and creating our atmosphere and rainbows and sundogs and thunder is a liquid molten lava looking glass.
I have a quick.
But we're not a planet. Definitely not a planet. We're the encapsulating. You know, it was built. This dome and everything was built, and the sun, moon, stars, and everything are all inside of it. So we're living on the inside of a house that was built for us.
That's a good way to put it.
Yeah, I mean, look at a planetarium. A planetarium is the only way, and artificially, that we can recreate what we see in reality. It's the only way. There's no other way but a planetarium, and it's a flat seating surface with a domed roof, and you see everything artificially that you're able to see in reality. That's the only way to recreate it.
Yeah, I never really thought about that.
They put you in a flat, motionless, dome encapsulated planetarium.
And notice it has a dome over it. There's a ceiling. There's a roof.
It's not a flat roof.
Dome.
It's not a flat roof. It's a dome roof. And it's not a flat roof. It's a dome roof.
Right.
Because they can't recreate it in a flat roof. It has to be hemisphere dome.
Just talking some things out. I was listening to something earlier about how buoyancy and density can explain gravity, and yes, that is one of the arguments that I've come to accept, right? But there was also an argument about the Earth system itself being a dipole kind of system that works into electromagnetism. For me, I'm just asking, like, you know how we have laws of physics, right? What if we just have a law that obviously heavier fluids sink and lighter fluids, are above those, and it's not that there's a force acting on it to make them rise. It's just the fluid around it is sinking because it's heavier or whatever it is. So it's not that buoyancy, it using the gravitational equation as a way to repel gravitational, as a way to like show how it repels gravity, and which makes it a force. I don't think buoyancy is a force. It's just, everything else around it is denser. So it's
just like helium will float, not because it's lighter or heavier, because gravity has a different effect on it. It's just like a heavy piece of wood compared to a light rock is going to float. It's density and buoyancy explains a lot, but also the electromagnetic field that we have puts everything into perspective. And on top of that, we have gravity. Let's have gravity explain itself first before we start trying to prove that we have a better theory than gravity. Because remember, in 1666, there was a theoretical philosopher named Newton. He was 24 years old, and when he discovered or
What was
theorized
his name?
gravity, Isaac Newton.
Oh, Newton. Okay, I didn't hear.
And when he,
You kind
I thought she missed something profound.
and when he theorized, because he was a theoretical philosopher, he was not a scientist. He was 24 years old, theoretical philosopher from England. At the time that he theorized, when the apple fell on his head, his home country, England, was at war with France. France had just declared war on England, and he was not trying to prove the globe. Okay, that's another thing. All he was trying to do was as a theoretical philosopher, he was trying to say, if the Earth is a globe and if it's spinning, what possibility could there be to keep everything attractive from falling to the ground? That's all he was doing. So
Yeah.
Einstein said that he didn't believe in gravity and it was never proven. Newton himself later on retracted it, and to this day it's still a theory, and it doesn't hold water because it's saying everything's attracted equally to the center. Well, we don't have a magnetic center that's provably magnetic by the standards of the globe model, because they're saying it's 8,000 degrees Celsius. The Curie-Weiss law would debunk that in a heartbeat. So first of all, we have to prove that there's any weight to be held by gravity. It's just, there had to be gravity, because at that time, remember, Galileo was house in prison for saying that the Earth is a globe. Everybody at that time, 500 years ago, believed the opposite. So when they tried to push this lie, people were getting angry, and they're saying, well, then how does water stick? Just like how the flat earthers are now, except for we were the majority back then, and they were the minority.
Yeah.
And so people were demanding, well, then how does water stick to the Earth? You're telling me there's people walking upside down? This is insane.
Yeah.
Basically, we were all hoodwinked into all these different things until they proved that we landed on the moon. And then you notice all of a sudden the corruptness just started happening, faster than we can imagine. That's when the avalanche occurred, because everybody who was the flat earthers, the Rowbothams, etc., they had to hang their heads down though, because they just were made to look like fools. They didn't know how to debunk. In the beginning, when the moon landing came out, nobody knew how to debunk it, because first of all, they threw away the tapes afterwards or erased over them, and people just saw it for a split second on the TV. So in 1666, and we know the Bible teaches us about the sixes. Earth's axis is 23.4 degrees. 90-degree angles minus the 23.4 leaves us with 666. The moon, do you know what the axis the moon is said to be at? According to NASA, is 6.66. What a coincidence. And it's going the exact opposite direction, the same exact speed as the Earth is. That's why we only see the same side of the moon. I mean, it's so ridiculous. And then the sun is supposedly at a 13.3 degree axis,
That's what I was saying earlier.
All the Bible was saying is look at these numbers, and that's the only way that they can trick you. And they had to put it all together mathematically to make kind of sense. And that was the only way they could. It was precise.
And that goes back to what you were talking about before, like all of those flat Earth scientists who have been made to look like fools. It must have been incredibly frustrating for them to sit there and deal with it, especially when your science is right and they are just trying to push something that they believed in. So for us in this day and age, it's not enough to be right or like be proven right in the end about something. That's not the point of this whole thing. It's about waking people up and opening people's eyes, and that's why we can't like you said, you're not going to get into debates, right? But it's not about that. It's not about debating or questioning or really challenging someone's beliefs. It's about getting them to look at something through your perspective. And when you have seen something, you have specific lenses on, and they have different lenses on, and you're trying to change, you're trying to take off whatever blinders they have on, and just open their eyes and start asking questions. If you ask them the questions, they'll get defensive. But if they start asking the questions, now they're challenging your beliefs.
Bingo. And then remember this too. I bet you anything that when you were going through your we'll just call it your flat Earth awakening, right? But it's not just flat Earth; it was everything, right? You had to look at all kinds of stuff. There's things that I think that you have to have a seed planted, and you got to go home on your own and watch it because it's powerful. Like when I started finding out stuff about the pedophilia that goes on, and when I started learning like stuff about Hollywood, and I think I needed to be alone and go through my own soul searching because it's just something you can't really do around somebody else. So if we think that we're going to be able to talk them or convince them, no, I think the best we can do is just play the cool guy, play the cool girl, plant your seed, exit out, and hope that that's all you can do is just hope. You can't be a farmer and sit and watch your seed all day. You're going to overwater it. You just have to do that, and then it's a burden off your hands because you don't want to have to do that anyways, and you can't. You're not gonna. They have to go through it on their own. They have to go home and they have to do their own research and then come to the conclusion on their own. And you won't get credit either. You're not gonna hear, "Oh, you were right. Thank you. I appreciate it because of Sharon or because of Candy. I'm a flat earth." No, they're gonna call you a name, and when they're a flat earther, they'll probably have amnesia and forget about it because it just blew their mind, and now they can't remember anything of their past.
But I feel that's more effective though than you like really trying to persuade them into saying
it gave me problems. I was so on a path when I first, I didn't even realize that I was actually causing problems sometimes because I was so adamant about it. And now, I mean, hey, I consider myself smarter than I consider all of us smarter than the Glovers. So if I'm smart, it's about progress, right? It's not about being right or wrong. And I'll just joke around with them. I'll find something in common with them. I'll get them to think that I'm a smart enough guy, and then I'll drop a little tiny. It doesn't have to be flat Earth. I can drop a vaccine truth. I can drop oil is not a scarce commodity. I can, whatever it is. And I trust enough in them, just like how I trusted them. I trust in myself and you guys that if they get the lead onto something, it could be anything. Once they learn there's a few lies that are big, they'll start questioning on their own other stuff, just like we all did.
Yeah. Just like what's going on in the chat right now. Like the concept of black holes came up, and it's like, it's not about not letting go of what you've been taught. It's about trying to make sense of it in your new perspective. But sometimes you have to realize that those things were made up to keep that deception going. And so you have to, when you're in this perspective now, you have to figure out how to make sense of the best explanations that are the simplest. And it doesn't have to all of a sudden now include other theoretical explanations.
Yeah, well, a black hole, though, what is a black hole? Is that something that we can see, or is that something that the Hubble telescope, this imaginary eye in the sky,
Exactly.
So why are we even arguing that? It's hard though, because it's hard to let go of indoctrinations that we don't even realize we're indoctrinated against. Like when people ask about, what about the Van Allen radiation belt?
Right.
Why do we have to argue either way for the theoretical Van Allen radiation belt that's supposedly 15,000 miles up? I mean, I think the dome is lower than 15,000 feet. So I don't, everything they do is to perpetuate lies.
Yeah, so we have to question every part of it and just test it against what you can observe and what you know, and if it makes sense, even the things that you can't replicate. And that's it. That's when you'll start like weeding out. Separating out.
It's something that's so interesting to me. In the flat Earth, I feel like I've got it down. I really have like the eclipse, how to answer that and everything. But the one thing that so intrigues me is the moon. And it's not how she creates her own light or that it's cold. It's the waning and waxing phases of the moon. I think that's one of my favorite things to think about. The closest I've ever come to trying to figure it out is, you guys have ever seen like how a lighthouse works, where the light spins around?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you slow motion that, if the moon was like a lighthouse, okay? Meaning it's got an outer shell and an inner light that's oscillating.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then if it's slowly oscillating, if you look at a lighthouse and you see the shadows that it creates the waning and waxing phases that we see in the moon. And also there's a children's toy called Milton's Moon in My Room. and it incorporates that same type of technology, and it creates all the waning and waxing phases of the moon as well.
That is
And
so interesting.
what's funny though is that Milton's Moon in My Room, it has no backside. It's only a front-facing lamp, and it's possible that in God's terrarium we just have a hot lamp and a cold lamp, but no backside, because we only see one side of the sun, and we only ever see one side of the moon.
Wow.
And plus, when you look up into space, it's dark, right? Well, if the sun was a sphere, it'd be lighting up in 360 degrees. Every angle of incidence would be lit up. So, I mean, they might just be lamps. They might be a heat lamp and a cold lamp.
Does it? I'm sure you've read the Book of Enoch.
I was about to ask you if you read that, Sharon, earlier when I was getting my coffee, but then I forgot when I came back.
A bunch of times, because it's so amazing. I mean, I've fallen asleep listening to it on audio tape before. It's just, I love it. It's beautiful.
I'm my fourth way through it right now. Like I'm halfway through the fourth.
I jumped around. I had to look at the Heavenly Luminary section first, and oh my goodness, the detail
I know.
explaining each.
That's why I think it was eliminated from the Bible. That people would have questioned it too much and been like, "Are these all metaphors? What's going on?"
Right, exactly, and that's why I really don't like the literalist. I mean, not even, the people who just completely are married to the canonical Bible, like, and they without, like, they've been told to not take into consideration those that have been excluded, even though they're biblically endorsed, like the Book of Jasher, Jubilees. Like I've seen them being referenced to in the Bible and Enoch. So why again shouldn't we look to it?
Time and time again.
Right. It's not.
Plus, Job predates pretty much all the Bible, right? Job was the righteous man that was without any sin, and God took him up. And Job references a few different times. So I think that coincidentally it was taken out. I mean, but how do we know though? That's the hard thing. All I know is that it feels right, and I've had a lot of different back and forth on hearing people say that it's not a canonized book and that it's heresy. I don't think so. I think it belongs in there. And if it doesn't belong in there, we weren't alive at those times. They may have used other references alongside of it. So at the very least, I think that it's a backup, a backup that proves the Bible.
Yeah. And you know how it's really relevant in the end times because it kind of really shows us their game plan. So right now would be a good time to look back to the Book of Enoch. Like they might not have needed it in the time in which it was taken out, but there isn't even that good of an explanation for why it was taken out or excluded. But right now is the time when it's coming in great use for us, and I believe it would kind of really give us blueprints and for the coming war.
Yeah, no, it's kind of scary though, because I'm like wear rose-colored glasses that the glasses half full, and when you read that, it basically says that you got to save yourself and try to save your brothers and sisters, but not everybody's gonna come along. So especially when we're debating people that just seem to be antagonists, and they troll pages for months and months and months and hours a day. I have to think logically to myself. I don't believe in government agents or shills or anything, and if there are, that's fine. There likely is, but it's not all of them. But I just think to myself, there's got to be something wrong with this person, because I don't believe in Bigfoot myself, but I would never go to their page for months at a time, for hours a day, and harass them. I couldn't possibly find it in me, not because I'm too nice of a person, but I would feel like my life was being wasted. What are they doing that they really are this committed to, or this outraged about the flat earth? That blows my mind.
Absolutely. Troll life.
It blows my mind. I mean, can you imagine doing that? Anybody on here, Sharon or Candy or
Carl's back.
Hey, what's up,
Carl is
Carl?
back.
Can you imagine, like, you guys don't believe in Bigfoot, right? But would you go on someone's, pages for months at a time and argue with them?
Right.
I just don't get it.
Dude, if it was for the gospel's sake, like that would maybe be worth it. But if it's like anything else, honestly, it's not. What's the point? Like, why do I need you to get on my side about it? Why do I need you to see it from my perspective? I don't need you to. I don't.
Yeah.
And I don't know. There's something wrong about that. Like, why do you need everyone to be on the same page as you? Is that, is there something selfish about that, or is that validation, or what is it?
Validation, I think it's more, or both. Ego. I don't know. They say truth goes to three phases. Maybe phase one for some people is extremely strong. Yeah, maybe they go through the rejection like crazy.
Is everybody just reading chat? Everybody just shut up.
Yeah. Yeah, we got to get Tevin on. You guys got to get Tevin on here sometime.
I know. He asked to come on earlier, and I told him I'm going to have him on tomorrow.
Awesome, Tevin, bro. I'll be listening when you're on tomorrow.
Carl, you can interrupt because we've been talking all night and you've been snoozing.
Yeah, buddy. Do you have any questions or input or comments?
Or breakfast or coffee.
The rule is, if you're going to get one of us breakfast, you have to get all of us breakfast. Okay?
Got to bring enough for the whole class.
Yeah, when people are talking about the scripture and they're saying that they think it's sapphire, I think first of all it doesn't fit, because sapphire wouldn't give us. There's different colored sapphires, anyways, and but even if it was a blue sapphire, that wouldn't give us the ability to see rainbows. You need a glass or a prism, so it would have to be the liquid molten lava looking glass, in my opinion, because earlier somebody in the comments was talking about sapphire, and it says in the Bible, like sapphire, as sapphire, but when it's actually given the description of what it's made out of, wow, molten lava, and then you're thinking to yourself, that sounds crazy, lava? No way. But then you think about, well, what is a molten lava looking glass? Lava, when it's cooled rapidly, turns into glass called obsidian, and when it's cooled very rapidly with cold waters, it turns into blue obsidian. And blue obsidian is dielectric. It's the only stone glass that carries a rainbow in it. There's actually rainbows within blue obsidian. It's dielectric. It's an insulator. That's my favorite thing to talk about, is the dome.
I think that the Van Allen radiation belts, I don't think that they're actually like a belt of radiation. But then somebody mentioned the other day when I said that, what if the firmament is a big thing of radiation? And that was a good thought too. I can't remember who said that, but I mean, it made a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I think what they were trying to say about the Van Allen belts is that something like no electron can pass through it. It bounces back, and it kind of gets trapped in this field of radiation. So I'm not 100% sure what they're trying to say about that. But what would you say, Joey?
Well, it depends. Are we talking biblical? Because if we're talking biblical, the Bible is very specific in saying that when the flood occurred, that God had opened and released the windows or doors, depends on the Hebrew that you're interpreting as. But literal doors or windows were open, allowing the water from outside to be poured onto earth. And then once it had reached the tallest mountain, he lifted or shut these windows or gates. So this doesn't sound like it's like any type of electromagnetic anything. I mean, it may be part of the construct, but it's a solid, just like it says, solid, vast, pounded out structure. So if we're talking biblical, no way. If we're talking scientific, I still don't think so. It doesn't make sense to me. If it can't be
some kind
duplicated
of
on Earth,
impenetrable barrier.
yeah, if it can't be duplicated on Earth to be provable, then it's hard to hypothesize about it in space because same as above, same as below, and I'm trying to put the 2 and 2 together. I think it's a vast solid object, just like all of our ancient ancestors told us.
A magnifying view of the sun. Are y'all still putting my experiment idea out there, or y'all forgot about it? About the rangefinder? Yeah, I don't even know. We talked about it a few times before, and I don't have a big reach. Look, I mean, there's no more than like 20 people watching us at one time, but I know
I
that
posted your hangout on every single Flat Earth page group that I knew.
Huh?
I said I posted your hangout on every Flat Earth group that I'm involved with. If you keep on doing what you're doing,
you're on my Facebook. That's you.
yeah.
That's what I was smiling at a minute ago. I got
The
on
guy,
my
with,
Facebook
the
and I
guy
was
with the
like,
mohawk.
I said, oh, somebody I don't even know. Like, I knew that person was on my Craigslist, but I didn't know who that was. And I saw that it was like 3 hours ago. I'm like, dang, they were up late posting my thank you. I didn't know that was you. I would have said that earlier, but I saw it was Joey, but I didn't like the picture's so small on my phone. I didn't recognize you at all.
Yeah. Yeah, that picture was about 7 years ago.
Oh.
Joey who? Who are you, Joey, on Facebook?
Joey Rocha, R-O-C-H-A.
See how my dog sleeps with me? She won't sleep on the outside. She's scared. You know how hard it is to sleep on a couch with the dog? It's very uncomfortable. But I still do it.
Hey, hallelujah.
She follows me around. She won't sleep without me.
No, she sleeps with me.
Yeah, if I kick her out, she'll go in there with him. But
All right, Sharon, I just confirmed your friend request.
Nice. You guys, I post nothing on my Facebook about Flat Earth. I am not part of any groups, nothing. I try to be subtle about it. I'll put like truther kind of memes on there.
I don't post anybody's wall anyways. I just post to my wall and Flat Earth home pages.
Send me one, Sharon.
Okay.
Thanks for letting me know, Sharon, because but I do respect that about other people, unless they're constantly, unless they're a good friend of mine and like I know them personally. Like some of my Flat Earth friends, they come over and have dinner with me and stuff, and I know that they're totally cool with it. Then I'll post it on their page. But other than that, I definitely don't do that. I might put a comment if you were to ever put a Flat Earth post on your page and agree with you, but I wouldn't be posting it myself.
I am working on making my way out of the closet on Facebook, but I honestly, I'll tell you guys this, before I started joining or at least being active in this community, I had a single friend out of my entire list of friends on Facebook that kind of started. He didn't even come out as a flat earther. He just started asking the right questions on his posts. And, I just private messaged him and I was like, hey, so are you a flat earther? Kind of thing. And, we had a really good conversation about it. And we talked about how difficult it's been talking to others about it. And you know what, it was really good support. But then he went to a mission trip in Africa and, I kind of lost touch with him. So, now I've got you guys and I'm so happy.
it is pretty great. That's why I said, I can't even put it into words how grateful I am that I put my phone number out on Mark's stream or Mark's show, whatever, because if I hadn't, I wouldn't have met anybody. I would still be watching the same videos, I wouldn't even know about none of this. Like, it's just amazing. And it seemed like everything happened at the right time. Everything happened at the right, like, I don't even know.
Coincidence.
What'd you say?
It was coincidence.
Yeah, because I do not believe in coincidence.
No,
Ever.
there's no way.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah, you guys, I'm really happy. I've literally had no one to talk to in my life about this. No one is interested.
Yeah, and that's why I started this, because I didn't know there was other streamers out there, and my goal is to have a platform for people who don't have anybody to talk to, somebody or people to talk to, and even if they, like they have questions, or even maybe they have answers for us,
Candy, there's like you said, there's a lot of other Google Hangouts, and almost every single Google Hangout that I've watched, over time, eventually I see people coming on there and they always say basically like, I'm so glad I found you guys' Google Hangout because I didn't have anybody to talk to, and now this gives me reassurance. And then all of a sudden they start making their own videos, and then all of a sudden they start coming out in their own Facebook pages or Instagram pages, and it takes that. It's got to be other human beings saying, I agree with you, right on, 100%. Otherwise, if your computer brain is only seeing it and then everybody around you is scoffing at the idea, you need reassurance. So the show that you do, and the dedication and the time that you put into it, your reward is in heaven, and your reward is you're not going to be able to see all the seeds you plant. That's the thing about it. Just know that you are planting seeds, because I've seen it happen so many times. That's why when people like you dedicate your lives to doing these kind of hangouts, it makes such a big difference. It's not even just about the fact that people get to express themselves, which that's a huge part of it, but it's about the fact that it gets the camaraderie and it gets the reassurance, to know that we're not alone. It makes all the world a difference. So what you're doing is the best thing you could possibly do for the movement.
That's why I say it's not about me. It's not about, like, people say, I'm sorry for streaming over you. It doesn't bother me. I'm not here for me.
Yeah, it's not for subscriptions. It's not for, it's just, you feel compelled to now do whatever it is you can. I mean, you're not the smartest person in the world, right? Neither am I. I mean, I'm probably not going to maybe teach somebody something that isn't already out there. But I can help people to feel welcomed in the community. I can help answer questions that maybe they didn't know that I happen to know, or vice versa. And it's amazing. So many people start off watching, and then all of a sudden they ask to join, and then they start their own Google Hangouts. And then, oh, you just did a great job, because it's the true pyramid scheme without money,
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Candy. Seriously.
Yeah, thank y'all, because I wouldn't be here without y'all either.
Yeah. Flat Earth Unity 2017.
Yep. But y'all, I think there's just like 2 or 3 minutes left of the stream. Cannot believe I did another 8 hours. It blows my mind how quick it passes. Like, I got a notification that there's 20 minutes left a long time ago.
All right, well, aloha Candy and Flip and Carl and Kathleen and Sharon and everybody in chat, you guys. Thank you, Candy, for doing this. Appreciate
Thank
it.
y'all for coming. And, Lou, I did see your message. I'm going to reply to you, and probably after work, because I have to be at work.
Aloha, right back at you.
Yeah, I just want to take a moment to say hi to, hello, Candy, but I'm here. But hi, Aaron. I haven't seen you in a little while. I recognize you from the past.
How's it?
And hello, Sharon.
Hey, Carl.
And I see we got Flip in here still. Flip
Yep.
still on the road. What's up, man?
Yep, still working.
I was, I was trying to shut up so everybody can talk and have the discussion, because what's important to me is that everybody else gets their chance to talk. I'm not really here to tell anybody anything. I'm just here to help. So it's good that you guys just keep talking and talking. It's gonna be somebody somehow. So
Are you a Dome subscriber?
Carl went to bed and got up, and we're still doing this.
Carl, are you a Dome subscriber?
For me, the Dome, it's not necessarily like I don't believe that has to be true. I think
No,
it
me
could go
neither.
one way or the other, but I'd lean towards it not being a dome, but not an infinite plane either. I don't know if that makes any sense.
Do you at all lean towards it could be a dome?
I mean,
Just say yes, brother.
I don't count it out, but I mean, it would be kind of silly without it because, like, where would the end be? You know, what is it just going to infinitely go up?
Then it would be like what NASA says, right? There has to be some end.
Yeah, there has to be some boundary, but I'm not sure if it's a physical dome. I haven't made up my mind in all this time still.
Cool.
I have to be at work in an hour and 16 minutes. What the hell?
Coffee.
Are you still doing